to build this?
Yeah, Fox News has a very large and loyal audience. And in some research in not only severe weather, we saw that we were leaving something on the table, right? Because we were, we didn't have a very deep, a dedicated weather outfit, right? So we covered it. We covered it with our fantastic reporters. But we found that our viewers, especially on .com and elsewhere, were checking other websites and going elsewhere. So that immediately looked like an opportunity, and that was a couple of years ago. So weather always seemed like this very natural extension in the Fox ecosystem, right? It's the perfect cross strap against sports, local news, national news, business. It affects everything, and it's sort of interwoven and part of everything. So we thought weather is certainly something that we can build as a standalone service, but also simultaneously to support and enhance the core assets within Fox.
Was it also time to stop letting Byron Allen be the sole arbiter of national weather?
Well, listen, competition, as we all know, and I'm sure we would agree that, just announcing that we were launching Fox Weather, I think is great for the industry. There's been a lot of attention put on weather. We're doing this panel. There's a lot of other efforts underway at the national and local level, and I think it elevates the industry. So I'm really happy about that. I think any entrance who comes into an established space automatically elevates all of the incumbents, and it makes everyone better.
Well, Byron has said as much previously.
Yes, so. Absolutely. But I think really ultimately what it does is I think it really delivers for the viewer. And I think ultimately that's the goal.
Just a couple of nuts and bolts questions about the effort. How big was the hire up for the channel all told, and how many of those people are on the air?
So we started, we announced Fox Weather last December, I believe, January, the very beginning of this year. The first full-time Fox Weather employee was started in February. And then what was amazing over the next 10 months, in the middle of a pandemic, smack in the middle of Manhattan, at 1211 6th Avenue at our company headquarters, which is where we were building the operation, we managed to hire well over 100 people. Not just people though. These are this isn't building a generic service or launching a new streaming news service or this is weather is a very special and specialized community, and looking at who we needed to hire, who we wanted to hire for this, it was like, to me, it was like building the the U.S. men's Olympic team, the basketball team, right? It was like this dream team. We pulled some of the best people from meteorologists from around the country, from competitors. Some came from within our own company. Incredible, people who came who this was what this is what you want to do. If you're a meteorologist and you have the opportunity, I think, to work on a startup, a complete startup from scratch, backed by a company like Fox, who was going to support it and invest in it and create this new platform that was really geared towards the consumer, where with complete freedom, going live 24/7 and being able to build the product we wanted from scratch was, I think, an amazing opportunity. And I'm so pleased that probably almost 40 people relocated for this, whether it was to New York, whether it was to locations around the country in our bureaus.
And of course, one of them was Craig.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wanted to jump in there. I drove cross country from Seattle. I spent the past 3 years in Seattle. Before that, mostly California, from San Francisco to Los Angeles. And I know everybody says, oh, it's 76 and sunny all the time, right? Not necessarily. Weather on the West Coast is completely different. And I think that speaks to the volumes in that we all came from different regions and that we all have expertise in those specific regions, and we can all share it. When you think of Los Angeles, you think of Santa Ana winds, you think of burn scar areas and the burn areas, and it's all regional. Santa Ana winds are specific to Southern California, Diablo winds to the Bay Area, the microclimates in the Bay Area. The Pacific Northwest gets hit hard. It's not just rain and drizzle. They get hit hard with windstorms, with snowstorms, with rainstorms, and things shut down there when you get snow in Seattle, lowland snow, because they don't have the plows to clear the roads. So for us, it was a cross-country trip. And when I talked to Shari, I was like, I'm in. How do I get there? We loaded up the car, the dogs in the back of the car, and we made a cross-country trip. And I got to see some states that I hadn't seen before, which was awesome, because when you talk about weather, you don't talk about just a map, right, Amy? You're talking about a region. You're talking about the mountains. You're talking about the lowlands. You're talking about specific geographic points in every area. And that's how you help to forecast and understand. When you're talking about a place on a map, I want to know what it looks like, and I want to know what the people who live there do. It's not about just reading numbers off of a map. And I think that brings us all back to a personal level. It lets us be more personal with our forecasts, with our social media. And it's funny, Amy and I actually, we studied together. We worked in Denver at the same time 20 some years ago. We were 5. And we studied together. So we've known each other for probably 20 years, but we didn't get to work together until now. We were studying our meteorology classes on Colorado Boulevard in Denver, Colorado, different stations. I was a weather producer, you were on air. But it was so great because all of these people, I think one of the unique things about bringing us together, Shari, is that we had time, and Michael, to bond. Whereas most times, as you know, when you bring somebody into a team, this team's already established, but we had a couple of weeks to really get to know each other and to make a unique bond before we actually went on the air or started streaming, I guess.
And Amy, your journey was not quite so far.
No, I
Just
did
across
have to come across town, across Central Park, which actually was a point of consideration for me as a New Yorker. So
No
far.
relocation.
Yeah. Across the park to go to a different station. I don't know. It's really thrilling. There's a great saying that a boss of mine used to say, and it's we all work for weather when you're in a newsroom or in this industry. And now that the technology supports data that's accessible in so many ways, we can bring that into people's lives and really make a difference, from how they get dressed in the morning to how they pay their bills to how they take vacations, and in the situation that we've seen this week, and how they can save their lives, or unfortunately, in some cases, have to start from scratch and begin again. So it's really been a thrill to become a part of this team, because it just has so much to offer people who are waiting, and I would say hungry for more and more information in weather as it relates to their life. And Shari mentioned, there's a lot of technology that's out there, but if you've got your phone and you can pop up a tool that takes you, we're just a few blocks down the way. So if you're looking at the decorations, you can come by and see the All-American Christmas tree. But just a few
2.0 Christmas
yes,
tree.
Right?
Yeah, 2.0, that's true. You can just open your app very quickly, and you're able to access within a matter of seconds the live broadcast that we're doing right now. It takes about 3 seconds to make that happen. And that's just one piece of the communication that you can create with the viewer immediately.
I was just going to say, your question before, is it an app? Is it a stream? Is it a channel? Is it a network? We did discuss that early on. And, as the Fox Weather, it's everything. It's sort of this one comprehensive weather experience, which does not exist elsewhere. That's what, when we were doing research, when we really dove into the marketplace and saw that, people have their own strategies for chasing weather information, going to blogs, some use certain apps, some check in with local, national, everything, you have to go 5 different places. So that was our way, and that's why we built this business model for AVOD. The hero product is our app, our mobile app. But then simultaneously, we've created this network within it that will also be distributed more widely.
Which story, and we'll come to that in
Right.
just a moment. I want to come back to the tech in a second too, but
Sure.
just quickly, Amy and Craig, competition for good meteorologists seems to have gotten stiffer by all accounts. I've talked to many GMs and news directors over the past year that it seems like you can jump out of school into better markets or bigger markets, better jobs right away. Do you find that that's the case in your experience?
I do. was a little bit different for me in the route that I took, but if you are educated for a specific field, it's very similar to being any other kind of scientist, quite frankly. And so if you are trained for those specific types of topics, there's no reason why you couldn't go into a newsroom right away and as a communicator be able to offer that science and data. And I think that's happening more and more because stations want to have people who are prepared scientifically to talk about the weather rather than a communicator that has gone from market to market to market. And at the end of the day, we're seeing this across the board in any specialty that people talk about. We want educated communicators to give us information. So I think that outlets are recognizing how important the education is to support the communication that's really vital to their viewers. So yes, it's happening, and I think there's a good reason for it.
Let's talk about the tech, if we can, and any of you can jump in on these questions. The tech powering the channel. First of all, your radar arsenal. How much have you built here? How much have you borrowed? How much are you drawing on your owned and operated stations for the?
Sure. What's really exciting for us is that we just have approved this week our Fox weather model, which is going to be new data that's used and it's specific to our tools that we have across the Fox platforms. We have individual stations that own their own radars. There are also the National Weather Service radars that are run by the government, right? So when I went to work in Chicago at Fox Chicago, I specifically went there because they bought a dual polarity radar. Dual polarity means a radar that scans both horizontally and vertically. That's important because weather happens horizontally and vertically. And so when that new science became available, I was able to go into Fox Chicago, learn how the radar worked, and be one of the first broadcast meteorologists to use that data to interpret weather. And so because we have those stations across the country, we're able to take that radar data, which is more specific, it's more localized, and becomes more accurate for our forecasting. Now we can put that into our Fox model, and that's going to give us more detailed information. Also can increase the timing. Those radar scans more and more save lives, save minutes. Many of the warnings that happened with our severe outbreak over the weekend gave people 10 to 11 minutes to prepare. Might not seem like a whole lot of time when your house is getting ready to be wiped off its foundation, but 10 and 11 minutes is time to get into a safe place, whether it's underground, your neighbor's shelter, whatever, and that is vital information. So we've got great technology we're excited to roll out along with what's available across the board. Now, this is real-time information that I'm talking about, which is the radar data, right? We need the initial point with the best information that gives us a more accurate forecast. However, we've been able to partner with so many amazing companies that we can take our real-time data and apply it to stuff like FlightWare and
I was just going to mention that
FlightAware.
FlightAware, as we've teamed up with them
FlightAware.
recently, and it was just in time for Thanksgiving for the big travel holiday. And of course, a lot of people were traveling because of the pandemic and didn't get to travel for so long. So we've teamed up with FlightAware, and we can actually look at commercial flights in the air real time. But we took it a step further and we added our real-time weather data, which is the radar, and so you can see where the storms are, the tops of the storms. So I actually got pretty excited. I was like a kid in a candy store the first time we debuted it because we were on the air and we saw a cell just off of the coast in Florida, and you could see the commercial flight going toward Miami. They were going right into a major storm. Well, that flight diverted a bit to go around that storm, so we could see that. You can see the actual flight and the flight numbers. So if you're watching somebody, my mom's on that flight, my son's on that flight, you can watch them in real-time data and know that they're going to be okay. And they went around that cell. But not only was it a cell on a radar, we popped it up into 3D so you can see the storm tops. It was incredible. You can see the tops of the storms and lightning as well. And I think that's probably why, flights can go through. They're okay with lightning.
And this is what the viewer sees, or
what the viewer sees. We put this right on our stream. It was live, right as it was happening.
I have to say, Craig saw it the same time the viewers did.
Yeah.
That was really fun to watch.
Move the plane.
Yes.
Go right, go south a little bit.
Wow.
Look, but a lot of these, Amy had mentioned all of these partnerships that we've developed, and that's one thing we looked at in terms of our investments at Fox News Media, as well as the Fox O&Os. We have radar, we have technology, we have data, we have different systems, we have storm trucks, resources as such a strong foundational base. But then everything we looked at to supplement we really looked at adding on not just services that we would add, that you would layer on, but we really looked to unique angles for each of the partnerships. So FlightAware, it's not, we really work with them to figure out what we could do that would better visualize, aside from the map with all the planes, right? That, that we all show and see. It's really interesting, but to be able to take it's called the FlightAware Fire Hose, to be able to take that data, and then our data team and graphics team was able to pull that information together, layer it on 3D radar to be able to bring that to you. That's really unique.
One thing that I think that, let me translate that. It's probably a lot of you flew here to get into New York. I don't know, but you could be sitting at the airport and you're trying to decide, do I buy the window seat or do I not buy the window seat? Little things like that, you can make those decisions real time because you've got the data right in front of you, and the data's out there. So why should we keep that technology back from people? We should allow them to have access to it at one point and then help them make those decisions that affect them by giving them all the information right in front of them. So do you spend the extra $65 to sit by the window seat to ride over the Rockies to get here? Make sure that you see beautiful New York City as you land, or do you save it because you're going to be overcast conditions or maybe a bumpy
And we also
flight,
looked at turbulence too, because we talked about, do I want my kids to be sitting by the window seat if I'm in a turbulent flight, or do I need to bring the shade down? And then we took it a step further. We also listed, our graphics team is incredible, listed the delays, the flights, the airports that were most busy, so that if you were flying out of a specific airport, you could see that there were a number of delays or cancellations. Maybe you haven't got the notification from your airline just yet, but you can look at our FlightAware stats and we can tell you where the most delays were real time as it was happening.
And Michael, the other piece is the other partnerships that we've announced and others we're working on are, really looking at companies that specialize, that have a specialty, that have their own business. It may not be direct to consumer, right? It's more business to business. So we've worked with them to see what would help their, where they want to grow and develop. And a perfect example of that was WeatherStem, based in Florida. They have sensors and high def cameras in many of the college stadiums all over.
College stadiums.
And universities. It's not just stadiums, it's universities, because there's distance learning. I mean, they have this footprint already with these sensors that can detect, it's obviously temperature, wind speed, lightning, and then they have them throughout a stadium, let's say. So when you're looking at, if you're doing a game day forecast, everyone will have in Tampa, it's 9 degrees today, but we'll be able to access much more detailed information like on the field, right? So it can be a big difference on the field kicking a field goal than from outside standing in the parking lot.
So this very granular data, is this available to the consumer at any point, mostly via the app, or you have all this data, but how quickly is it at hand to the consumer who wants to know about the window change? Or I've never heard of that, but that could happen. I mean, how readily available is this torrent of data?
I mean, this is all our sort of fire hose. So I think that when we're talking about what stories, how it affects, if we're talking about a game, we can access that information. But a lot of cameras around the country. I mean, we're
100,000, is it?
Well, I don't know if it's 100,000. It will be at some point. But no, we have we built this matrix with weather metrics and with all of the Department of Transportation cameras around the country, actually around, I think that it's international as well. So it's just a matter of, we almost have too many. Good, the audio.
Sorry.
It's so much fun to play with. If you haven't downloaded the app, I'm sure everyone here has a weather app of some sort, but if you haven't downloaded it, it's so easy to use and so fun to use. Even we've got so many options on there, great tabs where you can read all kinds of great stories about. We've got a digital team as well, and Shari and the team has hired not only meteorologists to come into New York, but all over the country to cover, like Scott Sistick, who I know from Seattle, is known all across the weather world and people who don't like weather because of his blogs. And we've got people like this all over the country writing great articles. But if you get on here, it's so much fun, so many great features, even the plan feature. Like I've got my mom's birthday out here, which is October 14th. and I can send this to her and I'm going to tell her, hey mom, it's going to be 75 in northern New Mexico, just outside of Santa Fe at 74 degrees. Meantime, my spouse's birthday on January 25th, it's going to be 41 with a wintry mix. So I didn't get rave reviews on that forecast, but you can go out to 10 months and start planning events. But it's so
Yeah.
much fun to use. It's so personal. You can personalize it to yourself.
And so that answers the question on how we're making that accessible to people and the way they want to use that futuristic data real time.
Mhm.
So impact data is out there. I mean, businesses use it every day to decide what they're going to buy for their stores season to season. Why not make that accessible in a way that affects people's lives day to day? The other way we're making technology available to people at any time is if you want to see the radar, but you don't necessarily want to wait for the forecast or the forecaster to come up, you can pull the radar up, look at it real time, and even go into a 3D mode and look
So
at
cool.
it yourself, how you want to see it. So that I think is the way that we are taking the technology and data available and bringing it to people's fingertips. And then you've got access to us to interpret it immediately.
I want to shift gears and look at how this sits within the ecosystem of Fox. And first, the brand synergies that are happening. I know we're starting to see Fox Business is carrying some of your
Right.
content. Are we going to see more of that carriage on different Fox?
Yeah,
networks?
we just began simulcasting. Fox Business is simulcasting Fox Weather on
About a week
Saturday
ago?
and Sunday mornings. Yeah, last weekend we started 6 to 8 a.m. And we thought that was again, weather affects everything, and we'll be getting more and more into content like that around business, around the effects of it. If you watched Fox News Channel, we were just talking about it a little bit earlier, watching throughout the weekend are incredible journalists in the field who were really first on the ground in Maysfield, right? Saturday morning, as soon as you and Craig came up, journalists all over the country covering severe weather, and they've been all over Fox News Channel, Fox Business, all of our owned and operated stations.
So
And
you'll
they're already
have their
part of it.
reporters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
And vice versa?
Vice versa, sure. Yeah. And I think our main news program Sunday night at on Fox News, we had a 6-box, and the top 3 were Fox weather correspondents in the field, the bottom 3 were Fox News correspondents in the field. So it's a great support and a great synergy of ways.
I think everybody is very eager to know what your roadmap for distribution is on cable. So this is your first foray on Fox Business, but what's the end game here?
So, we were, talking earlier when you said, why weather, and, what do people want out of another national weather service? And, when you're building something, new, you have to look at where the audience is, but you have to be consumer obsessed. We always talk about that, right? As opposed to a tendency that we may have to build something based on the resources that we already have, or that we could expand or extend. This was when we did, when we did the research, and when we really looked at the business models for launching on different platforms, realized this, weather is overwhelmingly mobile. I mean, 90%. Who here did not check their weather app this morning on their phone? Anyone?
I saw a
So
guy-
one hand.
I saw a guy in shorts walk in, so he probably didn't.
Watch the local news, Channel 5, thank you. But that's, so if you're looking at building a platform, or if you want that success, you have to build it where they are. So we looked at, that's our primary distribution point, is the mobile app. Because once you come in, and that's what we've also found, once a consumer comes in, they stay, because they're discovering the Weather Wire, really interesting, unique weather stories. Not like this is how cold it was today here, not like wire service stories. These are unique and really informative and interesting weather adjacent stories, earth, space, lifestyle, right? We really cover it all. Plus these customized features, right? That's what we were trying to build in this app. So it's one weather ecosystem that appeals to anyone. You can control the radar yourself. You can put in your own events. You can create location cards. So it creates like this, a family or friends neighborhood, your own weather community. So you can check in up to 10 locations and really connect with everyone. And that's, and have this access. Oh yeah. And then there's the live stream 24/7 and, and then all of your data and written and presented in a, I think a very visually stimulating way. But so that's where we started. And then as we were building these two platforms simultaneously over the last 10 and a half months, well, the app development, we started really late last fall. So we were building two different operations simultaneously, the network, our beautiful studio and our full operation, and then the app product. And, by the time it all came together, these two were going to meet in August, which they did. And I think people were really sort of shocked at how they were expecting one, mobile app with some live video, but this was really a finished and clean product. And so it's ready for distribution. So right now, long answer to your question, I wanted to give the backstory there. We're on Tubi, and if Tubi is any indication, which is a Fox-owned platform, if Tubi is any indication of how Fox Weather will be viewed at home on the big screen, I think we're heading in the right direction.
So is it reasonable to say that we will have a standalone channel somewhere down the road here on?
I mean, it's everywhere. It's sort
on
of
cable.
It already is. I mean, well, we'll be going late January. We'll be entering the Diginet space, and we'll be in the Fox owned and operated markets. We'll be we'll be able to reach over the air cable subscription. Fox Weather is going to be ubiquitous, and I imagine we plan for over the next year to really be able to access it anywhere on your phone. You can do it now on your iPad, on your desktop, already exists on all of the Fox Nation SVOD app, Fox News, Fox Business.
It's a subset of the
Fox
Fox Nation
Sports.
SVOD when you can.
It's within the Fox Nation app. You can watch it. And then we'll be announcing that we have Tubi, and then I think we'll be announcing soon a couple of more connected TV app positions in addition to the Diginet. So the whole goal is to make it really to have a ubiquitous footprint across all of the platforms, and it's for free. So it's,
And we actually are already on their TV. You just have to hit the button.
Yeah.
So if you have your Fox Weather app open, or even your iPad, which has already been, the app's been optimized for iPads, you just hit the sync with your smart TV. So really, we're on your TV. All you do is have to hit a button.
I want to ask about the relationship with Fox News a little bit, and the brand identity here, in terms of how distinctive a product is this going to be from Fox News, because you've got, how deliberate is the effort to keep it apart, specifically from the politics of the news brand, which can be polarizing?
well, we're Fox Weather, and we're weather centric and weather focused platform, and that's again why we built it purposefully, right? We had, if you watch how we cover, if you see the look and the logo and the music and how we use all of our technology, it's really a definitive, I think, an exceptional weather presentation product. We have how many? We have 12 meteorologists. We have over 20 on-air talent, whether in studio or out in the field. And
On top of that, we have access to 120 meteorologists coast to coast with the ability of the Fox platform. So really, it's far-reaching, quite a bonus to have one of the best entertainment companies in the world.
And on top of that, I'll also add that our team that's also helping us behind the scenes are also meteorologists. So not just the people on the air, but a lot of the people that you've hired are also meteorologists, including some of the digital writers and our weather team that puts graphics together, and that we work with them as well. So it's a huge team.
I would say when people watch Fox sports, including the Super Bowl and the World Series, I don't think they're too worried about the polarizing nature. They're quite interested in the entertainment value and the content.
Well, there is one intersection point there. And Sherry, you've spoken to this before, but I want to be clear about it. Where does Fox Weather stand on the science of climate change? Will the channel give voice to any climate change denial from either your own meteorologists or correspondents? Or is that even internally a debate that you plan to have?
it's not a debate internally, nor is it apparent. And if I don't know of how many people have watched over the since we debuted but we're very proud of the product and how we're covering the science of climate, and that's what we'll be doing. This is, it's not going to be debated or ignored, but it's a fact, and it affects how we live our everyday lives. And our meteorologists are scientists, and our reporters are journalists, and we will be covering and translating the effects of climate change with science and data.
The Weather Channel a while back began making climate change an emphasis of much of its content. Is it safe to say that Fox Weather will do the same? Craig and Amy, how important, as you're doing your daily narrative of the weather, how much does climate change weave into that narrative?
Well, I think climate change is really not up for debate. It's a peer-reviewed science. And so we know that it's occurring. How it occurs and what it's going to mean for our future is up for debate. And those are stories that can be talked about. But what's really exciting is that we've been able to delve into people's real lives and how they're approaching innovation and what they will do in their own communities to adapt to how the weather will be different in the future. And whether that's a chef who's becoming a sustainable farming chef and revolving his recipes around that, or we're dealing with a rapper who's simply doing concerts so that he can then fund information about how the climate is changing in his neighborhoods. Or even COP26, we sent our own meteorologist, Steve Bender, to go and tell the stories of how countries around the globe are looking for ways to live differently in the future. No one that I've ever met is against the environment. So environmental protection stories and the conversations around that are really at the heart of what we do. My master's degree from University of Pennsylvania is in water. So if we are able to protect soil and we're able to protect water, we're going to pretty much be able to come up with ways that we can live better in the future. And I think that is how we're going to face those different climate challenges that are in front of us.
No, and it's true. And I think you mentioned even just having someone at COP26 bringing us stories, the scientific side of the stories, and the way that we live. You talk about you think about the farming community. How do they need to adjust and adapt to the heat and the extreme heat that's occurring them, and the water? I mean, we're missing water in the Central Valley of California, and the Central Valley is a major breadbasket for us. And how do they adjust? The Central Plains with their corn. Not only does the corn feed the livestock, but it feeds the people. So these are all stories that impact all of us. So we're delving into these stories, and we're having guests on our show. And one of the beauties about streaming where we are now is that we aren't pressed for time. So we're not getting a wrap. We've got to go. We're letting them tell their story. We're letting them explain how it affects them. We're letting them explain how it affects all of us. Because if we're paying more for the food there, it's going to affect us locally. So it's more than just what am I going to wear today? It's going to be 55. I can wear, a sweater. Weather's more than that. It affects us long term. And how do we adjust to those ways of living, as you were talking about? And these are the guests that we have on our show, and these are the people that we talk to, and these are the stories that we like to bring, not only the professionals, but the people who are actually affected. And I know we did a lot of that, especially for Thanksgiving, with a lot of the growers and the pumpkin growers and the frost, and it was too hot in some cases, or the shortage of Christmas supplies because of the wildfires up and down Western Washington and Oregon. How does that affect us? And do we need to get our tree earlier? Do we get an artificial tree? What does that mean specifically? So these are all the stories that we'll bring you, and these are stories that you can watch and then make your own decisions on, but these are all scientifically based, and we want to make sure that we're bringing the facts.
And we're using, that's a focus of ours, is that storytelling of what's happening in the effect of weather and the climate. We're telling it through human eyes, through the human experience, as opposed to issues and debate. And we've done some incredible work, in our journalists in the field who have really told those stories, and we're seeking them out. That's our from our lens.
Climate change isn't necessarily all doom and gloom. There are people amongst us across America that are excited about the possibility of innovation too. So that's cool to be able to tell their stories.
I want to open it up to maybe just one audience question. If someone wants to have a question, please head up to if you want to just go to the mic there, please. Go ahead.
Jerry Macri from TDU. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
So you obviously have enormous reach with all of your reporters and cameras out there. have you thought about, or maybe you're doing it already, giving your viewers the ability to upload user-generated content and capture a tornado or a fire?
Coming soon.
Yeah.
UGC on the way.
You,
Okay.
look, if there's ever a, if there's ever a platform built for interactive UGC, weather is it,
Yep.
right? It's the first, I don't know about you guys, it's the first thing, I do. My mother texts me in the morning, she sends me a picture of the sunrise out here. Oh, come to Florida, it's great. But no, look, this is how we live. We talk about the weather. We take pictures of the majesty of it, of the gloom of it, of the sunshine, of how the weather plays into how we live. So that's a big opportunity for us. And we're also built out with the team that we've built and the, sort of the way we connect with our viewers, Amy and Craig and so many of our other meteorologists, they really want to interact with the viewers.
If I can piggyback on that, just as a last question for Amy and Craig. Viewers have a very close relationship with the people who bring them the weather. That sort of everybody in their market has that meteorologist with whom they're very close. And that understanding of locality has been very important in fostering that sense of loyalty. So how are you both trying to, it's challenging to do that on a national scale. And I know we talked beforehand about bringing your Twitter followers over, with you from Seattle. Amy, you've got a big following from here in New York already. But how are you now trying to take your own personal brands and scale that out nationally and connect with people in much more diverse regions of the country?
Well, ourselves, along with the rest of our team, America's Weather Team, we're pretty much from your neighborhoods, or we've become based in your neighborhoods over time. We were talking about Mitty Hicks, one of our correspondents who lives in your town, there in New Orleans. For me, I've worked in 5 top 40 markets over the course of a couple of decades. And so in those experiences, I've been able to cover both on air and in people's neighborhoods, their weather, getting to know what it's like when the weather impacts their homes, their families. And so connecting those stories daily, kind of coast to coast, from California to the East Coast here in New York City. I've lived in those places, and I think that's what you'll find with our team. And we're able also to tap into the local meteorologists that are there already at the Fox connection that we have. So I think we've got those opportunities because of the people that we are and how they have put the team together makes that possible to keep that personal connection. We're also, of course, it's a daily conversation through any social media outlet. If somebody wants to know something, they can access it. And so that keeps that pipeline open.
Yeah, and I think for me, for both of us, all of us, really for the team, I think it's important to stay in touch with the people who reach out to you, especially via social media. Yes, I've got a lot of connections up and down the West Coast, all the way to Denver. So I'm getting new followers on east of the plains, really through the plains and to the east. And anytime we get a message, because we're constantly sending information out, if I get a, hey, hello from Kentucky, I'm going to respond to that person. And I want to say, hey, how are you? Where do you live? And tell me about, your town. I think it's that personal connection that we have to make, that it's not just a heart where you like the comment. It's actually reaching out to them and being, hey, thanks for reaching out. Thanks for watching. You've got to be on top of it every single time. And it's going to be extra work, but it's so worth it, because if they're taking the time to reach out to us, I guarantee we're going to take the time to reach back to them. And whenever we've got severe weather, maybe they're affected. Maybe that's a phoner for us. Maybe that's a phone call that we can talk to. It's a personal connection that we've made with them. And they'll send us video also, even through social media. So these are the personal connections that we have to keep. And I think that for us, it's a matter of responding and not just liking and hoping that we get more likes and more followers. We've got to reply to them.
I know we're out of time. I wanted to just mention one other thing about that connection. It's not just going, when we talk about integrating and providing the service for the Fox television stations across the country, it's a two-way street. They're on, we have an Across America segment that runs throughout the day. Overnight, we have our meteorologists who are doing their regional forecasts on Fox Weather. And we're incorporating them into our coverage. But what's really special is, like you said, that connection. We have so many trusted, respected meteorologists across the country Paul Delgado in Tampa, Ian Leonard in Minneapolis, that we're building. What's happening is something that's very special and unique, because we're building and they're becoming part of this operation, and we're able to really show who they are and show their expertise.
And I would be remiss not to ask this one question. Meant to ask before from the sizzle reel, Amy. You're wearing a green dress.
Yes.
Kathy, if you want to.
We can,
How-
yes,
how
we
is
can
that
now wear
possible?
green as meteorologists and not disappear on the weather map.
So much
This-
fun.
This could be the headline of the keynote.
Yeah, so we have amazing technology in our studios of huge monitors, so we can stand in front of these and not disappear like we would in the chroma paint of yesteryear. We still do have some chroma
Green
studios
sport
that are
coats,
available.
green neckties, all good.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I still need a green tie though.
Well, there's always St. Patrick's Day.
That's true.
I'm going to ask you to stay for just a moment. I want to thank Sherry, Craig, and Amy for a great talk. I just want to ask you to sit tight for just a second because we have a word from Kathy Haley, who is with Brian Olson from BizRT.
Thanks, Michael. Brian is Sales Director for US Group Stations at BizRT. Brian, the conversation about the cloud is going to get even more active this afternoon, as it's been this morning. The question is, when will live productions go into the cloud, including news?
Okay. Well, first, thanks for having me, Kathy, and I'll try to make this quick so you can go get coffee and water, because I think everybody probably needs a bio break by this point. But realistically, we look back at past 18 months. 18 months ago, we didn't have live production in the cloud. It didn't exist. Fortunately, at the BizRT group, we had been working on both virtualizing live production, which means switching, as well as other aspects of live production, probably for about 2 years prior to when the pandemic hit, and probably about 4 to 6 months before it hit, we actually put our first instance into AWS. And it, actually one of the guys that worked for me did it. I'm just going to put it into AWS and see if it works. I'm like, do it. And so I get a call from him like the next day. It just works. Really? He's like, okay, well, that's great. So when the pandemic did hit, I've worked for multiple companies, and this is the fastest R&D pivot I've ever seen. So we were sort of in the skunk works with live production in the cloud, but all of a sudden the whole of R&D said, "Oh, we got to do cloud now," and that included all their entire product lines. So we made a quick pivot, and over the past 18 months, we have multiple customers doing live production in the cloud. The area that seemed best suited to it was sports and live event. So we have a lot of sports, including some sports networks here and around the world doing it. Live events works great. I think it's because of the seasonal and even episodic nature of sports and live events that allows people to spin up instances, spend their taxi meter dollars in the cloud and then spin them down again. So, but we have started to see some news customers do some production in the cloud. So we've got a 3-letter network in New York that is doing news programming now for their OTT channel, and it's also airing on their streaming service. We have one of the big tech companies that has a news service that's about to launch some live production in the cloud. So it's starting. So I think news may be the next wave, but there's some things that stand in the way. One is that news is pretty much on 24/7. So those AWS fees or Microsoft or Google fees get pretty expensive. So we're going to have to work that out, how that works. But I think in the short term, disaster recovery, and I think somebody mentioned that in one of the previous panels, is definitely an area. So if you have a pandemic, or I had a customer where the tower fell on the studio, in one of the hurricanes this past year, and they had nothing. And I think my customers here, I see him in the back, whose station group that was. And I think, and he'll correct me later if I'm wrong, but I think they had to take their live truck out and shoot a microwave to the tower to get on the air. And they did news, and I think the rest of the time they put up a test pattern. But if they had an instance in the cloud, which, one of the things that's very dependent on whether you can take a crew and pivot from on-prem to the cloud is you have to have the exact same workflow. Now, the good thing, all you really need is probably the same automation, production automation on-prem and in the cloud. So you could have automation connected to all kinds of SDI and legacy equipment on-prem, and then put it all up into digital and have that same automation connect to a complete digital workflow. Your operators won't see the difference, but you'll be able to carry on with news for as long as it needs, and then spin that instance down when you're back on the air. So I think short term, that's probably the first place that we're going to see it. After that, I think we're going to have to change some things about the economics of broadcasting and get rid of some buildings and things like that, and have real estate financing. But okay, the Oscar music is playing. I see it in Kathy's eyes. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Kathy.
you, Brian, very much from Bizarre.
And thanks once more to our panelists from Fox Weather. We'll be back in 10 minutes. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back at 10 past 11. Thank you.
I'm sorry, say again? Sorry, I'm working on getting the Wi-Fi.
Thank you so much.
For some reason it's out here.
Thank you so much. Thanks for answering the question too. That's great. That's so great. Soon to come.
TV news for a connected world, where our goal is to pin down some of the major retooling that's going on with the news product in concert with the various digital platforms on which it iterates. With me here in person today are Barb Moshard, the SVP of News for Hearst Television. Hello, Barb. Meredith McGinn, the EVP of Diginets and Original Production for NBCU Local. Hello, Meredith. Eric Ludgood, who is the head of Newsy from EW Scripps Company. Welcome, Eric. And Stephen Bach, who is the director of sales for the news segment at Amagi. Welcome, Stephen. And hopefully joining us very soon digitally will be Brooke Thomas, the host at Fox Soul, and also the anchor of Good Day LA on Fox's KTTV, and Joni Vasiliadis, who is the VP of digital content at Tegna. And there they are. There's Joni. Anyway, I think she's frozen, though, her video. So hopefully we can get that. Oh, hello, Joni. Welcome. And hopefully we will also get Brooke Thomas in shortly. So welcome to everyone, and a reminder to everyone here in the room that I'll take a question or so at the end if there is one. And if you are virtually attending and you have a question, please put it in the Q&A on Zoom, not in the chat, and that is the best way that we will see it. So the name of this panel emphasizes a connected world, which suggests that digital media are an essential part of the DNA of this reinvention of TV news this period that we're undergoing right now. So I want to start with the entire group and go around the horn and ask, what does that mean in terms of reinvention on linear TV news, on broadcast? Is all of this innovation that we see in the news product right now happening on digital and broadcast is sort of remaining in this calcified format it's been in for decades? Or are we seeing just as much change on the 5 o'clock news locally as we do on digital platforms? And let me start with Eric.
Thank you. I'm going to say I see the change happening simultaneously. The primary thing that's happening is that we are making sure that we're getting as much content as we can, and we're distributing that content across all these platforms. The reality for us is that we are making it happen all at the same time, not just waiting for the 5 o'clock.
Barb?
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I would also say that I don't think that it's necessarily the case that the format has been the same. I think the broadcast news format has evolved over the years. You know, there was a time when there were 2 anchors sitting at a desk, reading a bunch of news, going to weather, going to sports, and that was it. And there's a lot more players in the mix. We let at least my folks hear me say often that our content should determine our format. We should make the decisions about how we put that 5 o'clock news together or how that 10 o'clock news looks based on the content. So I agree, it's a simultaneous evolution, but I do think that there's a mindset that we've only done local news the same way for a long time. I don't think that's true. I think it is evolving. And I think the digital platforms give us an opportunity to just amplify the great content being produced.
We're all trying to be more story driven. We are story driven now and not anchor driven, not event driven. We're more about the story.
And I'm glad for the pushback on the premise of my question, by the way. Stephen?
Now I'm in trouble, right?
Wait till you see what I've got for you. Stephen?
Well, I see, we work with a lot of local station groups and local broadcasters. And I think, the premise of only having 6 or 8 hours a day of news production is sort of out the window. There's a 24-hour wheel to fill now. So there's a lot of creativity in how you're producing between those live newscasts that are going out, on the traditional broadcast days. And then, of course, all these new destinations, constantly thinking, how are we getting content there, on all sorts of different places.
Meredith?
Yeah, I think in some respects, we don't get credit for the incredible innovation that the stations have been doing for years, primarily in the technology space and behind the scenes, just to increase the speed of which the news gets to the viewers. And to some other panelists' points about pushing content to every platform at all times, we're now producing for OTT platforms, constantly live on the web. So the innovation is happening, even if you may not see it on the 5 o'clock news.
Okay, perhaps my question was a bit too harsh. Do we still have Joni? remotely? Joni? Can't hear her.
Well,
There you are. We can hear you now.
okay, I think I'm a little sorry about that. Yeah, I agree with all my panelists. I would also say that we have more competition, so that's where it's more creativity. I would also say for our talent, it's changed, letting them be authentic. You can look at YouTube creators, look at who you see on social media. So I think it's changed. We've given permission for some of our on-air folks to be more themselves. I would also say in our production, the way you edit, the way you use graphics and music, we've taken a page from what we see online.
But is everyone hearing this okay in the audience? Okay. Eric and Meredith, Newsy and NBC Universal Local have been using Diginets as a distribution platform for news products that were born on digital. How effective has that been for finding new audiences? And if you could both, and starting with Meredith, also what percentage of your current audience in NBCLX in this case is coming from the Diginets?
So broadcast is incredibly important to our success. Over-the-air audiences make up the majority of the NBCLX audience, and we are seeing OTA audiences grow. We know that for the over-the-air homes, it's a smaller universe. So we're one of the only all-news sources for them. That being said, we're focused heavily on growing our connected TV distribution, and we're seeing the viewers increase dramatically on Zumo, Samsung, and in DMVPDs, YouTube TV, Hulu TV.
And of course, Eric, with Newsy, you had this massive kind of reinvention, rebranding in a sense, and this Diginet, adding the Diginet to this distribution network.
So yeah, we started, this is my phone.
We launched October 1st. So to answer your question directly, I don't know how much of our audience is OTA yet, because we've only been on the air for less than 3 months. But moving from where we were to where we are right now, we're a 24/7 television network that provides national news, and we're distributed over 95% of the country. But we are doing everything that we've done before plus some. So moving from the space where we were quite successful on Fast TV, OTT, we're taking a expanded product to the OTA audience, and we expect to see adoption there very soon.
Stephen, when we talked earlier prior to this panel, you had some thoughts about Diginets and cloud-based playout. If you want to just really briefly explain, I don't want to get too into the weeds.
Sure. Yeah, when I joined Amagi, I was spending most of my time thinking about channel creation and playout for OTT. Some of the destinations you mentioned, like Samsung and Zumo and Pluto. But what's cool is that these workflows where you're building a channel in the cloud can now be applied to broadcast. So we're doing it with NBCLX, we're doing it with Tegna, where we're actually compositing channels in the cloud that can be played out, over the air. And I think, it kind of shows how groups are rethinking the level of investment that's required for a broadcast station. You can experiment, you can have pop-up channels, you can create more channels, take up more of the spectrum. You don't necessarily have to have this heavy metal infrastructure anymore, to get a channel off the ground.
Right. And I see we have Brooke Thomas from Foxhole. Hello, Brooke.
Hi.
Welcome. Glad we got you in.
I'm here.
Great. And I have a question for you in just a moment. But first, I want to ask, now we have a panel on this later today on remote production, so I don't want to go too much into it, but I did, while I have you, Barb, want to ask, the remote production conditions that we've all worked under for the last 2 years have undoubtedly fostered some new thinking about how to tell a story. Barb, how much has remote production, has it had any kind of reinventing impact on the news product that we see at her stations?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it has been remarkable what we've seen people do over the last couple of years, right? We've had a lot of these tools, but I don't know that we adopted them the way that we were forced to. And so now, in ways that we're able to tell stories in ways that we might not have been able to because we can reach sources we might not have been able to reach. I can interview anybody, right? On Zoom, as long as we got it working, we can do it. But the truth is it works more times than it doesn't. If y'all remember, and I don't want to call somebody out, but we used to use Skype or whatever we used to use, right? And we couldn't, it wasn't reliable at the time, or we didn't know what we were doing. Now we know. And so we can reach resources. We're more nimble. We're faster. I mean, to the point made, we have to be fast, right? We've got to be able to turn this content on mobile, you know, on our broadcasts, on the multiple channels that we're you know, serving. So I think, but the storytelling piece of it, to your question, I think we just have ways to reach sources and locations. And that adoption of that has made us better.
Yeah, we certainly use it a lot more in videos that we produce. Brooke, you are at Fox Soul, which is a streaming channel launched with a fairly specific demographic in mind. How do you see that niche audiences, whether they're demographic, whether they're subject specific, are potentially being better served now than they used to be?
Well, I mean, I think from many of our viewers' standpoint, they feel like they're being served at all, you know? So that's a plus, right? It's on one hand, you can call it kind of a niche audience. On the other hand, you know, you can acknowledge that this is one of the most loyal, consistent TV viewer demographics that has ever existed, that also very vocally has not felt represented, has not felt part of the conversation, has not felt like, you know, they're spoken to, they see themselves. And so this is all of that on one small platform. And I think, yeah, it is a separate audience, but it's also for everyone. It can also be for everyone, because I think it's educational, right? When one group doesn't feel represented and you talk to them about them and how national news, specifically our show, affects them. On the other hand, other people get to see something that they don't normally see, and it kind of changes the conversation nationally, I think. I hope that answers your question.
It does, absolutely, it does, it does. One advantage that digital has for news innovations is time. There's more elasticity to tell a story time-wise on digital platforms. Do we still have Joni? I hope so. Joni, if you're still with us, I want to ask you to take, there you are. If you could take that question, just in terms of how have you used that elasticity to good effect at your stations?
Yes, we have an advantage, but we have to be careful not to abuse it, right? So we can do more experimentation. We can be more innovative with the limitation of time. We can do serial content, you know, and drop it all at once and let people watch it consecutively. We can do extended live program without upsetting the Wheel of Fortune viewers. However, we have to be careful that we're not just going long, because we can, right? Great storytelling still matters. Great editing, keeping in the great and getting rid of the good, that all still matters. And fortunately, especially with live video, we have real-time data that can tell us, stop going long just because you can, right? People are dropping off. You don't want to do this anymore. We have that kind of real-time feedback that we didn't have before, and we can experiment more with different formats. There's also for some reason, a feeling like we can fail faster on digital. We can try a lot more. It's very open. We're not limited to a half hour. So I think there's just this ease about innovating that comes and really produces more creative content, because the maybe nervousness goes away.
Well, as Mark Twain wrote a long time ago, I'm sorry this is such a long letter, but I didn't have time to write a short one. So you still have to be self-disciplined in terms of your editing then. That's very interesting. NBC LX has played a lot with time, short and longer form. Meredith, what are you learning about audiences' receptivity to a broader mix of content length with news?
Well, I think to play off of what Jenny just said, just because it's longer doesn't mean it's better. So we've been very deliberate about giving the story the time that it warrants, whether it's a minute of some context in chat on a quick story in our newscast, or if it's a 5-minute interview, and then we can pull a few of those headlines. The sound bites for social, catering to the platform it's on, is very important. We've also, with the 24/7 news network, been able to take advantage of some of our cinematic journalists, storytellers, who will see a story and say, I can make an hour documentary out of this. and really dig into the characters and the players in that story. And then consumers can digest it in a series or all at once.
Are you, like Joni, looking in a very granular way at your audience, at where you're getting drop-off points in your stories?
For sure. Yes, for
Is
better
there
or
a sweet
worse.
spot? Is there still a number where?
I think it really depends, and not to evade the question, I think it just depends on the story. It's all about the characters in the story and the topic.
And I don't want to leave you out of this question because I know Newsy does the same thing with elasticity and time. So what are you learning?
We're learning that the stories still matter.
We're learning that the story still matters, and we have everything on the air from 30-minute documentaries to we're still doing 5-part series that people are really drawn to. And those stories are running anywhere from 4 to 8 minutes long, and that's on the linear. Then we'll drop them on VOD or wherever it's necessary. But we are still doing it all. And the one thing that we're finding right now is that we are too looking for that sweet spot. It's no one has pushed back on anything that we put on so far. And based on some of the data that we have for our weekends where our documentaries are, those are the places where people are staying the longest. So they are watching.
Moving to streaming is a key part of the whole connected equation here. Stephen, when we talked earlier, you said that news is particularly well suited to the streaming environment, which might seem counterintuitive. I don't take that as a given. So why do you say that?
So at Amagi, we think a lot about ad-supported streaming, the free ad-supported streaming world fast, work with a number of the co-panelists here. We did a report in Variety in October that showed there's now 1,000 of these fast channels in the US alone, and that had doubled since last summer.
To which I would think only 1,000.
A lot of the channels that are sort of the early movers in this space, take the Bob Ross channel or other, studios that are repurposing, or finding new use for their content libraries. A lot of that content could arguably be viewed more efficiently in a VOD space, where you can pause and rewind and come back to it. But news, by its very nature, really does require a linear presentation to do its job. It's got to be live or nearly live. And I think that this is a big boon for news brands. Amagi, we're just starting in news, and we're seeing that it's the top generator of viewership hours across our client set. Our clients grew 20% from the second quarter to the third quarter as far as viewership hours. And personally, I see it getting more difficult for non-news brands to get new channels up on some of these platforms like Samsung and Zumo. There's quite a bit of saturation there. But what I'm seeing is that the news clients that we have are really being warmly embraced by these connected TV platforms, particularly on the local side. Even large station groups are saying, come bring all, we'll give you all those stations to a platform like a Tubi or something like that. So you're seeing, more than just national news or national weather. You're seeing quite a diverse channel set.
And of course, everybody on this panel is represented in streaming. And Barb, I think you're the most recent entrant relatively with very local, right?
Correct.
And this is a call out to Andrew Fitzgerald, is it?
Andrew
Who I want to have
Fitzgerald.
a longer conversation with on my podcast soon to dig into the plans for that trajectory there. I want to also talk about social, because that is a moving target in this whole landscape. And anyone can jump in on this question, including our virtual panelists. How is the importance of social platforms changing for your news content? Are certain platforms still seen as essential? And how, or even more so than with reconnecting with audiences? And how are you essentially reassessing your relationships with social platforms based on the tumultuous last couple of years? So whoever wants to take that first.
Okay, I'll jump in. I would say that we are constantly reassessing, and I think based on the evolution of the business, we're going to have to continue to reassess. Obviously, breaking news, you talked about news and the value. People respond to breaking news, big stories. We saw it this weekend with I know you were talking about weather earlier, and the tragedy in Kentucky and around the Midwest. people are looking for that information. So we need to be wherever they're going to find it. We want to be there. And that means social media is going to be a place for it. So Facebook and Twitter are still places that people are going to look for it. But it's also a double-edged sword, because for us and for anybody on this panel, our goal is to be the trusted source and to ensure that what they're getting is accurate and fair. And we also know that people go to social media and don't always trust what they're getting. So what we've got to figure out, I think, as trusted news organizations, is how to be in those places and to be represented as the brands that we are, right? So they are valuable, but we do have to continue to reassess the relationships.
Joni, what do you think about this?
I agree very much with Barb. I feel that to have one social platform as essential to your strategy is very dangerous, right? We need to be diverse in how we get our traffic and how we reach our audiences. And so I think many of us were overly reliant on Facebook 5-10 years ago for our referral sources. And it's much smarter to kind of spread across multiple platforms and to be okay with if one of them went away or changed their algorithm tomorrow, the core of your audience and the relationship you have with your audience isn't dependent on one single social platform. I agree completely with trust and misinformation, and having a responsibility to counter misinformation on those platforms and being really strategic about our headlines and how they get shared. And then I would also add mental health, right? It's become a really toxic place for our journalists who are on those platforms trying to reach their audiences. So what are we doing as organizations to make sure we're prioritizing their safety, we're prioritizing their mental health over any engagement expectations?
Are those issues happening more on one place, Facebook namely, than other platforms, that kind of abuse?
Facebook's not the best. Yeah, it's pretty bad there. It exists across all platforms, but I would say Facebook's a really difficult partner in helping us.
And do you think it's because of an intransigence there, or because they just, the problem has metastasized beyond its control?
I think there are a lot of factors. I think we're probably not their priority partners, if I'm being honest, news and publishers. And I think that it is kind of spiraling, but how they built their algorithms kind of encourage some of it. So we're a little bit fighting that battle on our own. Thankfully, we can use each other, the people on this panel and similar organizations to say what priorities are as a team. I think that's one of the things where we are better, kind of many voices fighting that same battle of mental health, of misinformation, of trust, to hopefully lift it in priority in where these social networks might see it.
Anybody else want to chime on social before I move on this whistle stop tour through many different points?
I mean, I think there's been much debate among our team as to what to focus on. The numbers are still with Facebook. Like, as much as maybe we want to walk away from that, I don't think it's smart to do that, because you just walk away from so many potential viewers to your brand. We've been able to use Instagram to highlight our brand in different ways than you would use Facebook or Twitter. And we're currently not active on TikTok, but that's an opportunity that I think we see for our hosts to get more engagement, to show their personality, to gain users' trust, and to get some different engagement than we get daily on our content on Instagram or Facebook.
Next up, I want to talk about the role of the anchor and how that too is evolving. Eric, you and I talked about this a little while ago on Talking TV, the podcast for Team News Check. It seems that the way that anchors dress, the way they engage the audience, the way that they're shot, all those things are changing. And I'm wondering how you see, Newsy has a lot of younger anchors, particularly it has for years. How is that changing? Oh, sorry.
We're changing because I think the audience is changing. The audience wants authenticity. Jenny said it earlier. We are allowing our anchors to be who they are, obviously within certain bounds of decorum, of course. But we're allowing our anchors to be who they are. If anchor shows up for the morning show, decides he doesn't want to wear a tie that day, that's okay. Anchors, we don't talk to anchors about their hair and what they're wearing. We talk to them about how they're presenting stories and making sure that they're engaged in stories. We're encouraging them to, listening to, if they're listening to a story and there's talk back between the anchor and the reporter, to say, wow, that was amazing. That hurt. I couldn't stand to hear that, as we were talking about what happened in Mayfield, Kentucky. So we're encouraging our anchors to be themselves. From a production standpoint, we're just trying to do good TV, and we allow them to, to express themselves.
Brooke, I want to ask you, you're an anchor. This idea of authenticity comes up. What does that mean? How do you convey authenticity in a way that perhaps we didn't see from an anchor a few years ago? How is that, and how do you see your role changing?
I have seen it change, even I guess the somewhat short amount of time I've been in the business, where we've always been told to be authentic. We want authenticity, but it hasn't actually been true. And now there's real permission. And I think that we've seen a shift in social media. I also do think has changed, because I'm not even sure I necessarily believe the viewers and how authentic they want an anchor to be has changed. I think that we're seeing different groups of viewers and listening to them in ways that we haven't before, because now we're in a space where women who look like me can wear their natural hair, and that is seen as professional. Whereas just years ago, a few years ago, in certain markets, a woman whose hair grows out of her head and it's styled and it's combed and was seen as not professional, and that's so disappointing. And I think we're seeing more viewers call out that that's disappointing, and more managers fight for the thinkers to be able and reporters to be themselves in that way. And that's been nice to see. But even in the short time, I've seen a different ability, a different permission to truly be yourself. And so the word authenticity actually means really be yourself.
And NBCLX, you also have some very different presentation of your hosts and anchors. Their affect is very different.
So I think we get much more liberty being in a new business. A number of years ago, one of our NBC flagship stations, we took the ties off the weekend morning.
Valerie Stock
anchors.
told me once, famously, a necktie came off and the world fell apart. She didn't put it that way.
Well, the anchor himself felt very self-conscious because so many viewers called an email saying it was disrespectful, unprofessional, and we don't have that burden at NBCLX, fortunately. We do lean in on the whole team being themselves in every respect, as Eric said. And that means the way they dress, but also the way they ask questions, the way they present their scripts. And we don't often use very detailed scripts. We lean on bullet points so people don't seem stilted. That's incredibly important. It's all about being real and being much more personable and approachable in conveying the important information.
Or you're nodding. Are we seeing this liberation at Hearst too?
I think that it's interesting. I think that there is still an expectation in the local news markets of a level of, I think Brooke used the term professionalism. So, we came here looking professional, right? We want to present ourselves as credible and trusted. So I think there's still a level of expectation that people are going to bring their best, most professional self to their job. But no, do they have to wear a tie? No, but in certain markets, it will rise to the occasion of, oh God, what has happened? Versus my focus, which is where everyone else has been here, which I think is how to have our anchors engaged, how to have them actively participating in the storytelling, the being a part of conveying it, sharing it in a way that is natural. And so I appreciate Brooke's, or I think it was Brooke's point about permission. I think we all have given more permission. I think the pandemic, as odd as it is, gave people permission to, people loved seeing what was behind them, right?
We were in everyone's homes.
Right.
So
And so even if they dressed the part that they felt they needed to for that role, that you might see the kid's toy in the background. And that was awesome, which is also what social media allows people to do. But I go back to our anchors and reporters they need to be credible, trusted members of these communities. And we talk about connection. There is no greater connection than the journalists who live and work in these local markets, right? They are on the ground when these storms hit. They are at the events that are, the happy events that happen too. And that's where some of the greatest connections are made.
Yeah, and part of this authenticity, part of this sort of how this is evolving. I've seen this at LX particularly, and I talked to one of your journalists, Fernando
Yes.
Hurtado, about a series where there's more showing of process, of reportorial process. There's like a show your work kind of dynamic that seems to go on. Barb, is that happening also?
Oh, all the time. And
Tegna does that, I know.
Yeah, as much as we can, because that supports that trust, that supports that credibility. Let us show you. It's also critical for our viewers who are asking us, help us navigate through these crises, these difficult times, right? The way you navigate is you understand. So we help explain. That's how I think anchors can kind of reinvent themselves in many ways, or are reinventing themselves, because they're able to be those, they take you through that process. They explain what's happening. They answer the hows and the whys.
Which of course you need more time to do that too, which goes back to the time elasticity. If you're going to show your process, it's more than just a quick 1-minute hit with information.
But you know what's funny, if I can just add to that, everything old is new again, right? Because we used to
Ecclesiastes, there's nothing new under the sun.
Right. We used to do documentaries and long form storytelling. And then, the audience kind of said, don't waste our time. We got to just give us the headlines. Now the world is such, and this is the piece I love so much about the various platforms, because we can tell an incredible story in Orlando, Florida that needed more time, but then we can expand that and people can see it everywhere because it's on our digital properties. So I just think it's exciting to be able to go back to some of the stuff we were doing here.
Can I just add, just to add to that, feedback from the streaming platforms is that they don't want to see clip reels. They don't want to see a channel that's all, 2.5 to 5 minute news segments, one after another. They want to see long form, engaging documentary. They want to see analysis on these new digital channels. So I think it's a great time for it to come back.
That's been a big push for journalists recently, and especially at Newsy, where we're talking about the why and the context, and we're taking the time and making the time that's necessary, even on a day of story. If there's an extra piece of information that explains it, offers a little bit more context so the audience understands why the story is important. We're doing that on a regular basis. That's part of who we are.
Our keynote just a few minutes ago was about weather, Fox weather. Barb, I know you have some news on this front. We did something about this in TV News Check just I think yesterday, in terms of a new reporting initiative that's engaging the weather and climate. Can you talk a little bit about that and why you're doing that now?
Yeah, thanks, Michael, for giving me an opportunity to. We launched an initiative that we are calling Forecasting Our Future. And the why is because there's nothing more important than we do on our local newscasts and on our local digital properties than provide weather and big story information, and particularly weather. I was able to listen to a little bit of that, and it's I really appreciate that there is this focus from everyone on trying to deliver timely information where people can be prepared and protected. So what we do now is we prepare and protect people by providing that information all day throughout the day on all the platforms. But there is, back to this storytelling, there are great stories to be told. We have experts, more than 100 Mets across the country working at our different stations that can collaborate and tell stories to explain why things happen. I saw someone this morning on a social media physically plotting out, one of our meteorologists, but he was physically plotting out what had happened on a piece of paper, which was interesting to me, what had happened in Kentucky, trying to do his own sort of analysis. Of course, he's got lots of tools he's going to use, but was it one tornado? Was it multiple tornadoes? And really talking about stuff I couldn't follow. But the point is, if they do that right, then I can follow it and I can learn. So we really feel this is important, and we feel it's important from a local perspective.
And that's going to start next month?
It starts next month, but I will tell you, I've got somebody at a climate conference right now. So we're actually started now.
Okay. I want to flip to mobile as a platform and bring Joni back in. Joni, how is mobile evolving for you at Tegna in terms of the kind of news content that you're routing there, the forms it's taking, and the purposes that it's serving for your audiences? In other words, how is that usage evolving?
Yeah, I think that mobile is really broad, right? We can talk about our apps versus mobile web versus social, and everything requires something a little bit different. We can't force our audience to watch video on web when they want to read an article that they might have a video experience on social. We can try and we can kind of evolve and develop our product to be more video focused, but they are slightly different platforms and people come there for different reasons. But I think the biggest thing that I think about with mobile is it's not just a platform to push out content, it's a platform to gather content, to really bring it in, because everybody has their phone all the time, right? We know, I'm sure everybody on this panel has had great numbers from video that they did not shoot, that came from someone else's home, that came from the scene of breaking news, and those perform well across platforms. They perform well on our phone, they perform well on streaming, they perform well on our broadcast. So what we've done for mobile is invest a lot of resources in user-generated content gathering. How can people go to our app? How can people go to our website and easily, directly from their camera roll, just like they would share to Instagram, share to our apps, and that can go directly into our content management system, get the proper approval it needs, and go back onto our site. So you have this kind of a two-way relationship with your audience through their phone, through mobile, that is the content creation source for you, for your broadcast, for several different platforms.
But UGC has been with us for some time. So are you talking about just taking away some of the friction of that process? Do we want to have more UGC routed to news organizations rather than directly to social? And it's about kind of rerouting that traffic?
Yeah, it's a few things. It's taking away the friction, absolutely, both not just for the user, but for all teams, right? For our content creators who need to move fast. People talked about needing to turn content quickly. It's a lot easier to have a tool that puts in place all the permissions and rights that you need, go directly in your content management system, and then all you have to do is that verification. That's really important. But with a few clicks, you can get onto your site, and soon we're building a map where we can map it out in our DMA for broadcast, right? So right now we have a way that our user-generated content pulls in. It's in a community map on mobile, and we're building that for TV. And it's a great way to engage with your loyalists. You're never going to get the volume that you get on social, because social is inherently a place where people go to post that video they got. But your loyalists, we have loyalists who send us stuff every single day. And 100 patio furniture I don't really need, but if there's one gem that leads to an amazing story, and we've seen that happening in Kentucky, then that's worth it. And that's why you cultivate that relationship.
Eric, I want to ask you about how mobile is evolving at Newsy. Are you differentiating more for mobile? Are you pushing the same content to all platforms? How do you think about it now?
Right now, we are pushing all content to all platforms, and we are going to continue to do that as we grow as an organization. But the idea for us for mobile is it is going to be critical in our growth.
Sorry for the mic switching around. We have an audience question I'm going to just relay right now from the virtual audience. With social media and online becoming more important, how central is the traditional on-air newscast to your overall operations? Which we sort of glanced at, but if anyone wants to come at this from a different perspective.
Our broadcast operations, our newscasts are incredibly important. They continue to be big drivers for us in terms of our success. And we have a relationship that we've built through that. So we have to be everywhere, but I think what we're doing on television continues to be. And again, we're talking about streaming services that look like television stations, right? So what we've been, not all of them, they're all very different, but a lot of them are taking what we've been doing and it looks like a television station. So I think our broadcast news product remains incredibly important and will continue to evolve to be in all the places where people are going to get it.
I think you think of the traditional newscast, if you will, as the engine where all of this information, where all of the content creation starts. And that engine creates all of this content, and then we just start to disseminate it as we go.
I think one of the ways that the value of the traditional newscast is reflected is in the sensitivity to putting it on connected TV, right? You see a wide range of opinions on how that's done across many different ownership groups, whether it's truly simulcast for cord cutters, whether it's delayed, or whether it's just, kept off OTT entirely.
I wonder if we're coming to a point in which the nomenclature and the semantics around all of this is going to need to be revisited and changed, because as I was saying with Fox Weather, that what is it a channel? Is it, they said, well, it's Fox Weather. But what vocabulary do we use? If anyone in the audience has a question, now is the time. Is there anybody who wants to? So we've just got time for about one more. Okay, then I'm going to ask a last one of everyone on the panel, virtual and in person, to close us out. What is the one technology about which you are most excited to help carry your news storytelling forward next year? Let's start virtually with Brooke.
Oh, I'm like, come back around to me. I need to think about that.
Okay. All right, we'll come back around to you. Joni.
I'm excited for how we've evolved our content management system into a video heavy CMS. And by that, I mean the ability to go live on any platform and all platforms, social, Roku, Fire, our website, don't click, and to be able to program a 24/7 live grid if we want to do that, to set us up for streaming success. So I'm really excited about that for next year.
Okay, Eric?
I'm excited about some of the things that we're doing behind the scenes in terms of content preparation with editing and with our ability to get those things cut a lot quicker and having the ability to get it done quicker and more creatively and then get it on television.
Barb?
Yeah, I would say some of the remote production techniques that I've seen recently and learning more about that. It's not, as you know, tech's not my area, but that, watching some of the remote production that we're being able to do, I would tell you, I'm most excited about, as we mentioned earlier, the adoption of the tools that we have and that we've been able to use so much more effectively in the last year.
Stephen?
Love this question. Thank you.
It's a layup for you.
No, I think what I'm most excited about, a lot of our clients are getting creative in their toggling between recorded content and live content in a 24-hour wheel. And, particularly among local station groups, the ability to potentially, if you're in Atlanta, take your Jacksonville station live. And in the year ahead, we'll be able to do that in just a few seconds. So, throw out the rundown and completely change over to breaking news in a heartbeat.
Meredith, you got a giant toy box at LX.
Yes, and we've been using AR and VR on our set. That's been amazing. I think the game changer day in and day out is really the light, easy remote production. I was watching an interview that we did yesterday from a meteorologist in Kentucky who used her iPhone via quick link system and was live like that with a conversational walk and talk, looked fantastic. It's completely changed our whole ability to get stories on really quickly. And our platforms are all about urgency. It's about immediacy and letting people know that we're going to be there when news breaks now.
And I think authenticity comes from that too. If it's easy and quick, they are natural in their environment. So I think it's all part of it, right?
The way, some of the new phones are, the quality is phenomenal. You can rig professional mics, use selfie sticks and a little bit of lighting, and you can walk and talk around an area and not be stuck behind, a big camera.
You should see my vacation pictures from Cancun.
We'd like to.
I would think that I was
Get the drone going.
And if we could just come back to Brooke from the anchor's chair. Brooke, if you want to chime in.
No, for sure. At least from my standpoint, from my job, it is social media. And I know we spend a lot of time talking about social media. And at some point, before I even got into the business, kind of seen this burden, right? And I think now, as we talked about earlier, it is more of a tool. And for me, just sitting at the desk during breaking news, it has become this amazing tool. And while on one hand, we can talk about how, our jobs have evolved with social media, but social media will make you evolve. That, you go where it goes. Google Circles was supposed to be a big thing at one point, and obviously that is still a big focus on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and maybe TikTok and Snapchat for a little bit. But it has become this incredible tool just for my actual job, to be able to do my job and to communicate in ways that you weren't able to before. And so for me, I wanted to see what's next and how I'll be able.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, we have come up against our time. I'm going to ask my panelists to just sit tight for just a second and thank them profoundly for a great conversation, while Kathy is going to check in very quickly with Social News Desk.
Kim is coming up on vMix right now, I believe.
There she is.
Kim Wilson, founder and CEO of Social News Desk, big provider of social media management. What is the biggest challenge your client stations face this year with social media?
Kathy, well, listen, thanks for having me today. It's great to see you guys, even if it is through the screen yet again. But yeah, I mean, I think 2022 is going to be really exciting for social and newsrooms. One of the big trends that we're seeing is around Twitter. Twitter is actually putting out some pretty cool new content distribution kind of settings within Twitter. I can't say a lot more about that, but we're helping them test that through Social News Desk, and we're excited to see where that goes for newsrooms. LinkedIn has actually become a bigger and bigger play for newsrooms, and we'll be rolling out support for that next year as well. And then I would say marketing of news brands on social is really effective. Newspapers have been doing this for years to build up, email addresses and all that first party data and get digital subscribers, and the TV stations are doing it more and more now too. And so we've developed quite a few ways with tech-enabled services to help TV stations, promote tune in and app downloads and building those newsletter strategies too, which is pretty big, I think, next year for television stations as well. So we're excited about all that, and we'd love to help you with any of it. And thanks for having me today, you guys. Enjoy the show.
Thanks, Kim. Nice to see you. So once more, I'd like to thank my panelists, Barb Moshard, Eric Ludgood, Stephen Bach, Meredith McGinn, Brooke Thomas, and Joni Vasiliadis. All of you, thank you so much. Really great conversation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll be up in just a moment with our next fireside chat.
Nice to meet you too. Is there anything I should take back to the team? There it is.
No, I will spare you. I will spare you.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, Barb.
Do you do anything with
Oh, very much.
Yes,
I've been working with them.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, well, no, it's so actually.
Well, tell me she's like a nice guy.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you so much.
Hi.
We have just a few minutes left, so I wanted to.
Right, and I think you reached out to me and I've been terrible at not responding.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
I really on my list.
Thanks, folks. One more. I want to introduce you now to Arna Bourbon, the CEO of Wolf Tech. I met Arna 4 or 5 years ago at IBC. And when I met him, I had bumped into one of the top engineers in the country, and he said, I have to go see Wolf Tech because they were doing such amazing things. So now Wolf Tech is being used at the BBC and Vice Media. And we have Daniel Elias from Vice Media here to talk to Arna, and Daniel's coming in via the cloud. Arna, go ahead.
Thank you all for joining our talk with Daniel. We really appreciate people that are still here and also digital. We will, first of all, we give you a short introduction of what WolfTech is and what we are delivering to the market. So our solution is a story and production-centric workflow management system, focusing on news, sports, and also entertainment. We are helping our customer to handle all part of the creative process, pitch and then choose of type of production, like the panel we're talking about, both short form and long form is handled in the same system. And we are collecting the background information and also handling all resources, and in the end also planning all the output from one story. Our system is web-based and it's running on the cloud. It could run on your own AWS account, or it could run as a real SaaS solution. It's also supporting Open API, so it's very easy to integrate with other systems. WolfTech is built from the ground up with collaboration in mind. With our very flexible access control, we want to help organizations to break down the walls between different departments and also locations. As an example, when one of our customers have a big story, they are sharing this story with 10 different departments and also planning for up to 100 different deliveries out of this story. We have three main products, which is a core system, WolfTech Production, as is a module that enable the possibility to support, plan, also the more feature and serious production. And then we have WolfTech Live, which is more the rundown part. But we are also very committed to also integrate the existing rundown system, because we know that it's very difficult to change a rundown system. And we want to give the customer a possibility to have a better workflow without changing everything. And last, we're also very proud of our customer base. So we have, in the same system, we are running BBC already 9,000 users in 120 different locations, 90 different countries with our system. And they're using the same system like Vice Media is using, with totally different workflow and also organization structure. And everything is tailor-made for their needs, but everyone can use the same system. And that is very important, we think, because the only thing we know is that there will be changes in our industry. And then it's very important that you have a flexible system that should be tailor-made for your need. Now I'd like to welcome Daniel Elias from Vice Media to join us from his remote office and ask him some questions and discuss how they're using WolfTech in their organization. So first, my question is, what main goal when you start work?
So our main goal in 2019 was really to stand up a globally unified production studio. We wanted to leverage our wide community of creators and collaborators on projects seamlessly. And in essence, as a group, as Vice Media Group, we had reach, we had a lot of know-how, specialized expertise, but we really needed to tightly integrate that experience and break that silo and really leverage the true potential of the scale of the organization. Luckily, we carried out an extensive piece of research in 2019 prior to the pandemic, which provided a clear roadmap for us. We stood up this production translation unit. We had a clear plan of what to do. We had the required exec backing. So when the lockdown occurred, we could press the green button and go ahead with it.
You know, one of the challenges with the sanction system, implementing a system is also that you have a very, like advice, you have a very diverse global workforce, a different reference. And how did you get everyone on the same path?
Yes. Advice we have, obviously news, we've got, agency, digital, TV productions, all sorts, every business model you think of. Process like this is as much a technical design journey as it's, about winning hearts and minds across the organization. And this inevitably takes time. It touches on most people's day-to-day experiences. So you need to identify all of these stakeholders, get these topics back in to support the long road and keep things moving. And then on the other hand, we're not really giving our team colleagues rigid workflows. We're engaging with them, beginning conversations, hearing them out, and then building these, customizing their experience basically, whether it's customizing layouts, workflows, configurations, or building functionality, whatever is required. So as such, I wouldn't really call it this kind of like user-centric approach. I think it's more like always thinking about the whole environment together. But while being flexible, what I would say is that you always need to kind of keep an eye on, having that core data framework in place that brings everything together. So on the one side, you're trying to develop all of these flexible workflows, diverse workflows that always sort of like trying to rein it in with a core data set. Right. I guess if it works well for the teams and they're feeling involved and it takes them away from silos, then we're doing our job right.
During the pandemic, there have been a lot of focus on the cloud-based production tool. And what are you seeing as, and that is very important to be able to integrate also, but maybe both on-premise system and also cloud system. What is your focus there?
I would say the pandemic, as well as the climate crisis, the general unstable economic environment, means every company needs to be able to be flexible for very quickly to thrive, right? Moving your infrastructure to the cloud is a big part, as well as making your on-prem infrastructure serviceable via the cloud, of course. So everyone that has need to have access to a file or service, whatever, whenever they can have it. That's big. For at least for us, as many teams as we have offices, cloud models, is this is a complex process. And that would lead experience to be a struggle for the production teams. So I think for us, simplifying that cloud experience by linking it to the organic production process is a big aspect for us. And as such, we found that native world our core systems like our MAM, our support portal, our library of records, providing the right framework to bring everything together, have a secure access, automating complex and time processes. And this may take the form of things like generating media collections and greenlight automatically, or tagging all of your media with your production metadata organically as the production process evolves and it is suggested, making things easy to search. But also kind of like in your framework. So based on your roles, you have security access to certain things, certain people, or certain services, as well as all of the deliverables that may live in all of these different services to have basis.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts there, Daniel. And please visit us in the corner there if you have any interest to look into what the possibility could be, what we could offer the organization. So thank you all.
Thank you, Arne Bervin, CEO of Wolf Tech. That was great. We're going to make you a star on tvnewscheck.com video since part of your audience left. SVG did invite us to lunch. I think it's on the 3rd floor. So you can go grab food. I think Michael's going to have us start up again at 1 so we can catch up for lost time. So we'll see you back here at 1 for the cloud panel. Thank you. Oh, you were going to do that. Sorry. Okay.
So there was talk back then.
I'm not sure how that was going on.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking though, is there any way you can send this rather than all the program audio, just to feed only Zoom and playback audio?
No,
You don't have the capability in
not
there?
now. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you would need a SDI D embedder. I don't think you have one of those.
Gotcha. You only have the one output there. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is really, we just can't push the Zoom audio too loud or it starts feedback.
Gotcha.
Mics are up. Could it be the ones here?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Oh, I was sorry. I unmuted myself through Zoom. My bad. Do the other one.
Probably the biggest technology story for me over the past 5 years has been broadcasters' shift to public cloud technology as a replacement for legacy on-premise hardware. Obviously, COVID-19 has only accelerated that trend, as was described in several sessions this morning. Today, we gathered a panel of experts to discuss some key applications for the cloud and broadcast news production, both today and in the future. Joining me are, from the far end, Paul Capizzi, CIO and SVP of Technology for Fox Corp, Sam Peterson, COO for Bit Central, Kurt Rao, CTO of Tegna, and Mike Palmer, Senior Director of Media Management for Sinclair Broadcast Group. And as Mike mentioned, we like to make this experience as interactive as possible. So please feel free to ask some questions, both from virtual and in-person audience. Mike, we'll start with you. How can the cloud be used as a business continuity tool for news production, either in the case of a natural disaster or the sort of ransomware attack that has recently plagued some major station groups, including Sinclair?
So let's go back a year and talk about how many plans we worked with. Okay, Plan A was what we were doing before COVID.
Right.
Plan B was work from home. Okay. And then imagine what happens when all of a sudden you're in a large station group and stations literally start going dark. And news directors start calling each other and saying, where are you? What happened? Are you still up? Does your editing system still work? And one by one, most of the stations go dark. That is Plan C, or yeah, that's Plan C at that point. Okay. And then we get to what happens whenever AWS goes down, because you start recovering stations, you start using more cloud-based tools after a ransomware attack, and then your cloud-based tools in AWS aren't available. Then you tell the stations it's Plan D. And at that point, Plan D is undefined, and that is make your best efforts with whatever you have. So what we've seen, our experience, is that these events have accelerated our movement into the cloud, but they've also highlighted the dependencies and risks that you have whenever you move into the cloud as well. So
Can you describe in a little more detail how you recovered, how you did use the cloud to help recover from the ransomware attack?
Sure. So we needed some simple tools that could come up quickly, and the main production systems were down, and the news departments then asked, okay, when will they be up? And the answer is they won't be up for a while. And then they ask, how long is a while? And then the answer to that is, in some cases, weeks or months. Okay, imagine receiving that information as a news director. So then what can you do to help them? Okay, so we had a few tools that we were working with on the RSN side to trade content and act as a very minimal media management system, and that's Sony C. Does anybody else use Sony C? Okay, it's not well learned in this area. It's a tool created by Hollywood, by Sony, somebody that surprised a hack by the North Koreans, so it's secure. And it's a replacement for Dropbox, WeTransfer, Box, and those types of things. But it creates thumbnails and proxies and gives you some nice tools for uploading and downloading. Generally, it's intended to support about 30 users at most, but many cinema productions use this. So we said, we have this, we have an account. I called Sony up and said, I'm going to use this. And do you have any concerns? And they said, no, go ahead. So I set it up so that anybody who was invited into our Sony C workspace could invite anybody else, as long as they had a Sinclair address. I created 5 addresses and I threw them into the wind. An hour later, we had 30 users. 2 hours later, we had 300 users. 3 hours later, we had over 3,000 users in a system that was designed to support 30. And it's a very egalitarian system, so that anybody in that space can do anything to anybody else's content. Okay. You can move it to the trash, you can rename it, you can change folder structure and that sort of thing. And for media managers, that's just a complete nightmare, right? But we warned everybody, be careful, you know, you're running with scissors here. And we only had one problem, and somebody moved 15,000 files to the trash. After I picked my heart up off the floor, I said, I can recover this. And I simply moved it out of the trash and back to the directory for them. It's a simple tool. And I think the lesson for us is that users are looking for very simple tools. And many of the tools that we have right now may have more functionality than we really need that we're paying for, okay? So one of the lessons we're taking out of this is let's look for simple tools that provide people the functionality they need. Now, it's a curse as well. It is difficult to manage after a month and a half, 2 months now on the system. It's not something we want to stay on long term. It's not a replacement for our full production system. But I think it does, again, demonstrate, you know, what users have an affinity for, and it's probably earned a permanent place in our box of tools in the cloud, and it is cloud native.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and we'll talk a little more about some of the other relevant issues with.
Oh, one more thing.
Yeah.
And because it was cloud native, it went down on Tuesday.
Yeah, well, that's a question. That's a question we're going to explore in some more depth with everyone, and that's yeah, definitely top of mind for all of us here. So Paul, you know, how do you view the cloud as a disaster recovery solution for Fox's news operations?
So, you know, I mean, thanks, Glenn. I think business continuity has changed significantly in the broadcast space when it comes to ransomware. And I think traditionally, you know, everybody's done an, you know, pretty impressive job at thinking about what, you know, kind of disaster, natural disaster, loss of power, you know, any kind of tropical storm or weather impacting event that may, you know, require you to invoke your DR strategy. But I think ransomware has kind of changed the way we have to think. And, you know, I think the cloud is a perfect opportunity to leverage it as a form of DR, maybe from a backup perspective. So, you know, if your systems are still, you know, as we know, some broadcast systems are still required to be on physical servers, cannot be virtualized for some, you know, some technical reasons. Some have actually started moving there. What we're looking at doing is moving as much as possible to a virtualized platform on-prem, still run the technology locally, but leverage the cloud to store our backups. And when I say backups, we're not just talking about content, we're talking about backing up our virtualized sessions. That includes not only the operating system, the configuration of the operating system, the application, and all the many components that make up the configuration of the application. So while we're backing that VM session up to AWS, now in the event we have a situation such as a ransomware attack, we could pull that content, we could pull those sessions down, those backups, and restore to our current state. And, you know, and it's beauty about those type of, you know, that type of strategy is as you know, as your teams are constantly making changes to the platform, you're constantly syncing those changes up and those config changes to the cloud. So you have an opportunity to restore the systems in a quicker manner. I mean, if you think about it in the sense of a ransomware, you have to build technology from scratch, right? You got to find first of all, you have to make sure your environment's safe to do so. Then build, you know, reformat your servers, build your operating systems, get your vendors in there, build the applications out. But in this situation, one is you can pull the complete backup of that system down, restore to, you know, bare metal, or you might even be able to scale out and move those sessions to another cleaner cloud platform and start running the platforms from there, restore to another cloud platform. I know that doesn't work on all platforms, right? You know, and then the other component to this is the content, right? So you have all your systems backed up and you're going through your restore, you know, now you need to worry about your content. Is your content bricked? And now you have to figure out how do I get a fresh copy of that content that was already, you know, has the metadata provided for your systems. It's transcoded, you know, in the format you need it. So, you know, the cloud, you know, is an opportunity to store that content in a way that you could pull it down to your stations to restore. So I think, you know, the opportunity to leverage the cloud is significant. And we're going to continue to lean in there. And then eventually, if there's opportunities to leverage the cloud for a production standpoint and run out of the cloud, we'll do so as well.
Thanks. Kurt, how do you view the cloud as, I know Tegna's done a lot with the cloud and play out and OTT initiatives. How do you view it as a business continuity tool maybe for your news operations?
Yeah, I think I'll echo what Paul, a lot of what Paul has said. I mean, look, it is a great platform, right? And it I think gives you the ability to quickly scale up. I do worry about, relying on any single vendor in this era, right? So it becomes a single choke point, right? And so whether it's a cloud or it's internal, right, we got to figure out a way where you could restore operations really quickly and effectively to get your business back up and running, right? So I think the cloud is one tool in that toolbox. But I was telling someone earlier, right, as I go back old school, we used to have products. There used to be companies called like SunGuard, where you'd ship tapes on a daily basis, right? And they'd have the infrastructure ready for you to use. It feels like today we don't have that capability, right? The cloud in some ways affords that, but today you don't know. Like we just saw the Log4j issue. One of our critical suppliers has been taken down, and we're scrambling to get that service back up. Right, and they're scrambling, but at the end of the day, I think they don't even know if they have a valid backup, right? And so I think that's one of the things we're starting to think through is how long is someone sitting in your system before they turn it on, and is your backup any good?
Thanks. Sam, what do you tell customers about using the cloud as business continuity? Maybe you can talk a little bit about databases versus content storage too, because I know you guys do a couple different things.
Yeah, it's a hard conversation today in that many customers, particularly early on, just had an impression that just because it's the cloud, it's highly available. And just like on-prem, that's not the case. But as Paul suggested and Kurt, if we organize and if we put things together, right, there are tools there that does make that significantly easier to scale out, to migrate, to move things, the snapshotting tools that are available in some of the subsets of the components. So it's really how we architect it that makes it secure. And certainly from an applications perspective, database perspective, and then content, there are multiple different strategies. We have to look at those differently on how we're going to have those be available, be able to migrate them, not be tied just to one zone or one region for sure, because that's what caught a lot of people off guard, just thinking, well, I'm running in a cloud provider, so that means it's inherently stable, it's inherently high available. And it's just not the case. But there are smart things that we can do together as an industry to think about, okay, we've got 70+ years of running data centers inside our stations. We've been doing this for a long time as an industry. How do we help figure out how we apply what we've learned there into a different model where we're either using, VM architectures or cloud architectures, but there are smart things that we can do. We just have to really sit there and think. And, to Mike's perspective, not just have a plan A and plan B. We, should think forward to think, okay, what ifs, what are those possibilities and how do we get around them and restore operations, even if they don't look exactly right. And Mike brought up a good point. Do we have to have all those tools available? Sure, we'd like to. But what gets us operational and what gets the cash register running again? And that's really the big component, I think, for all of us on this side of the table is to try to get that cash register running.
Were you listening in on our conversations? Because that was the catchphrase around the table. We had a war room with 2 tables in it, and it was, will this decision ring a cash register?
Yeah. The other thing I'd add about the cloud is everyone assumes, to your point, Sam, that it's redundant, it's got scale. Right, but most people use the cloud as an infrastructure play. That's right. Right, and so running the same software on your hardware, they're running it on the cloud, like adds absolutely no level of protection. Right, so unless the apps are re-architected to really leverage the cloud, right. So in an emergency, if you're going to take, I'm going to call on you. If I take my Bit Central in-house and put it in the cloud, it's no more safe than what it was internally. Right, if the app was not architected to leverage, the container strategies, all of the things that the cloud brings with it.
But I also think there's a bit of hubris here for us because we like to think that we're architecting things that are secure, okay? And what this has taught us is you have to, at some level, assume that things will not always be secure. Okay. When the security fails, okay, and you don't want that to happen, but when it fails, what do you do? Okay. And increasingly, and I think this is important for newsrooms to really think about, it's not just restoring a backup. To Paul's point, it's restoring infrastructure. And so I think in the coming months and years, we're really going to be thinking of infrastructure and code as the new backups, because you can't just take a backup and restore it because it may be bad. Okay, that's not going to work in every case. You have to rebuild things from the ground up so that you know that it's safe. And having that as infrastructure and code that you've checked, you have a known good infrastructure there that you can rebuild is going to be really important. The other thing I wanted to add was when I had my vendor hat on, I was talking a lot about the need to store the metadata in the deep storage with archives. Okay. And what we found in this experience was the databases were encrypted. Okay. Our media was still there. No problem with that. But media without metadata has no value. You have no way of using it or retrieving it or doing anything with it. And so coming back and putting a new emphasis on writing that metadata independent of the media management system down into deep storage with it is I think a strategy we all need to look at. The cloud brings some benefits. It's a different paradigm than working on-prem. And one of the things it does, AWS in particular, and the other ones do it as well, is handle versioning. So even if somebody goes in and encrypts a file as an object in the cloud, you have the prior version, okay, for a certain amount of time, and you can recover from that, okay? So you're kind of insulated from deletes. So if you're writing your metadata and your media there and it's versioned, then you have some degree of recoverability. But the cloud is a different paradigm with different security risks, okay? So there are account keys and usernames that are critically important to us, that if those are compromised, that is a bad thing. And that is a different kind of risk that we have to deal with in the cloud.
Yeah, and like we're gonna expand a little bit on what last week's attack meant for you guys and some other media companies. But I wanted to go back to Kurt's point about security, about re-architecting systems. Overall, how good a job do you think technology vendors, particularly longtime broadcast vendors, are doing in addressing cybersecurity, particularly as you guys are moving so many of your workflows to the public cloud?
Well, I think in the traditional broadcast space, a lot of them are making the jump from hardware-based to software. So I'd say it's a relatively new discipline, right? And software, I think what you find with software, it is so complicated. And I just think of this, the last incident. No one would have ever expected that there was a vulnerability in a log management tool set, right? And so when you're a software developer, you're assuming you're grabbing this piece of code from here and here. You're assuming they're all good, right? But you can never really validate that, right? And I think it's a journey where we're still, early in the innings, but I think everyone knows it's top of mind. But I think it's very, very complex and way too many dependencies for anyone, right, of our partners to really crack the code on saying this is going to be 100% secure.
And what can broadcasters do from their end to try to, speed that process, I guess, or steer the vendors in the right direction?
Well, so I think, we all have to come together and really ask them to get that discipline in place. Right. And and there are certainly lots of players out there that have not caught up. Right. And so those are ones we have to focus on. Right. We know there are some that you can't patch. Right. And those are vulnerabilities that, we use the expression, or every day is a gift from God, that you don't get hacked. Right. And so, you are kind of sort of pushing against them to get things in place. And then as they move to that software spec, really get them over the hump.
There are standards that vendors can subscribe to here, and they can go through audits. And again, this is something I've talked about before, but I think there's great value in the vendors jumping on board that train before the customers kind of push them there.
Yeah. But my only challenge, Michael, is we had the SolarWinds issue last year, the log 4, there always seems to be some intricate piece of software that no one is aware of, right? And that becomes an open vulnerability. I mean, we've all spent this weekend repatching all of our systems, right? And I, and it's one of the vendors that we had, you just don't know how long they've been open and how long they're sitting in there, right? So we could do all the patching, but it's always reactive. The question, I think, is how do you get this to be more proactive? And then, this is where I think the cloud could be really helpful, is if you truly leverage, the concept of containers, the concept of ring fencing things. So one piece does not impact another, right? That's, combination of standards
Absolutely.
and those kinds of development techniques, I think is what will continuously help us protect ourselves.
Yeah, my 2 cents there, I agree with Kurt. I think, you talk about getting on the train. I think, the vendors that haven't been on the train by now, they're never going to get on the train. There's a lot of, broadcast vendors that I still feel that, really need to lean in that space. I've heard people say comments like, well, they can't patch the system, they can't run any type of, agent protection, security protection on it. I think, vendors like BitCentral have really leaned in, give them credit. They've really leaned in, allowed us to virtualize a lot of their platforms. We run a lot of our security platforms and tools on them. I just think at this point in this day and age, with all the risks that we're taking on, and to Kurt's point, there's always going to be vulnerabilities. There's always going to be a finding in some type of code or application that's going to be exploitable. I think in order to stay one step ahead as best we can, because it's a never-ending race, I think we need to have the vendors lean in and partner with us. There needs to be some kind of centralized organization around, patching machines. We're talking about Windows patches in some cases. These are patches that are out sometimes months, if not years, that they're not supported by these vendors. We're beyond that point at this point, and I encourage all of the vendors, the manufacturers that are writing these codes to really lean in and bring in these security teams and test their code and work and partner with us, because we're at a point now where we just can't afford not to patch.
Okay, thanks. Well, we've been talking a lot about security as a threat. Then there's the event, and in talking to a lot of broadcast engineers and technologists over the last couple of years, sort of the stock answer is, well, whatever we would invest in for security, Amazon or Google is investing whatever multiple of that, a multiple of what all the broadcast tech vendors might spend on security research in a year. I've heard that's thrown out. Then you have the question of availability, though, which is different but similar, still a problem for broadcasters. And there's that question of, well, if the one platform goes down or one person's zone goes down, do you need to have a multi-cloud strategy? And you hear various answers to that. Some people say, yes, that's the only way to approach it as a broadcaster. And others say, well, no, there's so many zones within AWS, you're not going to be affected. And we saw what happened this past week. So Mike, from your perspective, can you talk a little bit about, because you moved a lot more to the cloud because it was a backup plan to a problem you had, how that made what happened last week with AWS more of an issue for Sinclair's operations?
Well, it's like we were running through a funnel, right? COVID did this into the cloud, and then the ransomware did this into the cloud, and then there was the line us up directly for the most impact with the AWS event. It does highlight a concern with putting too many eggs in a single cloud vendor basket. In the past, I've talked about the need to consider at least multi-cloud strategies. And we're not seeing a lot of solutions and tools to help us with multi-cloud right now. There's some out there, but they're not widely implemented. We see vendors coming up and saying, well, can they make an alliance with this cloud? And then kind of dragging customers in that direction, which might lock them out or make it more difficult to work with another cloud. I really encourage vendors to work with as many clouds as they can and work across them. So if you're working with content and archives or media management, have a strategy for putting content in two different types of clouds. You get some some redundancy there. Ultimately, I think that we need to be looking at the possibility at least of being able to run a primary in one cloud and a backup in another, just in case that entire cloud goes away at some point. You know, that they will tell you that's impossible to happen, and we certainly hope it is, but that's a lot of eggs in one basket if you're only in one cloud.
Do you think that the media companies, you know, the broadcasters are making their own bed there in a certain respect? Is that a lot of, you have some major media companies who are doing a ton of business with one vendor or another, you know, signing these big strategic contracts, and you're going to put multiple workflows to AWS or Google Cloud that you know, kind of perpetuates the problem, I guess. You don't have people, you know, no one came out their first day, we said we're doing cloud. They named two core vendors, you know, an A and a B. It always seems to be, we're going with one or the other in a major way.
There are always larger business concerns that will be, you know, guiding people to one cloud or another, or to use one exclusively over the other. And you just have to weigh those. And I trust people are doing that. And, you know, they're making decisions with their eyes wide open on that. But as we go to using services that are really SaaS-based services, we don't care what cloud they're in, okay? So the question of which cloud are you going to have the best partnership kind of is minimized to some degree in a SaaS environment, because you don't have a relationship directly with that cloud. You have a relationship with a vendor that's running on that cloud or another cloud. But just overall, I would really suggest that vendors should operate with as many clouds as possible and at the same time. So the question shouldn't be a vendor coming to a customer and saying, which cloud do you want to work in? The vendor should come to the customer and say, how much of your content you want to put in cloud A and how much of your content and compute you want to put in cloud B, and this is what that means, and this is what that mixes. Let the customer kind of, you know, balance the risks and the business decisions there. But, you know, the vendors really need the flexibility of moving across those.
Like asking an investor what their risk tolerance is.
And it's going to be different from it for everybody, for every company and enterprise. That's going to be different.
Sam, you know, from the vendor's perspective, speaking directly to what Mike mentioned here, what do you tell customers, and do you see it as your role to, you know, sort of identify who they should be working with in the public cloud environment, or lay out, you know, what you think is the most reliable path, I guess?
Well, I think Mike brought up the big component of that is, are we a service provider or are we just an application provider? And we have relationships that are deployed in the cloud that are on either side of that. We have some where we are the, you know, full service provider. And so, yes, it's the onus is on us to make sure that we have a system that is built and the infrastructure behind it that will support that application regardless of what happens. So can we migrate? Can we, you know, bring up another instance? You know, are we multi-region, multi-zone, multi-vendor? That's on us. But in a subscription environment, and we do have deployments today with larger broadcast entities who want to own that infrastructure relationship with the vendor, someone like an AWS or a Microsoft. And they have, you know, certain ideas of how they want to deploy that. And we still have then a responsibility to make sure that everyone, you know, eyes wide open. I think that's exactly the right term, Mike. Does everybody understand what the implications are potentially of architecting this particular way? And that's where, you know, we bring some value in that, is we are also a, you know, full service vendor, and we can deploy it another way. And can we at least bring that experience? Even there's a choice on the broadcaster that they want to supply, just like we do on-prem. They're bringing the hardware, they're bringing the VM architecture, they're bringing something else, but we still have a fair amount of experience that we can bring as a vendor and explain, okay, well, these are the potential downsides, and this is, you know, another way potential to architect it to make sure that you're safe.
Kurt, can you talk about the how you view multi-cloud? Is that an imperative?
Well, I think what Mike said, if we can get to a point where our vendors can provide multi-cloud solutions, right? And when I say multi-cloud, I think I'm going to make a distinction. It's not that I can run my environment on AWS or on Azure, right? Or on whatever. It really is, I think we'd look for a service that runs across all of those, right? It's seamless to us as a customer, and we don't care, as Mike said, we don't care where it runs, but if one goes down for operational reasons or whatever reason, it is automatically switching over and it's seamless to us, right? I think that may be the new reality for us, moving forward, is that, we're gonna not only just ask our vendors to be much more secure, but start to go down this path of really providing redundancy into their infrastructure.
Okay, thanks. Fox it's been well publicized, is investing heavily with AWS, and it's building a new broadcast center in Tempe with a lot of cloud-based technology from AWS. Has that move impacted the Fox stations yet, Paul? The networks move to cloud?
So no, I mean, I think a couple of things. One is going back to last week's issue, obviously that would have impacted in some shape or form your organization or services that you rely on, right? And I think, talking about the multi-regional availability zones, and I think that's key. Tempe was built from the ground up as using AWS in the multi-regional availability zones, and there, right now there was no issues last week. However, the stations we're not using Tempe. They're still running locally. The technology still broadcasts locally. However, the goal is, as we talk about leveraging the cloud and having that scalability. I mean, I'm sure when you talk about the Sinclair challenge of recovering multiple, if not dozens of stations at the same time, you need the pure scalability and infrastructure to do so. So we are definitely going to leverage Tempe as an ability to scale out in the event of a challenge and restore multiple stations or single station for that matter. Down the road, things might change, but that's right now the focus is, leveraging the virtualizing, modernizing the tech on-prem, partnering with, with vendors like BitCentral and Grass Valley and Avid to do so. And we've done a significant much of virtualization over the last 2 years, where, like I said, we leveraged the cloud to back it up. And then in the event we need to recover and you cannot recover on site due to whatever reason, we could scale out in Tempe and restore that.
Okay, thanks. Mike, you mentioned before, you had this phrase infrastructure as code. And for people who are not software development savvy, can you explain a little more what that means as it relates to your content and database backups?
So infrastructure as code is the ability to describe more or less in text what type of machine you're going to use, virtual machine you're going to use in the cloud, all of its networking properties, all of its IO properties, how much storage it's going to use, all of its IP addresses, okay? And then beyond that to what type of software you're going to install on top of it, and in some cases, the installation options and configuration options for that software. It even goes further to the networking. So imagine every piece of IT equipment in your shop, physical piece of IT equipment, the steps that you would have to manually take to set that up, writing those down in a way that can be programmatically executed, okay? So I need to set up my router, okay? Here's the set of instructions to set up my router. I need to set up, the playback system. Here's the system. Here's the instructions that describe what type of hardware I need to buy for that, what type of operating system would go on that, how much memory and everything else. If you can boil that down to code, basically a written description of all that, in the clouds, you can automate that and say, boom, I want to recreate it. So it is possible to build a broadcast infrastructure with code and kill it in case it gets infected, okay, and it has ransomware or something else on it, kill it, and then start it over again and bring it back up, depending on the complexity in a number of minutes or less. And this is kind of like a nirvana. People would like this to go all the way down to every bit of configuration. We're not there yet, okay? But the ability to basically tear something down that is not working or that is infected and then rebuild it again from scratch has a lot of benefits from a security and recovery standpoint.
And do you have the internal resources and software development to do that? Or is that something you'd have to lean on a vendor to help you with?
Well, Paul and I are both shopping for cloud architects. And these people are rapidly becoming some of the most valuable members of our teams because they have the experience and the knowledge to do this. It's complicated, It's new, okay, it's relatively new. And it's something that we're going to be depending on more and more as we go forward, because as we've thought, okay, have you been backing up your laptop? Okay, now it's, have you been backing up the infrastructure to operate your entire station or playback on? Okay, and I can tell you, trying to build that stuff from hand, even though it's on-prem for us right now, it doesn't really matter if it's on-prem or in the cloud or not. If you have to go back and build every station by hand, it is a very painful process. So infrastructure as code allows you to recover a lot faster.
Thank you. Kurt, as I mentioned before, Tegna's already moved a lot of its playout operations to the cloud. How far along are you in moving news production workflows there, particularly live? And what are some of the major stumbling blocks?
Yeah, I mean, so right now we're very early in that process, right? So what we're trying to figure out is, can we truly move it? And does the infrastructure support the latency that's required? That's that you have to solve for in live. So I'd say it's very, very early. It's a vision that we have that we could try to get there, but it is not something that I'd say is prevalent today.
And what would be the baby steps? What would be the low hanging fruit in moving live news production to the cloud for Tegna?
Yeah, so look, there are different models, right? One of the things we think about is, let's say in any one of our portfolio, you're going to have big stations that bring in a lot of money. You have small stations that primarily just survive. And so the question is, can you get the efficiency of a large market in a small market, right? So can you produce shows in one region, I want to say regional, whatever the model is, but it doesn't require physical presence locally, right? And are there components of that you could do and package it in different ways? And a lot of this, I think, is as consumers shift to streaming platforms and other things, right? There is pressure on revenue, right, in the local market. And so we have to figure out how to get more efficient, right? And also, reduce cost of the normal operations.
Okay. Sam, what do you see customers doing in terms of moving live? That seems to be, held up as the holy grail for the cloud, but news and sports is being able to do live production. Where are your customers on that journey today?
I think Kurt's right. There's still a lot of uncertainty on how we get to the expectation of experience, both for the viewer and for the operators, of how they've viewed, running a news production, particularly production control room in a news operation. There are tools that are available that are coming along pretty quickly. And I think it's just a matter of us all getting familiar with how they're different, because they are different. And that's probably not a bad thing that they're different. We've all been producing news, even in this day of automated production control rooms, still essentially the same way that we have for the last 30 or 40 years. And, I think to Kurt's point, if there are efficiencies to be gained, it's probably a little bit more how we construct that newscast and how we think about a rundown and how we think about loading a channel or, putting this live piece together. But the reality is that the technology is largely there. It's just, what does that user interface look like? How do we stack a rundown? How do we collaborate with the people that are, across, a geography to actually produce that and not think about, all of us running into a room at, 5 p.m. or 11 p.m. to produce that newscast.
Paul, when you look down the roadmap to doing live, and Fox at the network level has said, we want to do some live production in the cloud, and they've already done some very interesting things with highlights for, major sporting events. FIFA a couple of years ago was one of the first big initiatives. I remember, but is latency, is that the number one challenge, or is there something else?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things. I think we're, I agree with everybody on the panel. I think we're kind of living in this in-between place right now where we're trying to get there. But there's a lot of factors, and leveraging the cloud for one component of your news production, you're relying on, latency, you're relying on connectivity issues, right? So, I mean, you really need to look at it from all angles. And I think, I don't think any of us are there, 100%. There's too many components and moving parts within a station in order to really leverage the cloud fully for full production. But I mean, in our cases down the road, maybe we leverage, a distribution in a different way through Tempe or so. But I think right now the goal is really to lean in. As we mentioned before, we're still talking about making sure our vendors are patching their systems. I mean, if we can't get to a place where our vendors are up on patching and modernizing their platforms to leverage such as VMware, then, this cloud is that much harder of a leap to get to. So I think, I think there's been a lot of progress in the space, and, I keep looking to my right here at Bit Central. I think we've really done a lot there. We talked about it recently about where their next steps are on getting, news play out in the cloud 100%. And I think it's a matter of creating those sandboxes and testing it and understanding really, okay, in a real world situation, if we lost our cloud instance, what does it mean for the production? What does it mean? Like, what's the next step? What's the fallback? So I think, I think this pandemic has really taught us a lot of things to really leverage the cloud. At Fox, we're a cloud first organization with 100%, but we also have to be practical as to what makes sense and what doesn't. And I think we'll continue to lean heavily on pushing the envelope in that space, but we'll have to be practical and be sure that we're not putting, the business at risk. So, still continue making progress, virtualizing infrastructure, leveraging cloud for backup. And then I think, we're not too far away from testing, play out and other components of it in the cloud.
I want to emphasize though, that it needs to make sense. There are some vendor models out there. They will tell you, yes, you can do anything in the cloud. Okay. And they'll give you the price for the licensing in the cloud, right? But sometimes it doesn't include the infrastructure cost in the cloud. Okay. So look at the cost of the licensing and the infrastructure in the cloud to see if it actually makes sense. And I do agree that our production methods and expectations will need to change to meet the cloud halfway in order to solve some of these cost and efficiency problems.
And if I can add one other thing, I mean, it's somewhat a coincidence, but not so much that we're co-sided with SVG. And you think, look at the success that the sports market has had in Remy production, and what can we as a news producing set of industry learn from that? Because I think there's a lot that can be applied that has been done there.
Paul, is archiving something that maybe makes sense in the cloud?
Yeah, 100%. I think storing all that content locally is a bit challenging, depending on the types of media we're storing it on, keeping up with it. Without a doubt, I think storing all of your content, in a way to, just a simple fact that it's the significant challenge of just finding the content locally, right? Doing a search for some type of clip or some type of content you're looking for. So I think that the cloud gives us the opportunity to have it scalable. It allows us to share our content with other business units within Fox, easily searchable, and we don't have to be in the business of worrying about maintaining that infrastructure on-prem. And just to add the comment before about next steps in I think an opportunity with companies that have many stations to manage, having play out in the cloud, I know is risky and for many reasons as we talked about, but I think I think the first step in that is going to be play out in the cloud of DR, and then it's going to be some type of production play out in the cloud, and then there'll be a fallback on-prem. But then you have to ask yourself economically, how much does that make sense? So maybe you scale it where you have that ability to, you fail over to a private cloud in the event that your public cloud is down. So there's many opportunities there to look at, but I think we're all heading in that same direction.
As you look at archiving in the cloud, if you haven't moved there already, some things to think about. Okay, if you do a literal lift and shift of your archives to the cloud, it's probably going to be very difficult, especially in a news environment. Okay, because archives typically have a low value per piece of content. You have to store a lot of it in case you need a single piece out. One of the things that you can do is reduce the bit rate. Just because you're producing at 35 megabits for your newscast does not necessarily mean that your business will justify keeping that content at 35 megabits. You may need to go to 8 megabits, okay? And you can play with those bit rates to see how those costs will match your specific business context. But that's some of the adaptation for the cloud and the type of thinking that we need to be doing.
Yeah, Mike, I have a saying, right? Lift and shift is your mess for less, right? I mean, that's one of the things we make that mistake is we think we can lift, and I would say whether it's play out, production, right? You got to reimagine the way things are done, right? Because otherwise, you're just it is a waste of effort, and these are massive initiatives, right? If you go down a path like this, and we just we moved all of our play out to the cloud. We have a private cloud and a public cloud infrastructure. And we made the decision based on, revenue, what things we need to protect, right? Versus what things you could be okay with, like it's down for 12 hours, we'll live with it, right? And you can create different architectures and there is an ROI, in that model, but you have to rethink that, right? If it's a one size fits all and it's just a lift and shift, right? You're not gonna get there.
Fair enough. See, Mike, I think our time's up. I'd like to thank all you guys. It's been great discussion.
And gentlemen, I could ask you to just sit tight for just a moment. By the way, the commemorative lift and shift T-shirts will be available in the lobby after this. I just want to bring back Kathy Haley, who is with Brainstorm.
Was that a killer panel or what? I think it was a killer panel. I'm here now with Ruben Ruiz, who's the EVP of Sales for Brainstorm here in the US. I don't know if you've noticed, but Brainstorm's been doing a ton of work with remote product, with AR, VR, and bringing journalists in remotely to different situations so they can report and look like they're in the studio. What's been happening this year, Ruben?
Well, lots has been happening. It's all of the cloud issues and the virtual issues. I think we've heard virtual over and over this week here at the event next door. First time ever, Epic Games, right? A gaming company sponsoring sports, and news is not too far behind it. One of the big developments is we've been approached by many news organizations because they're now looking at cost efficiency, and they're looking at, well, how do we make this more engaging? How do we save some money while we do that? Because you got to do both. So virtual production, virtual sets, all of the realities that we hear about, the virtual reality and the augmented reality and mixed and extended and so forth. It's important to educate the entire marketplace on what that is first and how it's applicable to news. So we've actually heard we need cost efficiency. Fixed sets are expensive. We got a lot of stations. We need to cycle those, rotate our updates to those sets. So we're trying to help with making that easy because the ease of use is really important. One of the big developments post-COVID is obviously workforce shortages. Nobody wants to work anymore. They want to work from the beach is what I hear. But so how do we make that more flexible and more cost effective and give the flexibility to the folks running engineering to be able to deliver a punch, virtual sets that look real. They have to be photorealistic, and I think we're there. I think that's one of the big things we're working on, making that more cost effective and training the personnel to make that transition to actually use virtual production tools to make that a reality. And it's got to be cost effective. So working on UIs to make that possible, drag and drop for pre-production so that someone can sit in a set anywhere in their living room, in their garage, and it'll look real. So yeah, we're working with everyone to make that a reality. And that's what we've been up to.
Thanks very much, Ruben Ruiz of Brainstorm. Now we're going to clean the stage real quick, the mics. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, panelists.
Thanks for everything. And we're going to have, we're not taking a break. We're going to do another 15 minutes on the cloud, only it's going to be about cloud and weather.
And I am pleased to introduce Ethan Dreilinger, the Global Client Solutions Engineer from the Weather Company and IBM Business, who will be in conversation with Kurt Rao, CTO for Tegna. Ethan?
Thank you so much. And thank you, Kurt, for joining us with this. And clearly, if we've learned nothing else today, 2022 will be the year of the cloud more than anything else. So as we think about the cloud, moving weather to the cloud, what we really want to start talking about is a little bit of disaster recovery, which has been talked about a lot here, a little bit about collaboration, which also has been talked a lot about here. But what we're able to do as we kind of move our Max solution to the cloud is take disparate teams that are around the broadcast area and move them into different areas and be able to create collaboration zones within the market itself. So each of those stations, so those could easily be Kurt's Tegna stations on the map or anyone else's stations. And then suddenly we can move them onto different stories and different concepts and start to increase the number of people who can tell those stories. And then start to back them up because, you know, as those stories rage, fires happen, hurricanes happen, stations go off the air, you can start to back up a lot. And as you move those services to the cloud, all of a sudden you have a lot of storytellers available to you and a lot of expertise within the organizations. Because the climatologist may be on the West Coast, but you need a climatologist to help tell a story in Florida. You can start to pull those assets together and really start to tell those stories. So as we start to do that, increase the number of people who tell the story, increase the ability to tell the story. And as Kurt just pointed out in the last session, more and more feeding the beast becomes more important because all of those digital platforms require content. And eventually they're going to require distinctly unique content. And being able to leverage those teams to tell those stories is kind of the direction that we're going in. So as we started to bring Max Cloud to the market earlier this year, Tegna was one of the first stations to jump on board. And Kurt, thank you, first of all. And what was it that made you want to say, hey, let's dip a toe in this and see where we're going with it?
Yeah. So let me give you a little bit of context, right? I've been now with Tegna for 4 years. And in the 4 years, right, we've gobbled up 8 different broadcasting entities. So, you know, we went almost doubled our size in terms of the number of stations. And with that comes in a lot of different snowflakes. So when we think of, you know, my role, you know, I position it as, you know, how do we provide as a technology organization the best consumer experience, the best customer experience, and the best employee experience, right? And when you apply that to the news side of the house, weather is a very critical component, right? And so about 2 years ago, Ethan, I think if I recall, we went down the path and said, how do we standardize all of our weather capabilities across the company, right? So put a massive investment in getting everybody up to the same level with the IBM software, because until then it was all over the place, right? So once we were on a playing field, right, the next thing the meteorologists challenged us was, how do you help us collaborate better, right? So we had these silo systems all on the same platform, but if you created a graphics package that was really appealing in Dallas, how do I take that, make that available in Denver, right? And interestingly for us, right, when I look at our Dallas station as an example, our local weather is the most sought after talent in the marketplace, right? And so we've been on this journey in terms of how do we push to the cloud, firstly, to help our meteorologists collaborate better, right? Increase the quality of the graphics, the quality of the reporting, right? Because ultimately we're big believers that weather, right, brings audiences in.
And so as you kind of go through this, and you know, it's a 3-4 month kind of trial, what are those KPI that you're looking at? They'll say, hey, this is successful, we need to go more.
Right. So the first thing is, again, I think of our meteorologists as our internal customers, right? And so the first thing is, you know, I go to them and say, how is this helping you do your job better, right? Is it giving you the tools to sell your story, right? And it's all about storytelling, Ethan, as you know. And, you know, we've been very encouraged by the results we're seeing, right? Our meteorologists are able to say, listen, I can help someone in another market, right? When we have a hurricane in New Orleans, I don't have to ship 5 people down there, right? We could support them from Dallas or Denver, right? And that invariably happens to us, right? And so think of that, you know, in terms of what it can do, right? And then from a production quality, I'm getting the best minds across the company to be able to contribute to it, right? That's the feedback we're receiving from the trials.
That's Great. And that's where we want to get with all of our customers, right? To help them tell those stories better, because again, it's about storytelling. Ultimately, eyes on screens, whatever those screens are, is where we need to get to. And keeping those eyes on screen. So we've talked a lot about disaster recovery, from ransomware attacks to natural disasters. How important is that in your thinking in terms of, hey, this is going to be important to us because we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. There's a perspective that we talk about internally, saying, if you can't get content on the air and you can get weather, the weather meteorologists can keep audiences engaged for hours. It's an interesting twist. I don't know if that's actually true, but it's certainly, I think we believe that, you know, that they can fill time, they can engage consumers, right? And so from a disaster recovery perspective, you know, giving our meteorologists the tools to create content and tell stories, I think is super critical.
So we were just talking about in your last panel, that discussion about, hey, workflows are going to have to change to make this happen. The other paradigm that has to change a lot, though, is the way companies approach this, because a lot of companies very much CapEx, write it down. We're going to go buy some new hardware in 3 years, write that down. Now you're moving to an OpEx type process. What has that been like at Tegna to kind of make that transition from one side to the other?
Yeah, no, it's not easy, right? I mean, I think you got to get the finance teams on board, right? And, you know, depending on how your company, if you're a public company and you've got an IBT or EBITDA or whatever those KPIs are, you know, CapEx versus OpEx starts to influence those decisions, right? Now, having said that, I think I'm very fortunate that, you know, my boss was the CEO of the company, so look, we're going to make the best decision. Again, going back to those three tentaments, which is, how do we serve our consumers the best? How do we serve our employees? How do we serve our customers? So that the financial discussion becomes, you know, secondary in that process.
So I know at IBM and Weather Company, we're starting now to start to think of, as we move stations to the cloud, what else can we do now that all of that content is there and is available? So we're starting to come up with some publishing concepts. Again, some ideas around, hey, we've got connected television, we've got mobile, we've got web, we've got, you know, back of a car seat, whatever it is. So how important is it to extend what you're doing to these emerging platforms? And how important would it be to leverage what you're doing with the cloud to extend those workflows?
Yeah, it is absolutely paramount for us, right? We have a saying, you know, publish once, distribute many, right? And I think what we want to do is reach consumers across as many platforms as we need to, right? And so for us, from a weather perspective, again, super critical that, you know, we could take, you know, what may have been a 2-minute clip, cut it up for Instagram, Snap, streaming channels, et cetera, based on the types of audiences we're reaching, and provide a set of tools that helps the meteorologists do it efficiently.
And when you talk, within your stations, right, you have your meteorologists who tell the weather, right? Yep. But you extend those storytellers a little bit too. So how important is it to bring other storytellers into that and leverage those capabilities? So in our case with weather, right, it's about maps, it's about weather data, sunny, cloudy, raining, that type of stuff. So how important is it to be able to bring those elements to those stories as well?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I do believe that, you know, as the country and climate control and, you know, all things climate become more and more important, right? The meteorologists, in our case, we believe they are the conduit to serving our communities and providing that information, right? And so even to the point, I mean, more things you could bring, right, around climate, around weather, around wind, all of those kinds of things, I think start to make a big difference in how we serve our communities.
So crystal ball for a little bit. What are the next set of changes to workflow that occur as that cloud migration happens? So as, you know, more stations go to cloud, you're starting to share more content across them. What do those changes look like within Tegna?
So I mean, without getting myself in trouble,
that's what I'm here for.
You know, I think if wishes for fishes, I'd say our meteorologists would look to say, look, how do I bring the best out of people regardless of where they physically sit, right? If I know that I have a really talented meteorologist in Dallas and I'm producing content in Denver, can I leverage them, right? And then what does that workflow look like, right? How easy is it? How hard is it to move content, right? Those are things I think are challenges we need to move towards or solve. But ultimately, I think it is about, again, empowering them to be the best storytellers, right? And not just on a television format, but on, every screen that's possible.
And you kind of touched on this a little bit, right? As if your station goes off the air, the first thing you're putting back on is weather, because the meteorologist can keep people engaged. But how important is it to have that local meteorologist in Dallas? Because I work there, right? So they're key people. But if that guy in Dallas is now covering Denver, do you think viewers are going to notice that, or are they going to say, "Hey, here's some good information. This is the information I need right now, and it doesn't matter who's going to tell me that story"?
Yeah, to me, I think, again, we're going to have to retrain the consumer, right? So we're all used to seeing our favorite weather person or traffic person on whatever channel you watch, right? But I think in this next world of streaming, those geographical boundaries start to go away, right? And I could see us wanting to follow a piece of talent, a talent in another place. The other interesting phenomenon for us is, I always thought weather was very local, right? But today in this world where you have a massive storm in New Orleans, or you have a fire in California, it is drawing audiences from across the country, right? And so, to that point, I mean, you could put any, not any, but you could put good talent from anywhere and still be able to attract different types of audiences.
So if you were looking for one thing in cloud in 2 years, what is it?
I don't know if there's one specific thing, but I would love for the best set of workflow tools that make it easy for us to produce content and publish content across platforms.
And when you say workflow tools, you mean plug into existing workflow, or are you talking change it all up and whatever's going to make us work better?
So at Tegna, one of the things I come from NBC private, and so I have a Six Sigma background. So I've been doing these things called fishbone analysis across all of our processes, right? And so we are not afraid to redesign the process. And, one of the things it's on my list for 2022 is to look at our content production and really reimagine what that process could look like, and then come back to partners like you and say, can your tool support a process like this?
We're looking forward to it, Kurt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan and Kurt. Kurt, thanks for doing double header.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm going to invite our next panel up. This panel is called Reinventing the Live Shot. And our moderator today is someone who has been with us as a panelist many times before, including at NewsTechForum, I believe, a number of times. And that is Mike Foss, who is a technology and workflow consultant with EverForward Strategies. He will, in just a moment, introduce his panelists for our next discussion. Thank you.
You guys ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As Michael mentioned, my name is Mike Foss, and with me today on the panel to my left is, sorry, I have to look, Ernie Ensign, Senior Director, News Technology with Sinclair Broadcast Group. To his left, Rich Pileski, Director of Operations for WCBS. And then Ben Ramos, VP of Fox, Archive, Field, and Emerging Technology. And then finally, Tim Stevens, Global Leader of Strategic Innovation for Sports, Media, and Entertainment for Verizon Business Group. Okay, we will jump right in here. So we have several topics we're going to hit on here on this panel today. We're going to start off by talking about news vehicles. So Rich, I'm going to start with you. Can you explain, so when I say news vehicles, I mean, the vehicles that your journalists are taking out every day.
Mm-hmm.
How did news vehicles undergo change due to the pandemic?
Well, I think if in 2019, any one of us here had gone to our coworkers and said, here's our plan for how to operate during a massive global infectious pandemic, we probably would have gotten laughed out of the room. But of course, because of COVID, those news vehicles became an isolated, powered, conditioned, climate controlled, familiar operating area where we could put a photographer and talent and use it as a mobile edit booth, as a way of going live. So really what the big difference I saw was because we couldn't have access to our facilities, right? We didn't have the staff. We didn't have the ability of getting a lot of people into those TV stations. What do you need? You need a remote edit facility that has transmission, climate controlled. So news vehicles became, especially the trucks, became how we produce a lot of our news, how we edited it. We had to, before anybody could report to work, people had to go through a telehealth system, make sure that they took their temperature, make sure they reported if they had any symptoms, and then they could, report either to a live truck or to a location. And we would keep the photogs and the talent together just in case there was an outbreak. Everybody would isolate together, and that was all, most of it in a news vehicle.
Yeah, to Rich's point, we, in addition to adding partitions to the vehicles, they're doing everything, but luckily everybody was doing everything at home as well. So we had a lot of enabling technologies that we're utilizing for them, and the 60 home studios that we had to light up, in a week. And, it was definitely a challenge, but all of those enabling technologies were a benefit to the field too. So now they're seeing prompter, and they're seeing return, and they're seeing the entire IPTV network. So it was, I think it was great for them in some ways, but definitely a challenge. And thrown into the mix there is that maybe we lit some stuff up a little too quickly, and maybe we had some infosec problems that we did jump on just as quickly. So there was those challenges, but I think we're going to talk about that a little bit more later.
Yeah, and I think because I know you guys in particular, you guys were toying with a lot of new ways of actually creating, producing, pushing news out. And I think what we saw probably across the board was the acceleration of a lot of that innovation very quickly. And where there were tests going on, and we'll trial this, all of a sudden, just do it.
Yeah,
just do it.
It was beautiful in that respect.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Well,
yes.
yeah, there was no slowing it down. So it actually was great in some ways.
Yeah, good points. Ernie, so let's talk about microwave trucks, satellite trucks. So typically stations, have at least a microwave truck, maybe a satellite truck. For each of your stations, what are you seeing as far as the usage of these vehicles go, and any changes to technology used in them?
Yeah, over the last few years, we've made a transition to more IP-centric trucks. It's undeniable that microwave trucks are not in use as much anymore, and we try to take these tools, these trucks, and turn them into other types of ways to transmit signals back. As Rich sort of talked about, they're a great place that you can sort of camp people out, whether you've got, especially in our large markets like DC, where you've got inaugurations and large scale events and, craziness that can happen down there. You've got this tool that, can be a production tool. It has a lot of benefits that it can bring. And we certainly don't think that they're, going to completely go away, but we want to reinvent them. How can we combine them with bonded cellular or, KA band or KU band IP type, streams that turn the tool into a sort of future-proofed tool. And then we're also looking at some ways that, we want to, leverage 2 gigahertz in the future, because you have this very valuable resource and it's not getting used as much anymore. And what happens to a resource that's not getting used? Either the FCC wants to come in and take it and use it for somebody else, or no offense to Verizon, they want that, valuable spectrum. So it is something we need to
No offense
protect. So we've looked at some mesh networks, especially in large markets like DC, where, can we build some kind of mesh network using 2 gig around the National Mall? And whether the radio is, as an encoder, doing some kind of H.264 or HEVC, or it just being a companion tool to, bonded cellular, where it becomes a network. Okay, you go into some large scale event and, the cell bandwidth is just saturated because, Verizon just doesn't have enough there. There's some questions on whether 5G is going to solve that, immediately as well. So take your cellular band, your bonded cellular, combine it in with your mesh network, and now you've got, some other signal paths there. So, we're trying to take the tools sort of into the next century.
Yeah, no, I think that's really interesting what you're doing with the mesh network, and I thought that was something that people would really want to hear about. So, no, thanks for sharing that. And as it relates to 2 gigahertz, Rich, how about you?
Well, just like Ernie mentioned, we actually use 2 gig less. 2 gig in your truck, that's half of the solution. You need somebody back at the studio to acquire that signal. And during a pandemic, when you have limited staff, what are you going to have that technical person in your TV station doing? Do you want them acquiring a bunch of 2 gig signals, or do you want them bringing in files and much more content from the field a different way? So we used hotspots a lot more, LTE. What we noticed was during the pandemic, the cell sites were pretty lightly loaded, and things like bonded cellular and just normal backhaul with an LTE upload to, let's say, a Dropbox worked a lot better than we thought it would, just because we weren't really competing for cell sites because most of the people were in their homes. And we also found out, because there weren't many people on the roads, it was pretty easy just to drive the content back to the station. During those first 3 or 4 weeks of the pandemic, there was practically nobody on the road, no traffic. We could move a whole lot of content from a hard disk right back to the TV station just by driving it, and it was faster than an LTE upload.
At full quality.
Yeah.
For us, 2 gig kind of melted away over the years utilizing bonded cellular to its credit. We still have a 7 gig DC National Mall presence on a few buildings. So, for those inauguration and those huge events. We tried mesh, it worked great, and then it's so much, I don't know, it's so much infrastructure, and you kind of have to have, the buy-in from everybody within that DMA. And it's just, those calls, I remember trying a few of those calls, and then just at the end of it, I was just like, maybe not. So we've been leaning very, very heavily, with, bonded cellular, and, very hopeful about, FirstNet and Verizon Priority, and, small amounts of QoS from cellular providers. That's, I think, our real hope.
Yeah, and I think, just to comment, Ernie, on what you said, I think what we're going to find is it's a spectrum management challenge, really. And, we are seeing more complex workflows, video workflows in everything that we do. And so spectrum's not going to, we'll figure out how to reuse, the 2 gigahertz spectrum. I don't know what that use case will end up being, but, that really is the challenge. I think Kurt was talking about it earlier. We're talking about storytelling. There's a layer of complexity that goes on with storytelling. And then there's another mesh. There's another layer of data and data points that are, all our consumers, all of our platforms are looking for additional information to supplement what they're looking at visually, or that's just the way they consume that content. So it's important that we keep an open mind about the spectrum, because the spectrum is really going to be the key. How do we continue to reallocate, repurpose it, utilize it as those video workflows continue to get more complex?
So I'd like to actually ask each of you this question, and Ben, I'll start with you. So can you address, what you're doing to get live signals out of heavily congested areas? And something that came up that I thought was interesting that you just touched on a second ago was, Verizon Priority Service, FirstNet, and I think a couple of you had mentioned that in our pre-call. So we'd love to hear a little bit more about that. And of course, we'll allow Tim to comment on that too.
Yeah, so, this is the hardest thing about, news gathering and deployment, and really you have to have experienced, smart people think about what you're going to send to that thing, right? So in some cases, you're the first on site and you don't have a satellite truck or you don't have a microwave with you, so be it. But that's why we have, the MMR vehicles with no satellite on it, and we kind of have Suburbans with satellite on it, and the microwave trucks, of course, and we have the big satellite trucks, and now we've got the FirstNet pucks, and we've got Verizon Priority also. So we've got all these tools, but you really gotta, what's the story? Where are you going? And we get caught sometimes because the bonded cellular works so great. Everyone just kind of goes out, but you don't think that it's like, oh, there is going to be a throng of people there and you're going to get caught and then you're not going to be transmitting. So that's why we have to have all these tools still. The teams in Kentucky told me in one spot, 0 Verizon, 0 FirstNet, and in another spot, a mile away, everything was fine. And so, Robert Ray is one of our Fox Weather correspondents, and he's completely by himself. And he is, he's got a selfie stick and he's got his iPhone. And he lives on the LU Smart app and he does every live shot like that until yesterday. He couldn't do any of that. So, you just have to have it available, and there's not going to be, I feel like, any real, golden bullet. You're going to have all those tools.
Yeah, it's all about having a plan and using the right tool in the toolbox for the type of situation, whether you're going into DC and that you're going to have saturated, bandwidth, you need to have options. And whether that's, in many instances, we've gone and bought, cable modem subscriptions in certain areas and plug those into bonded cellular backpacks to have, another potential path and increased bandwidth, or it's satellite because we know we're going into a situation in DC where it's in lockdown and there's protests and there's going to be thousands of people. And again, 2 gig, is reliable and you get, great distance out of it. So, it's just all about going in and knowing the situation and playing to the situation and applying the technology for that particular situation.
Yeah, Ernie, actually, one quick follow-up for you. So, we're talking about, heavily crowded areas, but I know you're with your, large number of stations, obviously some of them, some of their coverage would be in, more rural areas where there may not be as much broadband and LTE. What are those stations doing?
We've actually found that even in most of the rural areas, as long as, they're not in some kind of, depressed terrain, that the cellular bandwidth is still enough. I mean, you only need about 4 megs for an HEVC out of bonded cellular. So most of the time it works. If not, then, you have to rely on those satellite trucks. And in most of our markets, we've got, teams that kind of know their areas, and they know, well, if we know we're going to this city and this area, that the cellular bandwidth's not going to work and the bonded cellular is not going to work. We've looked a little bit at Starlink and some other satellite providers. I don't think that technology is there yet, but yeah, it's kind of what we've been doing.
Interesting. Rich, how about you?
Well, the same, for something like that, I would probably want to rely on 2 gig. It's ours. And, if you're going to be responsible for that backhaul from the location back to the TV station, you want to make sure that you own that, right? You don't want to bring somebody the excuse that there was no cell coverage, and that's not something that's out of my control. I always feel, uncomfortable relying on somebody else if I'm going to be accountable for the final product. So for something like that, if again, you can't get the cell bandwidth out of there, you're going to fall back on either 2 gig or KU.
Okay.
So for all of our photographers, we've got an iSat phone and a BGAN. So pretty much we can get out anywhere, anytime, which is a huge advantage. So that's nice. For the, smaller affiliates, we've tried the extenders and, stronger antennas. We're testing an antenna for FirstNet air gain right now. It looks good on paper, but don't have any data yet on it in reality.
Okay. So to that point, Tim, what comments would you have as it relates to, Verizon Priority Service and or, FirstNet?
Well, this starts to become, and I know this is a conversation that's been going on for quite some time, right? It becomes a little bit of a challenge, right? Because at some level, news reporting is a first responder event, depending on the story, right? At the same time, you have to rely on dedicated spectrum for health and safety. So it's kind of this really slippery slope that we go up against, when we try to care for what really ends up being almost on a case-by-case basis. I mean, you guys are out in the field, it's a best effort. That's why you carry so much different gear and tools inside the toolbox. But, at the end of the day, on one side, we want to be able to provide that coverage. So as in the Kentucky event, people know to seek shelter immediately. That becomes a leading edge of first responder opportunity to really, impact the community. On the same side of the coin, it can't be carte blanche, because then you have other things that happen that you really need the first responders to be completely, dedicated to that spectrum. So, I mean, we're very sensitive to it. We continue to look at it. I think there are ways that we can start to carve out something that's particular, but it's definitely just an ongoing discussion that we just need to get, wrestled down at this point.
I think the bonded cellular is a very seductive tool. We've all had great success with it. We've had some colossal failures too, but it doesn't mean that we need to ignore the other tools in our toolbox. We need to maintain our 2 gig sites, even our 450 megahertz, radios for IFB and for two-way communications. I mean, if you don't have queuing, you don't have a live shot.
Right. Yeah, I think for us, it's been a value to cost ratio for something like FirstNet or Verizon Priority. The bonded cellular has been so good that, why do I want to add any extra costs there? You're really getting the value out of it, for its use. So we've not gone into that direction so far.
Gotcha. Well, and it's like you've all have said, it's having a variety of tools in a toolbox, not really knowing what, you can't predict every situation. So you have to be ready for every situation. Well, I'd like to hit on a couple of topics that were mentioned in that conversation. So let's start with 5G. So Tim, I'd like to start with you on this one. Just, I guess more a general question. As 5G continues to roll out, the various bands, what do you see as the benefits to all of these folks and everyone?
Well, as I was talking about before, in spectrum management, 5G in the next iterations, you're going to see network slicing. It's going to give us that opportunity to start to isolate, very specific spectrum within the 5G radios. And that will give us the opportunity to create very specific QoS. And when we talk about access to different type of workflows, that's certainly going to be very important. We're working with a lot of the cellular bonding companies, and we're utilizing them in terms of testing out how the 5G impact and what we're seeing, at least in the lab and certainly out in the field, is that the latency that we're actually able to create is so super low. It's super impressive of what will happen. So you've got a couple of things I think that are happening simultaneously, and we all know that look, 5G is continuing to roll out. Certainly the products we have when we talk about ultra wideband and nationwide, they're two very different variations of the definition of 5G, and we know the other carriers that are in the space also have different variations of the definition, the spectrum definition, and the clinical definition, I'll say, of what 5G is. But as we continue to saturate those environments, and as more C-band becomes available as well, we're going to see continued reallocation, reuse in the management of that spectrum to address all these different video use cases. I think what we're also discovering as we bring more of it into our laboratory and start testing out things, and I welcome any of you guys, and we're talking with all you guys all the time. So But what we're finding is that, there are some very interesting, what you wouldn't expect as kind of a primary use case for 5G. I think even Kurt touched a little bit about pushing, graphic material, in the prior discussion out to the edge, right? So when you start to think about, some of the things you can do with multi-access edge compute, and what are the impacts of having that type of compute at the edge while you're trying to do news gathering or news reporting, it all of a sudden starts to change, some of the way we execute. So I think there's a lot there's certainly a lot that's happening. It's certainly we're very early in this market in terms of maturity and development. And I think we're just going to continue to see, the proliferation of new tool sets, new acquisition, new 5G enabled technology that'll be native. And, some of that impact that you're going to see, especially around cameras and, other equipment. And that will continue to improve that base. And then that's where we're going to start to see the real, I'll say penetration and, the usage of those tools as part of a daily production environment.
Yeah, I think the C-band is going to be the key there, because you get kind of the best of both worlds. You get, some features the millimeter, you get some features the 700 megahertz, and the QoS is certainly going to be a big piece of that, because in some of the initial testing we've done with 5G, it's not much different than 4G. So we need that C-band to sort of give you some wider channels and give you some more spectrum there to work with.
Yeah, and listen, recognize too, 5G is really because we're in an upload business. 5G is really built as a download spectrum, and so yes, when we're struggling with pick the megabits of the stream that you're pushing up, you're competing at a smaller opportunity than the network was built for. So,
I think that's the thing that a lot of the layman broadcasters don't understand is it's an asynchronous system, where it's very possible to get 30 megabit a second download. But when you want to upload that content, and that's what we all need to do, right? We need to send video from the field to the station. Counting on 1 megabit a second for a device, that's about what you can expect. That, why we have bonded cellular.
I'm much more interested in QoS, and if 5G equals QoS, then I'm in. But until that time, I just wish I could get 500 kilobits QoS from anybody, but I can't. But one day maybe.
So Tim, so Verizon ultra wideband, that's the millimeter wave, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What's the rollout of that look like?
So, I mean, we are continuing to, penetrate, if you look at where we are, we're in mostly large markets. That's how our rollout schedule is going. We're going to continue to saturate those markets. If you look pattern wise, it's a lot of NFL cities and then tertiary cities beyond that. And you're going to continue to see that rollout. But to Ernie's point, as C-band becomes more readily available, it kind of helps us accelerate. And although it doesn't have the same characteristics of ultra wideband, it does give us, somewhere in the middle and, better propagation in terms of the signal. And so I think, and I think that what we're going to end up seeing, and I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier about spectrum management, is we're going to continue to see there are use cases that are very LTE oriented. There are use cases that are very ultra wideband oriented, and there will be use cases that are very C-band oriented. And then it's going to be, how do you manage all of that different spectrum for that use case and that QoS to deliver, for whatever that workflow is.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think Ernie, you'd also mentioned low Earth orbit satellites and high-speed internet. What testing have you done there? What have you seen?
I'm still waiting for my Starlink to appear.
So when you're looking to test Starlink, is that, I'm assuming, is that more rural areas that you would?
Yeah, it'd be rural areas, and from the tests that I've seen, it's very promising. As opposed to Hughes or some of the other ones, the latency is much lower. We're getting good. I've seen 50 megs download. I've seen over 30 to 40 megs upload. So there's some promising features there. It's just not available widely yet. So
do you see it more as, fixed usage, or do you feel like it could be something that could be
I think
mobilized?
it could be mobilized. Obviously, we're gonna have to test there and see, again, all of the bonded cellular is very good at compression, and you don't need a lot to make it work successfully. It's back to that latency question. As long as the latency is under 50 milliseconds or so, I think it can work for bonded cellular, but we're gonna have to see what the test results really are and see if those sort of beta tests that they've been doing, if those are real world, and if it's consistent real world, because obviously it can't be 50 milliseconds today latency and tomorrow, or hit and miss of 300 millisecond or more latency. So as long as that is consistent, I think it has potential good use for complementing the bonded cellular.
It is amazing the development that has gone into bonded cellular over the last 4 years. I mean, I think all of the manufacturers have really stepped up. They have made some incredible leaps forward in both controlling latency and more efficient encoders. Would all of you agree? I mean, it's pretty amazing how far they've jumped in just a few years.
Yeah, we haven't tested Starlink yet either. I've heard good things. I think the movement of the low Earth orbit, and there not being enough satellites up there yet. I think there's been some dropouts I've been hearing. I'm sure it'll get there as soon as they launch another few hundred, satellites. But I love gobs of bandwidth at a pretty small terminal anywhere in the world at a really low cost. So it sounds very promising.
Curious to see what happens when the people who have designed the bonded cellular systems start using the LEO satellites. I mean, it does sound pretty promising.
Would you replace your BGANs at that point, you think?
Yes, absolutely. And the Chimeta, I've seen it in NAB, year after year after year, and I've seen those little cells that are on top of the car. And it looks like it's just the roof of the car. When it gets there, I feel like, it's really going to be, something.
I also want to touch on mobile apps. So Ben, I'll start with you on this one. So can you tell us how heavily your journalists rely on mobile phone apps for live video, and if that's increased, and the adaption of that's become more so through the pandemic?
Yeah. So we started off every single field producer, reporter, photographer had the LU Smart app. That was our starting point. And, no one ever used it. You forgot how to use it. You didn't have the right version. You didn't have the settings right.
Logins, they didn't have logins.
Yeah, the logins. Like, oh no, it's like right when something happens, it's like, okay, great. So that pandemic did force everybody to, call up and get all their settings right and working. So also during the pandemic, we launched a test with Video Call Center. I see Larry and Bonnie are here. And, that's been really good to eliminate all those things I just talked about, because it's just, you send the link to somebody and they click on it and then they have return video and we see them. So, that was another, enabling technology that we launched during the pandemic. That was huge. And it's, just about, simplicity. And that was it. And that was very helpful.
I think the pandemic was the linchpin in solidifying that as a tool, because, we have found, Sinclair's got 70 some news producing stations across the country, thousands of journalists that, whether it's a producer, and they used it for everything. We had meteorologists working off of iPads at home, and we were actually keying that. Didn't look great, but it still got us on the air. Weather people doing weather from home, anchors, started out doing, before we could mobilize enough to put some better transmission capabilities into, people's homes and various spaces, or, remote spaces. That was the most invaluable tool. They would just prop it up on a little mount, and reporters, they were doing it from cars, they were doing it from home. So it was actually a pretty big lifesaver. We were using file transfer from it. They were shooting video with them. So they were a great usage in COVID.
I have to agree. It was a game changer. And I think we tried things that we never would have thought would be acceptable for television because of the pandemic. And I also have to give credit to our engineers at all the TV stations for being ready to try this stuff and being ready for the challenge. I mean, I think all of us would agree that our engineering departments really did an incredible job just with their creativity and finding these methods of getting our content on the air.
Here.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of quick
We're
innovations.
all
happening.
for more cellular apps, just so you know. But shameless plug, I got it, but.
Ben, I'd like to, we talked a little bit about in our pre-call about, Fox Weather. We heard from the Fox Weather folks earlier today in regards to how the journalists, it's my understanding there's a network of cameras that they utilize. Do you mind speaking a little bit about how live acquisition is happening for that, new online entity?
Yeah. Similarly, we kind of, compressed the photographer's kit and, made it a smaller camera and a smaller live view. And, I mentioned it earlier, as I was watching, I downloaded the app, I started watching it, and then I saw Robert Ray on there and I was like, who's his photographer? That's a cool show. Oh, they're really moving a lot. That's interesting. And then I called him and he said, I'm alone and I'm always alone. And he's using a selfie stick and he was using the live view app. And it was, I feel like he gets a little bit more, or less pushback, or it's a little bit more intimate, the interviews he has, because he just has the selfie stick or just has the iPhone. So, I did say he's on FirstNet and he has, Verizon also. So he has multiple networks and he's got a FirstNet puck as well. But, to that point, it didn't always work. And when you find that situation and he does not have a BGAN or a sat phone or a satellite dish, because he is very nimble, he's got to, drive another hour down this, or a mile down the street to go find cellular connectivity and do a live shot or transmit something in. But they've been deploying a little bit differently for Fox Weather, and they are, I would say, more nimble, and it gets them, to the location a little bit faster because of that.
Gotcha, very interesting. Rich, so speaking of innovation through the pandemic, have come up with a very clever ingest setup for your live crews. Do you mind kind of explaining what you built out?
Sure, it's a low-tech solution, but it worked. I noticed coming into work just about every day, our photographers and talent editing in their crew cars. And, I just thought we can do better. And a couple weeks after the pandemic, that's acceptable. But, as time goes on, we really have to find a better solution than that. And what they were doing is either, with a puck or just standard LTE, editing, uploading their video through LTE, or downloading any content they needed from the newsroom, usually transferring through Dropbox or some other cloud application. What we did was we just extended the newsroom LAN connections into our garage so that photographers could actually connect to the editing LAN. They could have their iNews and also get content quickly. So instead of waiting 45 minutes for an upload, now an upload would take maybe 2 or 3 minutes. They could finish their story and then get back out on the road again, which is, what photographers want to do. They want to grab as much content as possible. So that really, that worked out quite well until somebody decided to extend one of those connections out to the street. And InfoSec people don't like that. We shut down pretty quickly.
Thank you. I think that's a really cool setup. Security. So Ben, I'll start with you on this one. What security issues have you seen as it relates to live remote setups, and how have you addressed them?
So like I said before, we tested a lot of technologies. We stuck in, I won't name any names. We stuck in 4 boxes. And this past Friday, InfoSec called and said there were 29 vulnerabilities with it, so shut it down. So I think, we worked with IT and InfoSec to install it, but still things fall through the cracks. I think, it's more work. It's something you got to do up front. It slows down the deployment. It slows down the operations and a little bit. But I think the long story short is the InfoSec team is your friend, and you really got to get them involved early on and often, and then repeat, because like we said, this was 6 months down the line. And with the Log4j, we're reaching out to everybody and their mother. So it's just something that it's a reality. And obviously that I think the Sinclair ransomware, taught us a little something. So
that was
learned a
not
little
caused
something.
by any field operation. Let's make that clear. But they are conversations that we are now having more often, very frequently, with field crews, and it's a conversation that has to happen continuously about how to keep their content safe and their laptops safe, and every piece of equipment that they use, because obviously that content is valuable, and if it's compromised, you have no use to it. But I think our challenge is the blend between how do you stay operational in the field, and how are you locked down so much that you can't operate because of, IT has a penchant for wanting to create very strict policies, and it creates a very difficult environment, from a technology perspective. We just want the crews to be successful and be able to, transmit their material and get the content back. And IT is kind of on the other side of things, where we want to keep them completely protected. So it's always a balance of, how do you stay protected? How do you get all your content and your streams and everything back to the station?
Thank you. I think
I
we
have
are-
one question from the audience,
course.
Mike, if I can relay that. The question is, where does satellite IP fit into your news gathering and DR plans? Is latency, QoS, or bandwidth most important?
Yes.
It depends what you're doing. If
It's all-
you're
it's all
live,
three of them.
latency is an issue. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, finish.
Yeah, if you're live, latency is obviously an issue, and it's not just the latency from your location back to the studio, but it's that return feed as well. Because any return feed, the latency going to the studio is going to be added to that return feed. So if you're going to try and do, let's say, live weather, and you've got somebody looking at a chroma key and they're trying to point to something, and then a second later they see their arm move, it's very difficult for a meteorologist to do a live weather report with a chroma key if they've got 1.5 seconds of latency. Doesn't matter how much bandwidth you have.
So we've got satellite IP in basically every satellite truck, and we're building more and more and more of them, on kind of, suburban chassis. So it's a big component. And usually what we'll do is, if something does happen, that truck rolls up to that station and they start providing that satellite IP. The latency, yes, bandwidth is difficult, and it's difficult to acquire enough KU space that will equate to what a newsroom might need. So it's definitely a challenge, but something that we're actively working on.
Well, thank you all, gentlemen. Really appreciate that. I'm going to ask you to just sit tight for just one moment, because I've got Kathy Haley here with Brian Hopman from APENPS.
Thank you, guys.
Quick shout out to Dave Cyrak at Cox Media Group for giving us the idea for that panel. Our networking break is going to be sponsored by one of my favorite journalistic organizations, the Associated Press, and APENPS. Brian Hopman is the Vice President and General Manager of ENPS. What's been going on with your company, very briefly, and your customers? What challenges are you solving?
Thanks very much, Kathy, and nice job, everybody who's been out here today. So just a couple of quick things. We spend a lot of time with technologists, with newsroom leaders, and with newsroom users. And for us, the huge focus is productivity. So we're tackling enhanced productivity for our customers using our playbook planning system, which has, for our newsroom, saved thousands of hours just this year alone, as we've used it to help us assemble some of the state and the regional digests that we send out to customers on our wire services. And then we've extended that out to customers who are using that system. And a couple of the bigger ones that we brought online this past year are the Daily Mail Group and Al Jazeera. And we're looking ahead to some more growth activity there. There's been a lot said today about security, and that's top of mind for us as well. We're the first of the major newsroom systems that we know of to bring out multi-factor authentication and single sign-on. So it's making it easier for the journalists to not need to VPN in, and keeping also, I think, the InfoSec teams happy, since we can secure those networks just a wee bit more. And we're looking ahead to a busy 22. We've got about 20 different new sites that are already scheduled to bring ENPS into their environments for the first time. So we're excited. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Brian.
Very much. Now we're having our networking break. Thank you, Brian Hopman.
Thanks
of
to our panelists. Thanks so
AT&ENPS.
much.
But we also have decades of experience providing award-winning solutions to the challenges that newsrooms like yours face every day. Our expanding range of solutions, beginning with ENPS and Playbook, are built by journalists for journalists. ENPS powers your production workflow with access to media, agency copy, running orders, scripts, digital and social, all from one user interface. Whether you're working in one local newsroom or across an entire network, everything you need is quickly at your fingertips. Built-in messaging keeps your journalists connected to each other, whether they're working across the newsroom, in a newsroom in another city, or even out in the field with the ENPS mobile app on their phone or tablet. More than 700 newsrooms around the world, including AP's own news teams, use ENPS to produce thousands of hours of news every single day, in a wide variety of different languages. ENPS is constantly evolving to ensure it meets the ever-changing needs of the modern broadcaster. That evolution led us to create Playbook, a complementary cloud-based planning module designed to drive superior storytelling by increasing the visibility of editorial coverage plans and improving collaboration throughout the newsroom. Accessed through either a browser or mobile app, Playbook allows you to quickly see what is being covered today, tomorrow, and beyond, organized in a variety of ways, such as by topic, by newsroom, by output platform, or by which journalist has been assigned to the story. You can see what is happening in a single newsroom, an entire region, or across your whole network. See who's covering what and where the stories are happening. Playbook even lets you keep track of the cost of coverage, so you are sure you are spending your newsroom's budget wisely. And you can easily move content between Playbook and ENPS as planning gives way to production. Our robust API and support for the MOS protocol allow both ENPS and Playbook to integrate with your other production and publishing systems to provide a seamless, fully integrated workflow. Both ENPS and Playbook are built with security in mind, supporting secure SSL-based connections, multi-factor authentication, and a robust permissions model that controls what users can do with different types of content from across the entire organization. Behind the software is our top-notch training and support team, providing 24/7 assistance from both London and Washington, DC. Taken together, ENPS and Playbook provide an innovative, collaborative solution to the workflow needs of the modern newsroom. You know the Associated Press as a news agency, but we also have decades of experience providing award-winning solutions to the challenges that newsrooms like yours face every day. Our expanding range of solutions, beginning with ENPS and Playbook, are built by journalists for journalists. ENPS powers your production workflow with access to media, agency copy, running orders, scripts, digital and social, all from one user interface. Whether you're working in one local newsroom or across an entire network, everything you need is quickly at your fingertips. Built-in messaging keeps your journalists connected to each other, whether they're working across the newsroom, in a newsroom in another city, or even out in the field with the ENPS mobile app on their phone or tablet. More than 700 newsrooms around the world, including AP's own news teams, use ENPS to produce thousands of hours of news every single day, in a wide variety of different languages. ENPS is constantly evolving to ensure it meets the ever-changing needs of the modern broadcaster. That evolution led us to create Playbook, a complementary, cloud-based planning module designed to drive superior storytelling by increasing the visibility of editorial coverage plans and improving collaboration throughout the newsroom. Accessed through either a browser or mobile app, Playbook allows you to quickly see what is being covered today, tomorrow, and beyond, organized in a variety of ways, such as by topic, by newsroom, by output platform, or by which journalist has been assigned to the story. You can see what is happening in a single newsroom, an entire region, or across your whole network. See who's covering what and where the stories are happening. Playbook even lets you keep track of the cost of coverage, so you are sure you are spending your newsroom's budget wisely. And you can easily move content between Playbook and ENPS as planning gives way to production. Our robust API and support for the MOS protocol allow both ENPS and Playbook to integrate with your other production and publishing systems to provide a seamless, fully integrated workflow. Both ENPS and Playbook are built with security in mind, supporting secure SSL-based connections, multi-factor authentication, and a robust permissions model that controls what users can do with different types of content from across the entire organization. Behind the software is our top-notch training and support team, providing 24/7 assistance from both London and Washington, D.C. Taken together, ENPS and Playbook provide an innovative, collaborative solution to the workflow needs of the modern newsroom. You know the Associated Press as a news agency, but we also have decades of experience providing award-winning solutions to the challenges that newsrooms like yours face every day. Our expanding range of solutions, beginning with ENPS and Playbook, are built by journalists for journalists. ENPS powers your production workflow with access to media, agency copy, running orders, scripts, digital and social, all from one user interface. Whether you're working in one local newsroom or across an entire network, everything you need is quickly at your fingertips. Built-in messaging keeps your journalists connected to each other, whether they're working across the newsroom, in a newsroom in another city, or even out in the field with the ENPS mobile app on their phone or tablet. More than 700 newsrooms around the world, including AP's own news teams, use ENPS to produce thousands of hours of news every single day, in a wide variety of different languages. ENPS is constantly evolving to ensure it meets the ever-changing needs of the modern broadcaster. That evolution led us to create Playbook, a complementary, cloud-based planning module designed to drive superior storytelling by increasing the visibility of editorial coverage plans and improving collaboration throughout the newsroom. Accessed through either a browser or mobile app, Playbook allows you to quickly see what is being covered today, tomorrow, and beyond, organized in a variety of ways, such as by topic, by newsroom, by output platform, or by which journalist has been assigned to the story. You can see what is happening in a single newsroom, an entire region, or across your whole network. See who's covering what and where the stories are happening. Playbook even lets you keep track of the cost of coverage, so you are sure you are spending your newsroom's budget wisely. And you can easily move content between Playbook and ENPS as planning gives way to production. Our robust API and support for the MOS protocol allow both ENPS and Playbook to integrate with your other production and publishing systems to provide a seamless, fully integrated workflow. Both ENPS and Playbook are built with security in mind, supporting secure SSL-based connections, multi-factor authentication, and a robust permissions model that controls what users can do with different types of content from across the entire organization. Behind the software is our top-notch training and support team, providing 24/7 assistance from both London and Washington, D.C. Taken together, ENPS and Playbook provide an innovative, collaborative solution to the workflow needs of the modern newsroom. You know the Associated Press as a news agency, but we also have decades of experience providing award-winning solutions to the challenges that newsrooms like yours face every day. Our expanding range of solutions, beginning with ENPS and Playbook, are built by journalists for journalists. ENPS powers your production workflow with access to media, agency copy, running orders, scripts, digital and social, all from one user interface. Whether you're working in one local newsroom or across an entire network, everything you need is quickly at your fingertips. Built-in messaging keeps your journalists connected to each other, whether they're working across the newsroom, in a newsroom in another city, or even out in the field with the ENPS mobile app on their phone or tablet. More than 700 newsrooms around the world, including AP's own news teams, use ENPS to produce thousands of hours of news every single day, in a wide variety of different languages. ENPS is constantly evolving to ensure it meets the ever-changing needs of the modern broadcaster. That evolution led us to create Playbook, a complementary, cloud-based planning module designed to drive superior storytelling by increasing the visibility of editorial coverage plans and improving collaboration throughout the newsroom. Accessed through either a browser or mobile app, Playbook allows you to quickly see what is being covered today, tomorrow, and beyond, organized in a variety of ways, such as by topic, by newsroom, by output platform, or by which journalist has been assigned to the story. You can see what is happening in a single newsroom, an entire region, or across your whole network. See who's covering what and where the stories are happening. Playbook even lets you keep track of the cost of coverage, so you are sure you are spending the newsroom's budget wisely. And you can easily move content between Playbook and ENPS as planning gives way to production. Our robust API and support for the MOS protocol allow both ENPS and Playbook to integrate with your other production and publishing systems to provide a seamless, fully integrated workflow. Both ENPS and Playbook are built with security in mind, supporting secure SSL-based connections, multi-factor authentication, and a robust permissions model that controls what users can do with different types of content from across the entire organization. Behind the software is our top-notch training and support team, providing 24/7 assistance from both London and Washington, D.C. Taken together, ENPS and Playbook provide an innovative, collaborative solution to the workflow needs of the modern newsroom. You know the Associated Press as a news agency, but we also have decades of experience providing award-winning solutions to the challenges that newsrooms like yours face every day. Our expanding range of solutions, beginning with ENPS and Playbook, are built by journalists for journalists. ENPS powers your production workflow with access to media, agency copy, running orders, scripts, digital and social, all from one user interface. Whether you're working in one local newsroom or across an entire network, everything you need is quickly at your fingertips. Built-in messaging keeps your journalists connected to each other, whether they're working across the newsroom, in a newsroom in another city, or even out in the field with the ENPS mobile app on their phone or tablet. More than 700 newsrooms around the world, including AP's own news teams, use ENPS to produce thousands of hours of news every single day, in a wide variety of different languages. ENPS is constantly evolving to ensure it meets the ever-changing needs of the modern broadcaster. That evolution led us to create Playbook, a complementary, cloud-based planning module designed to drive superior storytelling by increasing the visibility of editorial coverage plans and improving collaboration throughout the newsroom. Accessed through either a browser or mobile app, Playbook allows you to quickly see what is being covered today, tomorrow and beyond, organized in a variety of ways, such as by topic, by newsroom, by output platform, or by which journalist has been assigned to the story. You can see what is happening in a single newsroom, an entire region, or across your whole network. See who's covering what and where the stories are happening. Playbook even lets you keep track of the cost of coverage, so you are sure you are spending.
To, I think, probably what most people will say, Zoom is everything. We're on Zoom all the time. But one thing I would say for us, we're a little different in that. So we're a newspaper and a TV studio wrapped into one. So while the studio component, we're all in the building, the rest of the editorial team is not. So, we have our smaller meetings, and then we have to interface with the print side, the digital side, and all the various departments. So for us, it's been like a split 50-50 in a way, like our immediate team, we see each other face to face, but then we have to, kind of corral the rest of the newsroom and harness all of those other people into Zooms. And so, yeah, that's basically our daily communication.
Okay. Robin, how is it from your perspective? How has it changed?
It really forced us to just rethink everything. The communication is so key, and I think it's better, actually. Just the fact that we had to do remote Zoom calls, and I find myself more directly talking to people individually more because you have to, because you don't physically see them anymore, and they get real disconnected. So, and for me, it's better with Zoom calls because reporters don't waste their time sitting and waiting for a meeting. They're out there already gathering facts. So, and the producers, now that the producers are all back in the building and directors are all back in the building, that's a much better communication for them. Reporters and photographers are not in the building. So it's those Zoom calls and just a direct texting and emailing to them that keeps them in the loop.
Gotcha. Okay. Bobby, I'll start with you on this next question. And we're going to get into, what you've done at Newsday over the last, couple of years, but as far as communication with remote teams go, how are you communicating with your remote teams, and have there been any challenges? And if so, how have they been overcome?
No, I mean, phone, text, email, and like I said, we've been in a situation for quite a few months where a lot of us have been back in the building, but our reporters in the field It's basically the same as we would normally do, just over the phone or through text. We have like many places, we have a morning meeting over Zoom and, just communicate that way and traditionally just keep up with them throughout the day. The remote teams are out in the field anyway, so it hasn't really changed much with them.
Okay. Andrea, has your staff been eager to get back to the office, or is remote working well for you?
On the operations side, a lot of the folks have already been in the bureau for most of the time, and the engineering side, they're really the folks that need to be near the machines. And we have so much remoting into our servers and our systems that they really need to be there to teach, help the editorial side who are trying to do this all remote. So we're sort of, my team is mostly in. And then a lot of the editorial folks are able to work in remote, but we just have to really have that infrastructure and support to have the remote side up and running well. So for the most part, we're at a place right now where it's probably not going to change much because most of the folks are coming in, but it's nice that there's this new flexibility that we couldn't really imagine before, where people can work from home and hopefully it gives a little more balance. But then of course, when there's breaking news, which happens often, all hands on deck.
Right. No, that's a really good point. And I guess as far as, and Robin, I'll direct this next question to you. So, as far as that, kind of, in-person collaboration that, we all know is so important, in a newsroom. How have your daily editorial meetings changed due to the pandemic?
They're better, and I'll tell you why, because we ask that they submit story ideas and specific information before each editorial meeting. So we have a better handle on the story pitches. Before we got into a meeting and we would talk then, and I think it lessens now the time needed. And we can also, when they send the pitches, we can also have discussion before the meeting. It's a better editorial meeting. It's a more focused editorial meeting, and everybody's on it. So it is more productive. So I wouldn't change it.
Do you feel this kind of the setup that's evolved will be, what you're doing for the foreseeable future?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And just one more follow-up for you, Robin. How about ratings? Do you feel that as far as your team's going, moving to the remote workflows, has it had any impact, either positively or negatively on ratings that you've determined?
It's interesting that I was looking at that question, is that when COVID began, we really were the go-to station. We still are doing well, but especially in the early morning and a late night when I felt like more people were home doing home remotes, themselves. Our morning and our late evening continues to be really strong because of that need from the audience to know what's going on in their day before and after they get home from work, or remote into work. So our ratings have not really been impacted. And this is a strong market, so everyone's doing a really good job in doing this. So it's a competitive market, which makes us fun. We're happy that we haven't seen any, these kind of things with ratings.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's transition to remote news gathering and production. So Ray, we'll start with you here. So we've heard this on an earlier panel today too, in regards to, vendors really, evolving quickly, innovating quickly, transitioning their technology to, complement these workflows that have developed so quickly. So I mean, I guess could you explain to us how Avid technology has evolved through the pandemic to benefit the news and operation teams that are working remotely?
Yes, sure. And thank you, by the way, for having me on the panel. So Avid was interesting because Avid had to transition its own workforce, right, to be a distributed workforce, while at the same time dealing with, media organizations who also had to deal with the same thing. So in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, we worked around the clock to basically enable people to access resources that were on-prem from home, right? That was probably the biggest thing that we did, and that took months and months, right? It was just a all hands on deck kind of an approach. We also had people that kind of fall into two buckets. We had folks who were accessing those on-prem resources. We also had people who wanted to actually try the cloud. It just so happened that at the time we had Edit On Demand, which was released in 2019, which is basically editorial in the cloud, a SaaS offering, Avid's first SaaS offering. And we had a bunch of folks who were sort of playing with it, if you will, ahead of the actual pandemic. And that quickly turned into real production. And the good news was it worked very well, right? People had an excellent experience with Edit on Demand as a whole. For some of those reasons are they were actually using machines in some cases that were VMs that were more powerful than what they actually had under their desks. And so they actually had a very responsive, good experience, even with limited bandwidth at their homes, right? And so we sort of had those two sort of immediate challenges. Now we see media organizations now starting to sort of take those lessons learned and applying those towards their thinking going forward as to how they're going to run their operations, whether that be a hybrid model or even just how they're thinking about what else could they do in the cloud that's realistic, that sort of augments their capacity, allows them to basically burst very quickly, take on more projects, enable distributed resources while at the same time maintaining the investments they've already made in on-prem resources. So it's been nothing but a learning experience across the board. And again, at the same time, Avid was, all of our employees had to work from home, right? So we relied on the same tools we were all relying on, right? Teams and certainly Zoom. So it's been an interesting ride to say the least. The last thing I'll say is, the pace of innovation though, that this has sort of forced us all to sort of embrace has been just picked up exponentially, in my opinion. And that's in a good way, right? In a lot of ways, albeit for a terrible reason. So.
Right. So what have you seen with cloud adoption specifically?
Cloud adoption, like I said, primarily Edit on Demand and the SaaS offerings, which, Edit on Demand auto provisions the resources needed basically to spin up the cloud resources for editorial on demand. And we've seen that for primarily offline editing. It's been used really broadly across, news style programming, as well as, things like documentaries and certainly sort of television shows that are more like daytime TV oriented. It's certainly not, we're not doing Marvel movies quite yet with Edit on Demand, but certainly does, support quite a bit of use cases. And what people have done is they're doing their offline editing. They have now this amazing flexibility where they can use resources that are, really distributed in terms of not just locally to the building or the city that they live in, but now they can have this bigger pool that they can actually pull from. And then they're pulling down those projects and bins and basically doing the finished work locally on-prem with their on-prem Nexus or Media Composer. So it's been probably that. And then of course we do have a whole practice that does nothing but custom cloud deployments. And those have happened in various different ways where media companies, large and small, are at different phases of their own journey. What I would say is that, when we were pre-pandemic, a lot of people were throwing up all the different reasons as to why not to go to cloud. But once the pandemic happened, it was like, okay, we have to go to the cloud now. We need this business continuity. We need this sort of, in parallel, setup so that basically you can switch between the two as seamlessly as possible, because no one knows what's going to happen next, it feels like, right? And so being able to have that flexibility, right, which is what a lot of people have referenced throughout the course of the day, is really having that sort of in parallel capacity, right, on-prem and cloud, and then over time making it ubiquitous, so you actually don't know as a user where your content lives. You just know that you're getting access to that content.
I think that's what's important.
And we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there, and that's really where Avid as a company really shifted its focus, right? All of its resources is, we were doing obviously a ton of cloud stuff, but once the pandemic hit, a lot of emphasis really went on distributed workflows and basically cloud deployments and hybrid, right? And how do we make that seamless for end users, right? And so that's really what we're emphasizing now.
Interesting. Thank you.
Mhm.
Bobby, so I'd like to hear from you. So Newsday went through, a big transition that I think had started pre-pandemic and then was, built out and executed through the pandemic. So can you tell us a little bit about that project and, and if the pandemic had any influence on where you are today?
Yeah, I mean, we started the studio, we started construction on the studio pre-pandemic, and don't want to say that there were really any positives coming out of the pandemic, but if there was one, it was that we were kind of all forced out of the building for a while. So the construction of, we have two studios, smaller TV studio and then a larger multimedia studio where we're hosting live events. The fact that we were all out of the building obviously made the construction process much easier. And I couldn't imagine having to work and put out a newspaper and a website and video content during all this construction. So that's one thing. But the other thing we have to think about, and for us, again, as starting up this studio, we kind of figured out pretty quickly, okay, you talk about cloud services, right? We realized that, our MAM has to be up in the cloud. Prior to television production, we had a multimedia department where we had 10 years of archival on-prem, right? There's no editors can access it now. So we had to, start moving our archives up to the cloud. Even something as simple as Zoom, we had to make sure in the studio, we had the capability to take in 3 Zoom guests, right? So dedicating 3 PCs for that. Something that we had not considered at all, but then realized, watching everybody else bring in Zoom guests that, this is going to be now part of our programming. So we had to think about that. Even something as simple as, ENPS, how does the app work? How does it work on mobile? Are the reporters going to be able to use it easily in the field? Producers use it easy in the field. So there was a lot of like cloud-based solutions that we were looking for, and just to figure out, how we're going to launch this studio in a pandemic and all the different curveballs it was throwing us. So, things like I said, Zoom and all these cloud-based apps were really the direction that we went in.
Gotcha. Okay, no, I think that's really, really interesting. And so you do feel like the pandemic did kind of shift some of the
It absolutely
initial
did,
plans.
yeah. I mean, it definitely shifted some of our decision-making, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Robin, how would you say that remote production has enabled your team's ability to cover news?
What's great. We're a bit central client. Sorry about that. The photographers prior to COVID really just shot things. Sometimes left holes in their stories so the editors back at station could fill them in with archive material. Now they're using the Bench Central Core app, which allows them just to tap right into the system and get that video and make the story better than handing it off to someone else. And it gives the photographers more ownership. So they're like their own studio out in the field now. They have a live view, they have their own camera, they have their own editing, so they can set up shop in their car, they can set up shop in another location, and they get it done, which gives the editors here to do more production. So that's been a great workflow, remote workflow that we've gone through. So and it's just really fun to watch these photographers take ownership and also know that their product is better because of what they're doing.
Thank you. Andrea, so we talked a little bit on the our pre-call about the previous DNC and RNC, and just in specifically those 2 events, but more generally these mission critical events from a coverage perspective. Do you mind kind of explaining how how those specific events were shifted to virtual quickly, and then just in general how you see you covering these kind of mission critical events going forward?
Well, for the DNC and the RNC convention, which was in August of 2020, and the date got moved quite a bit. Originally, the DNC was going to be a month before that, in July. ABC News was assigned the pool for that event, so we were responsible for covering that event for the 5 networks, all the subscribers to the network pool, and all our affiliates and clients. And the DNC at the time were really trying to figure out how they were going to do this event. It was determined it was going to be in Milwaukee a long time before the event. And as it got closer and the numbers of the COVID cases were going up, especially in the state of Wisconsin, there was a lot of indecision and a lot of unknowns right up until July. And this is normally, as you know, this is a huge event, 4 nights, primetime coverage. All networks take it mostly, and ABC had to cover it. So the DNC also covers the event for themselves, and so they had a full production on site. Part of our production had to be in full conjunction and partnership in the sense technically and engineering wise with the DNC. So they had large production trucks and we had large production trucks parked in the loading dock of the Milwaukee Convention Center. And there was great interconnectivity between the 2 of us. So because there was a lot of unknowns, we kind of had to plan for everything. And so when it came to staffing, just as one example, this was a mission critical event. If any of the people involved in this production on the ABC News side were, God forbid, to test positive, we would still have to have someone in that role. So on the staffing side, we had what we called a phantom crew in a different hotel. And they were completely separate from us, but what they did every night, they would come in to our production truck and get a lay of the land and figure out what happened that day. So they're very read in. So if we had to fill someone in the last moment, because the DNC insisted, there was testing of us every day for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or actually 2 weeks, a week and a half, excuse me. And, if we were in that situation, we had someone who could just fit right in. So that was one aspect of it. 12 days before the event, the DNC decided that they're going to not have this convention in Milwaukee. They were going to move it to Wilmington, Delaware. So we had to stand up a whole separate production in Wilmington. But the distribution was from our truck in Milwaukee from the Floating Dog. So we had to basically set up a full setup in Wilmington with the same sort of staffing challenges and the testing and the Phantom crew, in addition to what we had in Milwaukee. And so we just sort of doubled this production in this remote way. And at the same time, it was a remote event, and the DNC had a lot of things that were remote also into their coverage, not just live speakers on a stage. So there was a lot of things that were different and a lot of changes right up to the end. So we weren't totally the first to do that because it was the NFL draft before that. And so I think that's where the DNC got sort of their model from to some degree. And so, but we were the first, I would say, network to, the large scale network production was that DNC. And then a week later was the RNC. So we worked very closely with the pool that covered the RNC to make it easier for them so they could sort of take our blueprint and do it as well. So, but they also had a lot of challenges and changes. So it was just such a fluid situation. And, but like I said, there's tremendous resilience for people in this business. I think everybody, as you probably heard from all your panels before, there's a great passion about this business. And so you get the job done, no matter what the challenge is. And I like to say that we had what we did in August of 2020 and what CBS did with their RNC was sort of the model to some degree for these large scale television productions during COVID. And so you can do it almost from everywhere with friends, smart friends like people at Avid and all these other vendors that are very creative and innovative. But really it's all about innovation and taking advantage of it. So.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the last point that you just made, have there been any big technology discoveries, within, your organization through the pandemic that you'd like to note?
Well, I think I would echo what my friend Ray just said here. It sort of forced us to do a lot of different things differently. So when it comes to the field, we put a lot of home kits and correspondents homes, so they were able to just be on the air whenever needed for any show, any platform, any live coverage. Our editing system, we just did a massive upgrade thanks to Avid. So our networking is robust. We have, and our Avid production environment is robust. We essentially can have a producer and an editor cut a piece, crash a piece, I should say, from really anywhere in the world with these different systems that we leverage, and they can both see it and view it in real time. So that's really exciting. And that's something that's probably not going to go away in the months and years ahead. And so there's a lot of things changing, and just the remote working is also too something that's changed, and we'll see what the future brings.
Gotcha.
I do think that's.
Let's transition and talk about storytelling. Robin, I'll send this next question to you. Can you talk about how the pandemic has impacted storytelling for your?
At first, I think it hurt it because we had reporters doing Zoom calls, and most of our photographers and reporters don't travel together. So the coordination between them needs to be really good in terms of logistics. So sometimes the photographer is out shooting B-roll and the reporter is shooting a Zoom call. And that's kind of how it was going, just for safety's sake. We really wanted to make sure our people in the field were being very safe and continue to be that way. As we've realized that we can go to the same places and rendezvous and do stories, it has increased in terms of the video and the interviews and the use of sound. And we're getting back to the production value that viewers need, and which I want. And we actually have had several meetings lately with producers back in the building look at your show opens, look at how you're using video, look how you're using graphics, because we really pared down our production value on our newscast to keep it clean, to keep it right, make sure we're doing the right things. But I'm happy to say that with the people in the field thinking about how to shoot things, how to actually do selfie stand-ups too, those kind of things have really added to the value of the storytelling. And I think we'll continue to do that, especially with some of the equipment we're looking at adopting, smaller cameras and things like that, that make it easier to get into places and do things with people and not intrude upon them as much. So happy about that. I think people need something to make them really come alive in these newscasts. And I think talking about this and making sure, we like Zoom, but that's kind of a standard. Let's make sure we're really talking to people and integrating with them and making a story versus just, reporting on an event.
Do you feel your reporters are more independent today?
Absolutely. Yes. They know how to even do a pre-Zoom where they're getting information. So the information is already with them, and we can make decisions better on the story they go after. They're very much more nimble, I believe, and they take a lot, and we should give and do give them a lot of credit. Same thing with photographers. They're figuring out how to do things. A couple of photographers have bought small little cameras they use to just capture something that even people don't know they're a broadcast. And we were the only ones at a really big court appearance, and we're the only ones, our photographer actually followed the accused out, and no one knew what he was doing, and we're the only ones that have video. So they're thinking on their feet, and that's really important, and that's what journalists should do.
Right. Andrea, the same question for you. Can you talk about how the pandemic has impacted storytelling?
It's well, it's made us realize that we can do a lot of different things differently than we ever imagined before. It was, there was a big push at the beginning, over a year ago, to get a lot of our correspondents and anchors home kits, so they could, as I mentioned before, so they can get on the air at any time and not have to come into the building. We did that really with an iPhone and the LiveView app, and made sure, that everything was set up for them correctly in their house. And gosh, so many things have accelerated so fast in the business that I think, and it continues to, and the pandemic has really pushed us in news coverage in a lot of ways, especially in 2020 with the news events that year. There was a lot out of Washington, DC and everywhere in the country. And so it made us realize that really there's so much we can do. And it gave, I think, a great confidence for a lot of us in the sense of just what we're able to accomplish with great partnerships, with great staff, with, as someone said earlier, the engineers, our crews, everyone, just you see that passion come through. So that was really one of those things that are kind of wonderful to see.
Yeah. I know one of the things that we were talking about on the pre-call was about storytelling and how telling stories on social platforms and on your own apps is, different per se than what you're doing on the linear broadcast, and how you were able to leverage what you were using for the linear broadcast, maybe take that story and go a level deeper, and then create content specifically for those digital platforms to drive eyeballs to those platforms. That was one of the big reasons why Avid sort of integrated Adobe in a more interoperable way, right? So that users who are Adobe clients, who are using the Adobe platform to create some of those more social oriented stories for digital platforms, can easily search for, find content, and import content into an Adobe environment, work with that content, and then basically push it back out onto the broader platform where everybody has access to it, right? And so that was one of the bigger things that our clients have been asking for, and that's one of the things that we've certainly achieved and continue to work on throughout the pandemic. But that storytelling aspect of it, and enabling that sort of unique digital storytelling that's available only on those OTT platforms as you build that audience, was one of the big reasons why we did that.
Gotcha. Interesting. Bobby, similar question, but with the rollout of your new studio, the new digital product, how has that helped Newsday from a storytelling standpoint, and better connecting, or maybe more so connecting with your audience?
Yeah, for us, it's just another platform for our content, and thinking back to some of the conversations that you've been having here, for us, it was new at the beginning, so we don't know anything different, especially from television production. We just launched the studio in the pandemic, so we didn't really have to pivot the way some of you guys are talking about pivoting and changing things. But yeah, we are excited about the possibilities. I mean, we're streaming live news now. I mean, there's, throughout the course of the year, which is, a major milestone for us. So we're offering a lot more content from newscasts to, MMJ packages every day, 2 to 3 MMJ packages. And so it's all new for us. And, we're kind of learning as we go into some degree, like a lot of the questions you're asking, it's all new to us. So it's not like we had to figure out how to get someone a home kit, or because we never had an anchor before. So we didn't really have to worry about, getting her a home kit. So yeah, I mean, we're just excited to keep producing content, and we're moving forward with hopefully more video production in 2022. One thing I will say though, in terms of the storytelling part, and this may sound like a small thing compared to what some of the people were saying, but there's nothing like being able to walk over to an editor, look over their shoulder and say, no, bring the sound up here, or let's cut this shot sooner. You can't do that now, because our editors are remote. And so everything is someone's slacking you the video to look at, or someone's, even with a script, you can't sit with somebody and tweak a script a little bit. So that's, to me, that's one of the drawbacks of kind of all this remote working.
Well, and that's a good lead in. So what are some of the, any remote tools that you can mention as it relates to, editing, script writing, how are your remote journalists contributing content? What's their workflow look like?
Yeah, again, like for us, it hasn't really changed that much because we kind of grew up with the pandemic as our workflow. But yeah, I mean, we use the NPS out in the field. We use Adobe. We cut on Adobe, and and as I said, we've kind of geared all our decisions toward cloud-based products. Even Master Control, is all up in the cloud, so we can program things out ahead of time. Someone could, at 10 o'clock at night at home, if we have to reprogram something, they have the ability to do that. So, just thinking more towards cloud-based products is probably the biggest decision that we've had to make.
Okay. Well, and as it relates to storytelling, I want to touch on the studio side of it as well. I know both Bobby, you and Andrea have recently been a part of new studio build out. So Bobby, I'll start with you. Was there any consideration, there was a conversation at a panel earlier in regards to, bigger anchor desks, maybe creating more positions. So there's that, distance created within the studio space. Was that taken into consideration at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Our anchor desk, we made sure it was at its widest point, it's 6 feet apart. We have 2 vertical monitors that we made sure were very safely distanced. So that all went into the decision-making in our studio, and the same in our control room. We had to actually reconfigure the control room because for us, we were coming into the office. We couldn't produce from the studio from home. So as soon as we were allowed to, we were back in the office. And yeah, so we basically reconfigured the control room to make sure everything was at a safe distance, less workstations, one person manning two different stations. So yeah, that was all, we took all of that into consideration as we were building it out.
Interesting.
More so in the control room, but certainly on the set for talent. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. How about you?
Yeah, we did the same thing. We just actually finished a large studio rebuild. And the desks are big. So there is just like Bobby, we had the anchors and the talent can be spread out. So it's the social distancing is appropriate. The studio is really exciting, and it's something that was sort of we kind of accelerated the timetable and actually came up with the idea and worked on it very fast with the help of a lot of smart people at ABC News. And now we have the studio with large LED screens from floor to ceilings that give just unlimited production possibilities. And so that's really exciting. And we're just playing with it now. We've had a couple shows out of there, like this week with George Stephanopoulos and World News just last Thursday. So it's really exciting and it's beautiful, but it was something that we did very fast. Again, it's for desks are big for COVID, but hopefully get to a point where we can go back to something where it was before, but if it's, we'll see.
Right.
We'll see.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about, how you all see the future of storytelling and how you see it evolving. So first question for you, Robin. What would you say are the biggest impacts the pandemic has had on storytelling for journalists?
People still want to know what's going on, and how we do it best is with good video, good sound, and good storytelling. And if that's missing, viewers are not going to connect with that, and users online are not going to connect with that. So the heart of this is making sure you have a story that you believe is going to connect emotion and intellect with your viewers. So we have to just keep remembering that. I mean, and all the tools we use are just enhancing and helping us do our job. But if you don't tell a good story, if the video is not great, if it doesn't make people want to watch or download it, we still have to work at that. And we continue to talk about that. We need to talk about how we can pull viewers in and how we can make users want to click on us versus somebody else. And it's a challenge every day. There's no real answer to that. It's just knowing that story. It's the story that, and you have to have communicators, anchors, reporters who talk to you, not just report to you. And that's another thing, is I think we have more time to do that. And I believe that's really, people feel like a connection to you. So these are all kind of intangible things, but they amount to people feeling like they're having a good experience and they trust you. And that's above all, they trust what you're giving them, the news, the information, and it's kind of intangible again, but if you don't have that, all the equipment you have is not going to help you connect. It's got to be, a day in and day out talking about this. What's the best video? What's the best sound? What's the real story you have here? Not just a soundbite, but what's the story?
Okay, thank you. Andrew, same question for you.
I think it's made us more ambitious, actually. I think the times and where we are right now, and 2020 and the events of 2020 and even this year has made us more, I'd say, more ambitious to really get to our audiences with a lot of different types of stories, different types of specials that we do that we maybe didn't consider before, focusing on diversity, focusing on just what this pandemic is for people, what it is, the impact it's having on people, which is, horrible, and really going to an authenticity that I think has just driven us to that. And there's a lot of journalists that should feel really proud of their work. We've also have a huge safety part of our work, not just with COVID, but also just threats against journalists. And that was a huge thing that we took on very seriously. It's a high priority on any story that we do, even just stand-ups in our backyard, so to speak, meaning in our city. So there was a lot of things happening at the same time that was all really, really new for all of us. And it was dialed up in a way that we hadn't experienced before. And so it was tremendous challenges, but I think it's just made us it made us more ambitious just to get the story right and to be objective and to do the storytelling, whether it's short stories or long form specials that ABC has done. We really saw no limits and turned around stuff really fast, which was pretty remarkable.
Gotcha.
In my humble opinion. So.
Bobby, I know this is new build out, and you've mentioned that. What do you see what does the future look like? For journalists as it relates to storytelling.
Yeah, I mean, for us, one thing we're really focusing on is more live events, engaging content with our audience. We built that, like I said, 2 studios. We for the first time hosted town hall debates with the Nassau County race and the 2 DA races in Suffolk County. So for us, we're kind of trying to build out more interactive programming. People will come to our building and take part in these events. So that's the direction that that we're looking at, that we're going into. Because of the pandemic, we had restrictions on the audience, but the amount of people who would come into the building, but you know, we were happy with the first couple of go-arounds, and we're going to continue to do things like that.
Gotcha. Okay. And Ray, from your perspective, what is you know, Avid's future look like as you continue to evolve and, you know, listen to your customers, and, you know, what do you see from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about before the pandemic, which feels like forever ago, but digital disruption was all anybody talked about, right? How consumers were accessing content, relying more and more on mobile and social for information, and the impact that had, right, both operationally and economically, all the way down to, you know, all the talk around IP and leveraging IP, for example, for contribution, as one example. Looking forward, it's now providing tool sets that enable what everybody here is on the panel is talking about, which is, you know, accessibility from anywhere. It really doesn't matter necessarily where those resources are deployed, as long as journalists and, you know, editors can basically get at content fast. Automation wherever possible. You know, automating a lot of the processes that you know, in the past maybe were manual jobs, right? And leveraging things like AI and machine learning in smart ways. Storage, right? Making storage even more intelligent, bringing it out closer to the edge so that it makes sharing content even faster and easier. And then ultimately distribution, right? And enabling the capitalization of OTT business models, right? And monetizing content on those platforms, which is still an evolution, right? In meaningful ways, whether that be, you know, ad sponsored content delivery or some type of subscription or both, right? And so it's really arming media companies with the tool sets they need. And everything that's going into the product comes from either the Avid Customer Association and feedback directly from them. You know, we meet with them constantly to sort of hear what it is that they would like to see us focus on.
Those were
as a
my
company.
questions, you know, how you're getting that kind of.
Yeah, and it's so that if you're not familiar with the Avid Customer Association, I think it's over 30,000 people are part of it. You know, we don't talk to all 30,000 at the same time, of course, but we do have people who represent the different you know, verticals within the vertical who quite honestly are very candid oftentimes with what they'd like to see us do. And while we can't get to everything, of course, we certainly take that very seriously, and that's how we really drive the roadmap. That combined with obviously trends that we see happening in the market, right? And so yeah, that's how a lot of what ends up in the product ends up in the product. It's coming directly from consumers.
Very interesting. Well, we are at our time, so I think
Thank you so much. And I'm going to just ask if you guys could stay put for just a moment, as Kathy Haley is going to briefly check in with Wolf Tech.
Just turn the spotlight once more on Wolf Tech. Erling, what's the most important thing people will see when they come visit you?
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks for having us. The sound is good here. Yeah, I think, well, maybe the most important thing about Wolf Tech is just who is Wolf Tech, you know, because I think it's a fairly new name in the US marketplace. So just a couple of quick words about who we are. It's Wolf Tech is basically a cloud native platform for planning and collaboration. We are story centric, so it's around short form and also long form productions that we do. We've actually had, you know, as a lot of people are talking about the pandemic speeding everything up. The company is not that old, but kind of old enough. We're about 8 years old. But we've seen a tremendous growth just over the last 2 years or so because of what COVID has done. And what I mean by that is, you know, spreading everybody out. Everybody has to do what they have to do to work from home, and that also has meant that people just grab any tool, you know, WhatsApp, iMessage, Zoom, Dropbox, whatever. And as we're kind of leveling out and learning to live with this, people are looking for a platform where they can kind of integrate collaboration, communication with a dedicated tool that integrates into their technology, into their platforms, and allows for secure messaging over, you know, like I said, cloud native and platforms that people use, mobile app, laptop, etc. So that's who Wolf Tech is. Thank you very much for having us. And if you have any questions, please come see us.
Thank you so much. And thank you once more to our panelists for a great conversation. I think it's fascinating that Newsday, which is my hometown paper, is on a panel. You know, we wouldn't have had that before. So it goes to show the broadcast industry where competitors are coming from in the video space for live video. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. And immediately up next, we have our final fireside chat with Dilette coming up, and Kathy Haley's going to be leading that off.
All right. We're going to be talking again about the cloud. And this time we're going to be talking about news production's journey into the cloud. And we're going to have a conversation. Thank you. This is actually one of the more interesting things we're doing today. I got to warn you, this is going to be really good. If you have any questions for Jamie Simmons, the microphone's there. We're talking about news production's journey to the cloud, and we're having a conversation with NBC Universal's Jamie Simmons. Jamie is Senior Director of Content Technology at NBC Universal Local. His 26 years in local news includes 16 at WCAU-TV in Philadelphia and another 8 at NBCU Local's corporate technology and operations team. An Emmy-winning news editor, Jamie has worked as a newsroom production systems administrator and a news technical operations manager. He twice served as Olympics technology lead for the NBCU stations, and currently he oversees content technology and operations from acquisition to distribution for 12 NBC stations, 31 Telemundo, and 6 regional sports networks. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
What have you been working on lately that's most interesting to you?
It's been a very busy year, especially in the pandemic. My American Airlines status is probably a testament to that. One of the things I want to highlight is we were able to do during a pandemic year is we successfully rolled out 8 newsroom production systems, either new or upgrades, that serve 12 different markets around the country, stations that we own. As you mentioned, we own a lot of NBC stations, almost all of which are embedded with a Telemundo station. So we consider them duopolies. So that was, pretty amazing when you think about what takes to do something like that, especially in a pandemic year, we were able to accomplish that.
Well, you're consolidating production. You said 12 newsrooms into 8 production centers.
So 8 newsroom systems serving 12 different markets.
Right.
So yeah, so
12 markets, 2 stations per market, right?
Well, it could be markets, right? So as an example, and we were doing this before, we had this plan before COVID. We started it in New York in 2018 because we had WNBC, our flagship station right down the street, but our Telemundo station's in New Jersey, and we put them on the same newsroom system. So even though 2 different locations, they would never know they're on 2 different systems. They have access to everything. It was strategically done that way. We did the same thing in Boston and Hartford. So Hartford is a tenant off of the Boston system, which already has 4 television stations in that one building in Boston, and we added a 5th in Hartford.
And you rolled the RSNs into.
In Boston, we rolled NBC Sports Boston into that same facility, yes.
And in other markets too, right?
We have in Washington, D.C., we recently did that, and now we're evaluating, where it makes sense in other markets.
I see.
Each RSN is kind of different in, how much production they do, how many sports teams they cover, live events and that kind of thing. It made sense to do it in Boston. We were moving into they were both in lease spaces. We were building a new building for our broadcast operations, our NBC startup, Telemundo, and New England Cable News. So it made sense to move NBC Sports Boston into that same building.
Okay, so you're maximizing production operations across the RSNs because of what you learned in Boston?
Probably, indirectly, maybe the pandemic had something to do with it. But we're going to do that where it makes sense. We're going to look at, all of the areas where we have a regional sports network that's also in a market that we have broadcast stations, and consolidate and make those operations more efficient by doing that.
Makes sense to me. And then you rolled Connecticut into Boston.
Yeah, we Hartford into Boston, yes.
Okay. It's just an interesting.
And then just finished up an LA deployment for the duopoly there, Can You See Cavea, that our San Diego duopoly is a tenant off of that system.
Okay. Your division has done a lot of work with cloud-based production before the early months of the pandemic caused many newsrooms to go remote. How are your teams approaching cloud-based production now?
So production is what is, and you heard this a lot today, production is something that we all want to move into the cloud where it makes sense. And, we're on the cusp of doing that. We've already had some cloud initiatives with, master control in the cloud, distribution in the cloud. Now we're, so take our on-prem consolidation systems as an example. We're at the point where, okay, we're ready to potentially build a cloud-based newsroom production system that can serve 5 different markets. So that's something we're looking to start in 2022.
And how's that going?
We are in the design phase right now. The model that we're looking at right now is a lift and shift model. We're a longtime Delet partner, and I've seen a couple different iterations of their products, and the one they're planning to release soon has us excited about being able to accomplish that by moving to the cloud, by going to a cloud-based system that has microservices that can easily spin up and spin down as needed, it decouples the user interface from the back end, where it's all web-based, HTML5-based tools that you would normally have a full client in most of our newsrooms that we have today.
And do you want to do this cloud production for security reasons?
No, we want to do it because it makes us more agile. You look at one of our acquisitions this year was a small Telemundo station in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that really didn't have anything, and whatever they do have, we probably don't want, doesn't meet our tech stack, et cetera. They didn't even do local news. So spinning up a cloud-based newsroom production, which could include, the newsroom system, newsroom operating system, the production control rooms, all of that makes sense. And we're going down that road. We're going to go down that road this year. We can take chances with a small station like that there's not a lot of risk, there's not a lot of impact, and we can learn from it.
It's an interesting strategy, doing with the small stations first. What parts of production are you moving to the cloud first, Jamie?
We're going to move what we can first. We wish we could go all in, but we can't. We have to do it in phases and pieces and parts. So we're looking from a virtual production control room standpoint. We have members on our team that are looking at that kind of technology. Okay, that's going to be in the cloud. Now let's layer in the newsroom system, where our video is going to live, where our rundowns are going to live, where we're going to send to all different platforms. So we're looking to, like I said, we're doing a lift and shift right now with the Delet product, with the hopes that we'll then layer on their pyramid product, which suits this model a lot more.
So it's kind of a route. You do have Delet Galaxy 5, and that's your kind of, you're working, I don't want to say you're hacking it, but you're doing something to it to get it ready so that you can move into Pyramid, which is cloud. Okay.
Correct.
Interesting.
Pyramid is their next generation newsroom system that fits. It's more keen to enterprise newsroom production system.
Is there anything else I should ask you about
What do you want to ask me about?
that you're interested? Just anything else that you're working on with the cloud or SaaS?
Well, I mean, you bring up a good point when you say SaaS. So when we go down this road, that's where we're going. We're going to a subscription model, not just because, things we talked about making it more agile, but now we're taking our production and we're putting it in someone else's hands as far as supporting it. Yeah, we're going to run it. We're going to use it every single day. And especially when we roll this out at these small stations, they really don't have the staff to support it. So it makes sense to go to a SaaS model where, okay, you give us the keys, we turn on the engine and we're going. And if there's any problems, you have upgrades, anything like that, it's down to them to do it.
It's kind of like what the cloud panel was saying.
Yeah.
You run it for us. I mean,
You run it for
we're
us.
running it on a cloud.
Yep.
Well, I want to thank you for taking the time to talk with us
Sure.
today.
Happy to.
Jamie Simmons from NBC Universal Local. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. That brings us to the last panel of the day, which I have the honor of moderating. And this is a first in a day of firsts for TV News Check, that our panelists are coming to us remotely now. And so I will be alone on the stage as our very esteemed panelists join us. I just want to remind everybody that we are, for questions, once again, if you have them via Zoom, put them in the Q&A box. And if you have them in the audience, I'll give you a couple of moments at the end to ask them. So again, each of my panelists are joining me remotely for this last session, and I would like to introduce them now. We're good, John? They are Dustin Block. He is the audience development lead at Graham Media Group. Bruce McCormick, the principal with Neural Transform and a co-lead of Project Origin. And if you don't know what that is, he'll explain it shortly. Jonathan Forsyth is the managing editor of Verify for Tegna. And Emily Stone is the VP of Digital Content Operations for Fox-owned stations. Welcome to all of you. Hello, there you are. So let's start out with some definitions here. Jonathan, as head of Tegna's Verify, I would like you to start us off, please, by distinguishing the definitions of disinformation from misinformation so that we can all get our terminology straight right at the outset, please.
Sure. So misinformation is false or inaccurate information, simply. Disinformation is false or inaccurate information that is intended to deceive. So it's sent intentionally. That's the propaganda, bad actors, that sort of thing. So there's a big difference. I will add to sort of tee up this entire conference and this session was dictionary.com's word of the year in 2018. And that was, of course, before the pandemic and before the election and before the insurrection on January 6th. So if that gives you a sense of how it's grown in importance, that'll give you a little bit of a quick history.
Of them. And I just want to congratulate you on that Zoom background, by the way, because you've combined kind of a Matisse painting with Emmys, and well done on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I appreciate that, but that's
our,
my son's
sorry,
third grade painting, but I appreciate that.
Okay, I can't hear anybody just now. Hopefully I can just, all right, given that definition, Emily, Dustin, Jonathan, I would like to ask you to characterize the volume and the severity of the problem of disinformation and misinformation in your respective organizations, and to put that in kind of a recent historical perspective to give us the best, most useful context for that, please. And let's start with Emily.
Okay. Hi, first of all, nice to see you. I think for my team, specifically for our teams, it's mostly a daily battle with misinformation. I think most local newsrooms feel that way. From a volume question, it's pretty hard to put a number on that, but it's everywhere. Everyone's a journalist these days, no degrees required. Seriously though, like in the last 10 years, if you're looking timeline wise, I would say in the last 10 years, it's just exploded, and social media amplifies the problem. So does the pace of the news cycle and the speed at which information, right or wrong, spreads as a result crazy news cycles, crazy stories, and social media just makes it even more difficult to control. I think historically, before social media, this is all a lot easier. But it's no longer a matter of just sifting through, tips and things that people pitch and looking for a potential agenda or information that's wrong. It's literally everywhere in everything we consume, whether we're looking for our own story ideas or managing our own social media pages, reading the comments, those kinds of things. It's especially difficult during breaking news and thanks to social media where, everyone here knows that we have more breaking news now than ever. So I think the events of the last few years have just taken it to a new level. And it's just really, conspiracy theories are everywhere.
How about you? How bad is the deluge? You have to wear a wetsuit to work these days?
Was it that for me?
Dustin can hear me. So Jonathan, let's
Oh,
have you
sorry.
take that for just a moment first.
Sure. I would add to what she mentioned and basically says ubiquitous. I think that's the tricky thing. And a lot of it, so much of it starts not intentionally to deceive, right? Going back to the definitions of disinformation versus misinformation. A recent story that my team worked on started as a joke in the wake of California Governor Gavin Newsom's booster shot. He canceled some public events, and a video editor on Twitter took a recent public appearance video from Newsom, added an edit that made it look like he had partial facial paralysis. I'm not sure if anybody saw this or not. And in the tweet simply said, yeah, Governor Newsom is just fine. It was satirical in nature. Well, the problem is there's people with an agenda who take that joke and then spread it. And so we decided to do a story because of that, even though it was intended originally as a joke. And the person eventually took their video down and said, and basically wrote in Twitter on their same Twitter thread, this was intended as a joke. And that, I think, is a good sort of example of just how technology, people who are trying to make light of certain issues, can turn into a much bigger thing and arm folks with an agenda out there. And sure enough, that video took off in the anti-vaxxer forums, and as an example of a side effect of a booster. So that's what we're talking about now as far as amplification, and it's really whack-a-mole out there.
If we have you back, how bad is the problem for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's significant, right? I think what we worry most about is watering down our product, right? I mean, we're the most trusted news brands in our markets, right? Local TV plays a really, really important role. People turn to us in time of need. And we have people trying to trick us constantly, right? Not just users, but professional actors. I think a lot about the state of the news business and how many ex-journalists there are out there who are really, really good at pitching stories that may not be entirely accurate. I think the other thing is we hurt ourselves for a long time by chasing trending breaking news stories. And so you get into that habit looking for that chart beat spike, and you run with something just because it's popular, but maybe isn't verified. And the example that we saw was a story about I forget the details now, but it was like a 4-day work week or a 30-hour work week, took off around the world. Everybody ran with it. Turned out it wasn't true, right? I mean, so the correction can never get ahead of the story. And when we were doing some training at our stations, one of the anchors heard this and was like, I said that on air. Like I reported that story, and they were pretty mad, right? Because they really trust the newsrooms to be accurate with these pieces. And I think that's like the level we need to think a lot about is, yes, the misinformation, Facebook, Google, I mean, all of these major problems, but in our own shop, right? Like what are the checks and balances we're putting in place to make sure that everything we're coming out with is verified, right? To borrow Jonathan's team's word, right? So the fact checking is important, but I think it actually starts for us, just on that assignment editor level. What's coming into the newsroom? Is it true? How do we stop them?
We're gonna try to come back to that assignment editor bit is down the line a little bit. So it's sort of a hangover from Chartbeat in a way, partially the chasing that adrenaline. Bruce, you are in a different category of panelists here in your work with Project Origin. Can you explain to those who are not familiar with it briefly what it is, what the goals are, and who is involved in this effort?
Okay, thank you for inviting me today. Project Origin is a joint effort of the CBC, CBC Radio Canada, and Public Broadcaster in Canada, the British Broadcasting Corporation, the New York Times, and Microsoft. And what we've been trying to do is work through the issues of volume of misinformation and how do we handle it technically to provide a comprehensive solution that scales. So about 3 years ago, a couple of us got together and started to worry about synthetic media, its ability to be used to misinform, to use trusted brands to amplify that misinformation, and to really think about what it would do if it scaled up. And the technological team said, well, if we can do this with technology, what are the technological solutions? We'll get into the long story, but we basically said provenance, tracing a piece of media so that we know who it's coming from, so that we know it hasn't been tampered with or edited, so that we know the metadata attached to it is securely bonded to that piece of media, and to come up with something we're calling a secure media file, and to use that as the basis for news is something that we're promoting. We've been joined in that effort through the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity with people like Adobe and Intel. There'll be public specs that we've been working on all year that will be published at the end of this month. And starting in the next year or so, we expect a number of vendors to start adopting this in their systems. People like Adobe are already doing it in Photoshop and in Premiere, and there's other editor systems that we'll be working on soon. And we want to be thinking about what does this mean next year? We moved from black and white to color. We moved from low definition to high definition, and we're about to make the move from insecure to secure media files. And that's going to take a process and workflow adjustment, but it's a possible way of diminishing. It won't totally solve the misinformation problem, but it will make it easier to identify and to manage.
Tools will begin to appear in tools that are already being used. So there'll be sort of a seamless integration that will start happening next year.
Yeah, this is a function. It's not its own product. It's a function that will be added to existing products. So it's already in the current beta versions in Photoshop and Premiere, and I expect it to roll out further next year as the standard gets adopted.
One of the main reasons I wanted to have this panel is to give those watching a sense of best practices for dealing with this problem organizationally and systematically. So I'd like to get a specific picture from each of you on how you deal with it in your newsroom. Jonathan, Verify has codified this into a solid process and scaled it out, the effort at both the station and now the national level. So would you take us through that process from the arrival of a piece of misinformation or disinformation to how you ultimately debunk it for viewers?
Sure, just a quick sort of expansion on what you mentioned as far as setting it up as a brand, a little history as far as brand goes with Integna. The brand was born of an innovation back in 2016. Actually, it's 2015, excuse me. That was, the challenge was, how do we build trust with our audience? Now, this was even before the term fake news became popular, before the 2016 election. And so a format was born that put sources at the top that focused on answering audience questions, that tried to focus on clarity and transparency in the process to go through how we found the information. So it had existed largely as a broadcast product for the first 5 years up until this year, earlier this year when I began, and the company had the foresight to build a national team and a brand in and of itself that would not only take on national verified stories, but also feed broadcast packages to the stations to be able to include in their air any given evening, but also published website letter, a text product, and of course across all the social media feeds as well in the last 6 months. So that's a quick little sort of encapsulation. Obviously, TechNet has made a massive priority of this challenge and has devoted resources to it in a national way. As it relates to our process, thank you for giving me a chance to give a little background there, Michael. As it relates to the process, we take we're constantly searching for misinformation, setting up open source feeds, Boolean searches, CrowdTangle, some of those tools that are available to us. And we're monitoring for also trends, what people are talking about. We also answer audience questions and take pitches from our stations. Often our stations are using local viewer questions and passing them to us to do the research. So we'll assign a researcher, we'll find some sources and expert sources to confirm or deny the source or the actual claim. And then we will produce it in a way that is very clear with the headline, from the headline on down to the story, that is showing our transparent process and how we did the reporting and the checking process. Once we have the story, we publish it to the website. We create a broadcast package that our stations can air, as I previously mentioned, and then we also publish across our other platforms. So that's kind of a quick summary of the process and how we find a claim.
Great. How about you, Emily? How can you walk us through that process at the Fox stations?
Sure. Facts and journalism. I'm done. No. We have experience in every newsroom, obviously. Our jobs are to ask the questions. And on the digital side, I think the urgency is even higher to publish news as it happens quickly. But we're all competitive, but our journalistic skills are our strongest weapon against all of this. So speaking for the digital side, especially during breaking news, our teams are really communicating in real time in Slack. We're all over the country. We also have a national publishing team as well. And they talk about what they do know and what they don't know. And they work together to make sure that the information we have is right before we publish it and that meets our standards. Like everybody else, we want to be first, but accuracy and building trust and keeping trust is far more important to us than being the first to hit a publish button. Outside of breaking news, the answer is still fact checking. Jonathan mentioned pitches from stations. We have a national digital team as well, and they receive pitches from stations to go further into things they're seeing or hearing about. It's still about fact checking. It's still about asking the right questions and really trusting your journalistic gut. This is now more than about just who, what, where, when, why, and how. It's understanding why and how you got the information. Considering the emotion that's behind it and the impact it has if a story is written about it by a national or by a reputable news organization. And I always tell our team, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. If there's alarm bells going off, there's a reason. And if nothing else, just hold and let's see what happens. So I think it's just that the skills we all learned and have been practicing for years are more important than ever.
And what about at Graham? What are the protocols and processes that your newsrooms follow to engage with problematic content and turn it around for viewers? I know, and this is a time, I think, to talk about the pivotal importance of the unrecognized heroes of newsrooms, the assignment editors.
They honestly are. Like, I love it. I love assignment editors. They are the glue between digital and press. They make everything work. Behind every reporter is a great assignment editor, right? He sets them up. But they're also the spot where it's kind of a decision, is this true or not? I think our process looked like in 2019, we hired a company called Fathom. They're a UK-based company to come in and train every newsroom on misinformation, disinformation, every type, what to look for, what to spot. And then they created processes in each newsroom on steps it takes to basically check and recheck work. What we ran into an interesting problem where we would have one team deeply debunk something, right? They would go through the process beautifully and it wouldn't show up in the morning news, in the noon news, even in the 4 o'clock and 11 o'clock. We saw a story. It had been debunked by the health team, by the assignment editor, everybody, but then a late producer picked it up and ran it in the 11 o'clock news. And it's like, how did that happen? So like that kind of processes, making sure there's communication from show to show, team to team, digital and broadcast, right? Sometimes the digital teams will go a little rogue, or vice versa, right? I mean, we've seen that too. So that internal communication. I think the more interesting, the national is the national, right? And we see that coming a million miles an hour, and there's PolitiFact, and there's these wonderful fact-checking resources. I think the more concerning part for us is the local, right? And here's an example. On a lifestyle show, they did a story about the most expensive home for sale in the market. And they did this whole thing. And it was a great little piece, you know, it was wonderful. And then we get a call like, hey, have you gone out and looked at that house? No, you know, and they hadn't, right? It was made up. It was an empty lot. This developer would go around, make up these beautiful mock renderings, right, of these houses, pitch them to local stations to get them to basically say, like, look at this incredible house for sale, and it's not there. It just makes us look dumb, right? I mean, like, if you lived in that area and you went and said, it's just a big empty field, right? Now, in theory, somebody could build a $35 million house there, but nobody has, right? The local actors are getting better at disinformation and spreading misinformation. And that's the area where I think our newsrooms have to be really vigilant, right? So what's happening on the national level, that's not being addressed, right? But there's people for that. I think our newsrooms, where we can really make a difference, is paying attention to what's happening in local communities and being really strong in those areas. That's where we've been training. That's what we're trying to get everybody good at.
Do your due reportorial diligence really for every kind of story, lifestyle story. You can't. No part of the newsroom is exempt from doing their homework and checking their facts.
Well, I mean, and one person said, you know, what Jeff Jarvis, or that's not right. I'm forgetting his name, but I asked about what should local TV watch out for. These child trafficking rallies, which were fronting as QAnon support rallies, right? And they were pitching local TV newsrooms to come cover these rallies. And if you search it, like, I mean, especially last year, you could see this happening left and right. So as soon as you hear that, we have a process to get that out to everybody to say, hey, be on the lookout. Like, maybe this is legit, but like, do some digging, right? Because you don't know what I mean, that seems like an innocent story, but what's on just one layer beneath it, right?
Bruce, it seems that Project Origin is pitted against the most sinister of actors in this problem, those who are intentionally working to deceive and sow chaos using a tool set of ever increasing sophistication. Can you explain how this is a moving target and how your coalition can possibly keep up with it?
Sure. Dustin's example of the fake house is a perfect starting point. We started this project when we worried about synthetic media. I mean, we're all in the business of telling the truth, seeing is believing. And we started to worry about what happens when seeing isn't believing, and when synthetic media is so both easy to produce so that it can be done by housing developers, it doesn't take a major government agency anymore, and to have the results be really hard to distinguish from reality. So there's two basic approaches. You can detect it, and a lot of these things are created using artificial intelligence tools. So we went down a path where we said, could we use artificial intelligence to detect this sort of thing? And the conclusion we came to is the tools aren't ready and may never be ready to detect, basically because of the nature of artificial intelligence and how it learns. So the better a detection tool gets, it actually makes harder to detect because it will use that tool to refine itself into focus. So we parked detection as one method. That's problematic. There was another method which we knew would work, which is what we're calling provenance, tracing the source of a piece of material, cryptographically binding it so that we know the identity is attached in a way that can't be faked, cryptographically making sure it's tamper evident so that anybody changes it. The earlier method of mentioning of Governor California's video being adjusted, that would break a cryptographic seal. So basically taking reality and securing it in a cryptographic bubble. It's hard. I don't want to make this sound like it's hard. It's hard technologically, but it's a known technology. It's used in banking all the time. So what we basically said is we set out to do, and we did this because we had people like the chief scientific officer of Microsoft on our team. So we had some resources to make this work. Let's see if we can take banking technology to cryptographically seal a media file and put it in place as the core standard for media delivery on the internet. And that's been the
Very
approach
expensive,
we've
Bruce.
taken. It's a lift of the whole internet, which is a little bit daunting, but we've got key people like the chief architect of the PDF at Adobe working on this. We've got Intel's working on this. We would build it into chips and into cameras, and try and basically secure reality where we know it's real and keep to prove the reality.
Are the tech partners paying for this? Are they footing the bill?
Right now they are, yeah. So this has all been put together as an open development project under the Linux Foundation. Everybody's been stepping up as a common good. This has seemed to be a common good for society, and everyone has been really cooperative. You would normally be sitting across booths from each other at trade shows, all putting the chief science together to say, okay, let's fix this once and fix it one way that's standardized, so that we don't have competing standards from different vendors all saying my way is better, because film and video and audio has to flow between all our broadcasters. We all use different tools, and these files have to flow seamlessly. So there's an open standard. As again, if anyone's interested in it, the website to check is c2pa.org for the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, and you'll be hearing an awful lot about that next year as we start to roll out.
I think you have an event coming up in February to really kick it off.
Yeah.
Some of you are already working with other outside organizations in this fight. I'd like you to talk about that and how these collaborations are working. Dustin, I know that you have what you mentioned, Fathom, and you've also worked with the Trust Project at Graham. Can you talk about those collaborations?
They're so helpful, right? Because we're a TV company, right? And so this is we have a core skill set, and they're experts. We've enjoyed working with both. Fathom brought literally a world of experience working with projects in India, Europe, and then across the US. And so they've seen it all, essentially. And they could really help us prepare for what it was like on particularly that week of the election. They were staffing it with us. They were right in it. They're helping us with all those Boolean searches that were mentioned, and we were hopefully ready. And then we did a lot of their advice to us was to do a lot of pre-work, set everybody up for what to expect, so you're not reacting all the time. And the idea is inoculating the audience to be prepared for shenanigans, right? The Trust Project, even earlier work, right? I mean, it was beforehand, and it's looking at this issue of what can you do in your reporting process leading up to events like an election to develop trust, particularly among audiences that you may not have the strongest reputation in. A lot of talk about transparency, a lot of talk about listening. You can see my sign behind me. Listening is a piece that we're always trying to figure out how to be better at, right? Which is interesting because in this world, we're talking about engagement and listening and really trying to be open with audiences. At the same time, we're also dealing with audiences sending us mis and disinformation, right? So it's an interesting exercise to try and be transparent and build trust while at the same time, being really careful not to get duped.
To give one whiplash, I think. Does anybody else want to chime in on those collaborations and those you might have going on in your newsrooms?
I would add from Tegna's standpoint, Michael, that we had every station went through training with First Draft, similar to sounds like with Fathom in the previous example. Really, it was targeted around the election last year in 2020. So every station has gotten that level of training. I would advise a similar sort of point for others as it relates to sort of how you start to wrangle this challenge writ large.
Have you, Jonathan, I'd like to ask what you find to be the most indispensable tools in your effort to fight disinformation and misinformation so far?
Oh, I'm going to channel a previous comment and smart news judgment, patience, But I say that half jokingly. Actually, the Boolean searches are really helpful because they help us spot misinformation. Some of the open source stuff like CrowdTangle, InVid and Revi for image and video forensics, Google Maps for geolocation. There's a lot of stuff that's at our fingertips and really open for everybody to use if they get the proper training. And a group like First Draft can help with that training and shed light on some of those tools that are available to everybody.
Emily, what about you? What about your favored tools?
For tools are my journalists. They're fact checking and they're using what they know, asking questions, independently verifying. We have tools that will tell us when something is breaking, maybe, or when something is trending, but that, to an earlier point, does not mean it's news. So it's up to the journalist to figure that out.
Justin?
Oh, thank you. We do a lot of surveys. We do a lot of call outs. It's similar. I mean, we do like a light version of what we see Verify do. Verify has this down really well. There's so many ways you can contact them. We aspire to that, to be a resource. And so tools like Subtext, and we use forms, different form tools, and pieces like that. We're working on a lot of pieces in that, so we can be really responsive to people. That's what comes to mind.
One of the most fertile grounds for spreading bad information is in the comments section, following stories on your digital and social platforms. I know that the CBC actually disabled comments on Facebook. I think that they started that as an experiment. They've kept it permanent. Dustin, you have comments very actively involved in your sites. Not all broadcasters have them. So how do you confront the problem there?
Yes. Something I work on a lot. It's something Graham works on a lot. I think where we've settled on this for the moment is not everything is worth an open conversation at the end of a story. And we close comments a lot. A lot of COVID, we close. Difficult crime stories. The Oxford High School shooting in Michigan was an example of that. Rather than attempt to manage that conversation and be really active in it, we just simply don't allow it. We close it and we try and redirect people. We're experimenting with ways to, so for example, on COVID stories, we set up one forum for COVID discussion and then directed every story to, I'm calling it a forum. It's basically one comment thread where you can participate. That actually worked pretty well. Some modestly encouraging results there. Trolls on sports and things like that are funny and entertaining. Trolls on local crime, COVID, politics are dangerous. And rather than keep banging our head into the wall, trying to stop that group and develop something out of that, we think a lot more about where can we have actual productive conversations. And I know a lot of our comment providers, a lot of the platforms, they're all thinking in the same way. The thing I try and think about it like I'm so tired of thinking about trolls. And so I Googled the opposite. I Googled what is the opposite of troll, and what came back were pixies. So I like to think about pixies, the commenters who actually do contribute to stories, and how can we develop that side of it as opposed to playing whack-a-mole all the time. And the best way that we've come to do that is set yourself up for success. But who in the country, who in the world right now can sit down with a group of people and have a productive conversation about COVID vaccines, right? I mean, what an incredibly difficult topic, much less on an anonymous news site right at the bottom of 30 stories a day. It's like, forget it, right? So we're trying to manage those conversations by being more selective where we think we can have success.
I'm just curious, on the back end, how do you route those stories to get into a kind of common corral of comments? How does that actually literally work?
So there, we work with Viafora. They're a comment provider, and they make it very easy to close the comments on stories. So the first step, you just close it. Then we just will link to one dedicated forum. Or you can also do this pre-moderate section where people can submit a comment, but it won't show up. An editor goes in and approves it. So we lean on that. We use a whole bunch of tools. We have a moderation team. Everybody in every newsroom is trained on how to do this. We make many people in every newsroom moderators, so on our phones and desktop, so anybody anywhere can take a comment down that they see as offensive. Our ambition is to make our comments quality enough that talent, is eager to participate. And that's where when we see that happening, the quality shoots way up, right? If we do an investigative story and the investigative reporter joins the conversation, answers questions, that's a great experience for everybody. It's just trying to figure out how to do that consistently and where to do that, we keep experimenting.
It's like a lot of work. Emily, how about you? How do you deal with this in the comments section?
As of right now, we actually don't have comments on our sites or our apps, so it's not an issue for us.
In social?
What's that? I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Into social, into any of the social platforms and try to intermediate there?
I think we've talked about this in the past, but we do have lots of social pages, like everyone else. So because of the volume of social pages that we have and the volume of comments and the volume of posts with the volume of comments that comes in on each one, we would have to moderate everyone to be unbiased, and we just simply don't. I don't know of a local newsroom that could do that. So stations do pay very close attention to what's said. They look for things like sentiment or more information, valuable information that might be there, or other questions that might surface. And we definitely encourage engagement in a positive way or in a productive way. But we'll get involved if it goes outside those lines into hate or violence or anything like that. We have done that in the past.
And does this intersect with you at Verify?
It does. We have a small audience team. I could see us eventually going. We're in the first 6 months of launch, as I mentioned. So right now we're doing our best to answer comments across platforms. We do prioritize emails and subtext that we get through our text product. More of the pixies, if you will, that Dustin mentioned. I think that's funny to think about in that way. But I could see us eventually going the route of CBC as well, because to Emily's point, like it's a real resource issue, and there's just not a newsroom out there that has that kind of bandwidth, I don't think.
Well, yeah, and speaking of that, I mean, all of this, not just the comments, but across the board, it feels like this is playing whack-a-mole, and it must have a very depleting effect on your newsroom resources. So to all of you, and Bruce, to the extent that you can speak to this through your collaboration, how is this impacting all of you? How are you dealing with the enormous expenditure of effort, intellectual and otherwise, that you have to put against this problem?
I guess I'll jump in by saying when I started, I said that it's a scale problem, right? This is a level of noise in the environment that is growing. For anybody who's a telecommunications engineer back when in university, they tell you you don't control the noise, you control the signal. So as the noise grows, all we can do is amplify the signal. So the approach that the Project Origin team has been taking is, what can we do that will let people verify that a piece of content is really from the people it says it's coming from and hasn't been altered since. And that's something that can be technologically verified and propagated down the line through the distribution channel without human intervention. And that's one way we hope to at least help attenuate the noise. It's not the total solution, but it's part of the solution.
How are you dealing with this depletion of your resources?
Was that me? Sorry, you cut off at the start. We're counting on Bruce to deliver. That sounds amazing. I was just flagging it to our team. It's real and it's not. It's brand protection. It's brand protection, super important. And so in that regard, all hands on deck, right? I've been fact-checking teams in other countries around the world. We have it pretty good. Like, I mean, I know that sounds kind of crazy to say, but what these teams are facing in other countries, it's incredible. It's dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous work. The disinformation is brazen. I mean, it's incredible. It's absolutely threatening to democracy. So in that way, we have it kind of easy, like in some ways. But you're right. I mean, keeping focus on this in the process of day-to-day news. I mean, we were just talking about today, like this is a bit of a downtime for our efforts, and what are we going to do in January to start ramping up for 2022? It's daunting, and I'm not quite sure what we're going to do.
There are a lot of clever methodologies that bad actors are using to spread misleading information. I saw one recently with regards to cat videos as a kind of tool in the New York Times. What are some of the more insidious and creative that any of you are seeing lately? Take this.
I'll jump in to start. And I think YouTube is such an area that is arguably the biggest purveyor of misinformation and disinformation. And what's happening increasingly are actual news. And this is where Project Origin and Bruce's work really is going to be super helpful in the future. But what's happening are real newscasts, real videos from reputable sources are being manipulated and then reposted. And it's very hard to detect that. And so we're seeing a lot of that as you know, it's a simple thing, the technology that Bruce was mentioning before. So figuring out a way that we can have that provenance and make that clear going forward, as Project Origin is getting at, I think is going to be a huge step in the right direction as it relates to that. And the only other thing I would mention is just the explosion of information across Spanish language. Well, there are so many fewer fact-checking organizations in Spanish language that it tends to be, and it's just becoming an increasing issue across those communities.
I think you kind of already given an example of this with the real estate developer and the most expensive house in the market. But I don't know if you have another example, if anybody else wants to share another clever.
I was going to say the PR piece to this is they're so good, right? I remember when we had, it was a press release that said Muhammad is in the top 10 names for new babies in 2020 or something like that. And it was written beautifully, it was run, you know, and it was starting to pop up. And then we just happened to be doing some data training and we were looking at name data incredibly. It wasn't anywhere near the top 10. Like, I mean, and nothing about the name, like it's just, they're getting, I mean, these PR organizations are very, very good at trying to presenting it as news and make it very, very easy to drop it in a show, write a web article, whatever you want to do with it, probably do great with it. I just think that keeps getting better and better. The other thing that we're noticing is it feels like users are getting really good at manipulating moderation systems. So, you know, we use comments and it's really important to our business. But it seems like more and more people are like, they understand how the systems work and then they'll complain, right? And like takes up an immense amount of time. Like, why was this comment removed? Well, we had 10,000 comments today. But now we're going to spend an hour trying to hunt down why this one comment was removed. And I feel like people are getting really, like, they're starting to take advantage of that system. They're realizing that, and that is a known technique of misinformation actors, you know, basically like exhaust the newsroom. So things like that, like people are getting so clever at every turn.
Bruce, I wonder, can you briefly explain the problem of synthetic media and brand hijacking?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think we got into it a little bit just now. We're the trusted source of news in most of our markets. Our brands and our brand signals or symbols are signals of trust. Our hosts, our sets, our logos. And if you can if you can use that or fake that, you can amplify trust in this information. So that's brand hijacking. We don't control our own distribution channels for a lot of the news. If it's on our sites, it's our news. That's pretty safe. If you picked up a copy of the New York Times and it's printed on the New York Times, it's probably the New York Times. If it's on some other distribution mechanism and it says it's the New York Times or says it's the BBC or looks like the BBC, you're going to tend to believe it when that belief may or may not be trusted. And if the coin of the realm is trust, if you can fake that, you're faking everything. So that's really the issue you're getting into. Synthetic media is the ability to synthesize something that wasn't real and create it on the screen. With enough sampling, all of our newscasts put out enough samples every week to give people a lot of video. You can have your hosts on your set saying something they didn't really say, to introduce a story, to get credibility to the story, and that's something that undermines the trust of the entire system. And that's really what we've been fighting against for the last couple of years.
And very briefly, and anyone can take this, speaking of distribution channels other than your own, Facebook, let's just touch on where this sits into the whole problem. Dustin, we had talked about this previously. How big of a problem is Facebook specifically?
I think Emily touched on it. I mean, that's the one area where we don't spend a lot of time moderating either. It's too much, right? We're trying to manage our own sites. And so on Facebook, we just see it going, we just see problems. To Meta, Facebook's credit, I mean, they are trying, I see them, they just have a monster, right? I mean, they just have this huge platform. I'm not sure they know what to do either. We're certainly feeling it on that particular social channel. I would also say we've done some user research. Users are noticing it too, and they're actually looking for alternatives. I've literally talked to people saying, I'm looking for an alternative to Facebook.
I think we have an audience question from Mike from Palmer from Sinclair.
Hi there. This may be focused on Bruce, but anybody can provide input on that. Two kind of observations. The first was the Origin project sounds really interesting, but it seems like the focus is on the really hard part and not the easy part. The easy part, it would be verifying text. Okay, we know that media is important, but a story doesn't exist in media alone in most cases. There has to be text that goes along with it. And be interested to see if Project Origin is addressing that at all. But the larger concern I have is in securing the media production pipeline and chain that we're creating at the stations. It's really concerning that many of the largest media production companies are very effective filters of metadata. Okay, so we can have all sorts of good metadata that's associated with the camera, geo coordinates, time, and that sort of thing, and it doesn't make it through the edit process. And if we have this information that gives us provenance of media, and it's not making it through the edit, and the composed edit has none of the provenance information on it, I don't think we're doing a particularly good job at that point of keeping our internal house clean.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mike. Bruce, you want to talk to that?
Yeah, I'll jump into that. There's a couple of there's an excellent question, and it gets into like a 1-hour presentation. So I'm going to give you the very, very fast summary, but I'd encourage you to go to the www.c2pa.org and take a look at the spec, because that starts to address this. The C2PA specification is focused on all media formats. So audio, video, print, photos. It's a common format that will put a secure envelope around a media file. That's the first thing. Second thing is it does embed the metadata into the file in an immutable form. That doesn't mean it can't be stripped out, but stripping it out will break the tamper evidence seal. So if people start aligning their processes to say, I want to preserve the tamper evidence seal all the way through the process, then they will start to leave the metadata in place rather than stripping it out. In metadata has been stripped out, there's another process we've got that involves fingerprinting the files and the ability to do a soft hash lookup. I'm getting a little more technical here, but it's the ability to go and take a look at a file and come up with an index number that would go to a secondary database that would let you use some of that file. So there's other processes that get along. Again, there's no perfect solutions, but there are elements of all of that built into the C2PA process.
And we're running out of time, so I just want to briefly put one question to each of you to go around the horn. Start with Dustin. Where do you see the biggest looming threats coming from next year, and how are you readying yourself to deal with it?
Oh my gosh, what a question. I'm worried about the election. I think that's what we'll train around next year and start to think about starting in January.
I mentioned before Spanish language. We have some, we're starting to experiment on a very small scale. We have some native Spanish speakers on the team. The obvious challenge there is not only producing it, but then reaching that audience, which of course isn't coming to our English websites. So we'll have to figure that part out too. And in the interest of time, I'll leave it at that.
Emily, how about you?
I would second Dustin's election comment, because that is on everyone's minds, of course, already. And I would also say, and we probably need a different panel for this, but when on the topic of Facebook, when it comes to Facebook, we have to think about, someone else mentioned the users are looking for another alternative, but our information is going to be there. There's an upcoming election. What are we doing, or what are our partners, our social media partners doing to help the users see when we're putting something out that it actually is real, versus when someone's taking our information and making it look like theirs, or like they are us, impersonating us. I think just thinking about where the user is in all of this, because they're confused, they don't know what's what. They're reading the comments, they're not reading the comments, and I think we do need a better way on Facebook or on other platforms, not just Facebook, to really make sure the user's in the loop on what's what. So another panel for the next time. That's my suggestion.
Absolutely. And Bruce, the last word to you.
I talked about synthetic media as a growing technical realm. It's not all bad. It's going to be a lot of good uses for that. There'll be a lot of cost reduction models that can be used using synthetic media, but developing the practices in our journalistic processes to use it, to know when to identify it, to know how to identify it, and really to think through the nature of metadata as it travels through our channels. What should we keep? What's work product that should be hidden? What's workshop product that should be transparent? All of those are new processes that will have to be developed over the next year.
So much to think about, so much to contend with. Thank you to all of you for really great insights. Really appreciate it. We have Ray Thompson from Avid to say a few words just in closing.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to say, first and foremost, thank you to the NewsTechForum for putting on such a great hybrid event. I think this is just an example of how the industry as a whole has been able to pivot during the pandemic. And so I want to just compliment the industry as a whole, both the vendors and the broadcasters themselves, for the resourcefulness that they've shown, the passion with which everybody's pursuing a lot of the solutions to these many problems. And last but not least, I want to wish you all happy holidays on behalf of Avid. I hope you and your families have a safe and happy holiday season. And we look forward to working with all of you in the next year.
Thank you, Ray. And thanks once more to our sponsors for this event. Our title sponsor is Avid. Our platinum sponsors are BitCentral, WolfTech, FX Design Group, Amagi, and Verizon. Our gold sponsors are the Weather Company, Delet and Degero, who is also our connectivity partner. And our sponsors are VizRT, Rodian Schwartz, Playbox Neo, Ross Video, APENPS, Baron Weather, Social News Desk, and Brainstorm, which provided us our Wi-Fi today. You will find complete coverage of today's event over the coming days at tvnewscheck.com, where you'll also find videos of everything that we talked about. We will be back in 2022 with a range of events, including our Working Lunch webinar series. I hope you've been watching those this year. They're great. Webinars on news technology and spot advertising, and our ever popular in-person events, including the Streaming News Summit, Women in Technology Awards, and TV 2025, Monetizing the Future. I want to say a final thanks to SVG, and most importantly, the team that put on this show today. It was an enormous feat of work to present a hybrid program. I think we were quite gutsy to do it, I have to say, pat myself on the back and all of us. And far bigger organizations have not quite dared to tread this ground yet. So I think today we showed them how in some ways. So please join me in thanking TV News Check's publisher, Kathy Haley, production assistant, Alyssa Wesley, operations manager, Samantha Sparks, our sales team, Luis Manuel Ochoa and Carmen Lake, who both kept us safe all day, keeping our mics clean, along with our vital production help from Steve Raddick, John Fitzgerald, and Bob Warden. Our vital voice on social media is Dawn Tarek. Thanks to all of them, and thanks to all of you for braving it out in the world today to join us. And we will see more of you soon. Thank you so much, and good afternoon.